preliminaries in the Aimchess US Rapid, you guys, and it's so tight on the table. It's only half a point separating number 10 from number 7, and as always, only 8 go through to the knockout stage. Pressure is on for players like Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri because superstar online streamer Daniel Naroditsky could cause a huge shock to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour and knock both of them out of the tournament. So it definitely is about to get dramatic. Welcome to the Aimchess US Rapid. This is the 9th tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season 2021 and the final and the last regular event before the big $300,000 tour final. This is actually the very last day of regular preliminaries that we will have in this season. Yeah, a little bit sad, but these 16 players are fighting for the 8 spots in the knockout stage in the Aimchess US Rapid. As always, in the studio, Women's Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof, Grandmaster David Howell, and David, so much tension on the table. Who is feeling the pressure today?
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, a lot of futures at stake in this tour. Most of all, the pressure is on Anish Giri in that golden 8th spot, trying to qualify for the knockouts, but also on Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. He's in 10th place. Not only is he fighting for his life in this tournament, but he's also fighting to maintain his place and get through to those tour finals.
Yeah, and then, Jovanka, we will follow Daniel Naroditsky today. How surprised are you to see him in contention for the knockout stage?
Well, the crowd favourite has really gone off the script because, after all, he's not one of the highest rated players here. But yesterday, he defeated Wesley So, Jordan Van Forest, and of course Liam Lair. So he's been energetic and resourceful, and he needs to do more of the same because I'm sure everyone will be cheering for him to get a spot in the knockouts.
Definitely, and what a shock it would be if Daniel Naroditsky knocked out players like Anish Giri and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman. The pressure is definitely on for him, and he got a bad start to the second day of preliminaries in a crazy game against Magnus Carlsen yesterday.
No. Okay, I've never seen this before. This is just crazy stuff. White's pushed a pawn on one side, then he's put his knight on the other side of the board. This is going against all conventional wisdom. I say don't try it at home quite regularly when these guys play, but this one, definitely don't try it at home. But look at those white pawns. Those 3 white pawns, they're very proud. They might well decide the game. Okay, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave just resigns. He doesn't even try to fight on.
Wow.
On the second day of the Aimchess US Rapid preliminaries, the world champion outplayed Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, while Artemiev kept marching up the tour standings.
This looks almost deadly for black. It's just ugly for Aronian right now. Okay, wow, okay, I didn't even notice the evaluation bar. It's gone to 6.2.
Whoa, okay.
That means there must be a winning blow for white.
Oh,
Jovanka, your move. We call that the Greek gift. White's bishop actually sacrificed itself, trying to draw black's king out into the open, but Aronian, he instantly refused that offer of a bishop. But white's just won a pawn. White's won a pawn and continues attacking. Yeah, I think there's 2 winning moves here. Maybe 3 or 4 winning moves, I'm not sure. But okay, Aronian just resigns. He's about to lose even more material.
Wow.
And the chess gods granted Daniel Naroditsky a glorious day.
He's so in focus, he's so deep in calculation mode that he's putting his head down.
Look at that.
He's asking the chess gods what the winning move is here.
Look at Naroditsky.
It's getting too much for him. Oh, this is... okay, that's it. We have a result.
It's over. Daniel Naroditsky, smiling, finally wins this game against such a strong player, Liam.
When I look at the cams of other players, I'm shocked that they are able to sit still because, like, when you've got 2 seconds, you think you have, I have 32 seconds now. Then you blink and you've got 3 seconds. These roller coaster swings are crazy, but we're all adrenaline junkies. I think that's what makes it fun.
Daniel Naroditsky, what an entertaining chess player. He is in 9th place with 5 points, same score as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 10th. And we also have then Jan-Krzysztof Duda had a fantastic day yesterday, climbing to top 8 on the standings. He is on 5.5 points, same as Anish Giri. So it could be between these 4 guys for 2 of the final spots in the knockout, David. So who has the easiest day today then?
Of course, no easy games in this tournament. However, on paper, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave probably has an easier run-in than the other players. Naroditsky, on paper, okay, he's never the favourite because he's lower rated, but he does have winnable games. Anish Giri, however, is going to be difficult for him. He starts with Magnus Carlsen and then Wesley, so it's going to be difficult for him to rack up some points.
Wow. And then we did see Vidit and Lenya Dominguez-Perez on 4.5 points. Vidit, he's been sick, but he's played some good chess. 4.5 points for these two. Do you see chances for them as well to maybe qualify, Ivanka?
There's always chances because it's never how you start, but it's how you finish. And these two players really need to activate what I call God mode. You know, they need to be resourceful. They need to play out of their skins. And if they do that, and if they have a fantastic day, then there is no reason why they can't qualify.
And Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja on 6 points. Wesley So almost always cruises through these preliminaries, so we're a little bit surprised to see him down in 5th place. Should these two feel safe though, David?
Safe-ish, but not safe yet. Historically, throughout the tour, actually, we've seen that maybe 8.5, that's the magic number to guarantee your qualification to the knockout stages. So they need to avoid defeat if they can today. 50% score, and they should get through, but not going to be easy.
And then those 3 on top of the table, Ivanka. Vladislav Artemiev, he's in the lead with 7.5, and then Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. So those are almost definitely safe. So what is it about for those 3 today?
Well, yes, it's true. They're safe in terms of the knockouts, but in terms of their placing on the tour finals, those extra points will translate into those head starts in the tour finals. So absolutely, they will be wanting to rock up as many points as possible. And the one I'm especially looking at is Vladislav Artemiev, because as you can see, he is jostling with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave for that crucial 8th place. And if he can score 10 points, well, that brings him closer.
It definitely does. So pressure is on for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Anish Giri, who, as always, found time to tweet before it starts today.
Yeah, you know, today is all about attitude, it's about confidence, it's about walking the walk, and Anish Giri certainly knows how to do that on social media. And here he is with his tweets saying influencer. There he is with the Air Things device.
I think I see some pouting as well with the
lips. He's looking very swag, I have to say. And there he is looking stylish. But then he later tweeted on, oh, this is how it's done, because, you know, he actually took lessons from the very cool and calm, collected Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's there with his very impressive desk and also a very impressive Air Things device.
Very cool. All right, it will be a lot about these influencers and streamers today. We're going to follow Naroditsky and Erik Hansen in the first round today. And Vidit and Giri, they're also getting into the streaming industry, and we will follow their battle in round 13. And as always, David's going to do an analysis of an online performance by one of our viewers using Aimchess. That's coming up after the first round. As always, you can head into Chess24 community, leave a comment, and every day we're going to choose a viewer that David will analyze live here in the show. So, David, have you enjoyed looking at the viewers, how their performance is?
I've really enjoyed, firstly, using Aimchess, but also getting to know some of our viewers, checking out their games, checking out their strengths, weaknesses, and yeah, today's viewer that I will be analysing also has some really interesting stats.
Very cool. It's coming up after the first round, where we will follow Erik Hansen and Daniel Naroditsky. They are 2 of the biggest chess streamers in the world, and they have made streaming into a big business for chess. So it will be a little bit of pressure and prestigiousness when these 2 face each other here in the Aimchess US Rapid.
I love streaming, and I love the things that go along with it. Commentating. I mean, to me, commentating, streaming, and teaching even are all, in a sense, part of the same coin, because a lot of the time that I spend on my stream, of course, I play Blitz, but I also do educational stuff. I have this speedrun series where I basically play games against weaker opponents and explain all my moves. Streaming is a challenge. It's, you know, it is a full-time job. It requires a very wide skill set to keep the audience entertained and to stay relevant.
Do you see yourself a chess streamer or a chess player?
Could I see myself as a chess player, not a streamer? Yes. Could I see myself as a streamer, not a chess player? No. So I'd say that I still see myself as a chess player, but I've been very excited to develop my streaming career as well. I think Erik Hansen was the first player to break the streaming sphere on Twitch. And when he started doing it, I would say around 2014, it was completely unthinkable. Who's going to watch just some random dude play chess online? You know, the game of nerds, that's never going to take off. And
I've known Daniel for a long time. I remember when I saw him a couple times in person before he started streaming, where it's like, yeah, you should stream. So I said, hey, you're playing till 5 a.m. all the time too. You might as well stream it. You might as well show people the grind and what we're doing. At least share it with people.
Do you see yourself as a chess streamer or a chess player?
Being a grandmaster is still a big part of my identity, but streaming is the platform in which I play.
So all these influences put together, the greater availability of internet, the fact that chess is a universal language, rules don't change from country to country, that's often underestimated. Anybody can watch their favorite streamer no matter where they're located. And the explosion of Twitch and YouTube in general, people are more tech savvy now, even adults. The kind of interest that regular people have, the speed with which people can learn chess now through watching their favorite streamer, that's been amazing.
We are definitely enjoying the streams and the performance in this tournament by Erik Hansen and Daniel Naroditsky, bringing us so much entertainment. And it's going to be about the entertainment business and the question of today.
Yes, it is. And this one is quite a fun one, actually, if I do say so myself. We are asking, what is your favorite chess scene in a film or TV series? And do let us know why you've chosen that film. And the prize, as always, is 3 months of Aimchess Premium and 1 year of Chess24 Premium membership. If you want to enter, then you can do so by tweeting us by using the hashtag ChessChamps, or you can go onto the Champions Chess Tour on Instagram and you can post your answer there. Looking forward to seeing your answers and sharing them with you.
Definitely. We had some funny moments yesterday, so hopefully you guys remember both maybe some funny and dramatic moments from the entertainment business. It's about to get dramatic in the Aimchess US Rapid. Let's head into the play zone with 2.5 minutes to go before the first round. 16 players are still left in the tournament, but after today, 8 of them will leave. 8 will go through to the knockout stage. For Erik Hansen, who is facing Naroditsky in the first round, it's probably hopeless for him to qualify. He is sitting in the morning in, I think it's Calgary, Canada. And we see Naroditsky, that must be north of Florida somewhere. Ish.
Probably. I think so.
Yeah. It's 11 o'clock for Daniel Naroditsky, who is fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. So if you were his coach, David, what would you tell Daniel before action starts today?
I'd just say more of the same attitude, playing for fighting chess, playing for drama, playing for the crowd, because that seems to be what gets him going as well. That seems to be what has brought him his wins so far. And if he can maybe cut out 1 or 2 small mistakes in time trouble, then I think he's got a great chance.
Oh, it's going to be so much excitement following Daniel today. These are the 8 games coming up in round 11. Aronian will start off against Jan-Krzysztof. Duda, Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri. That's always a fun one. Wesley So and Vladislav Artemiev, the 2 finalists from the previous tournament. For Vidit, it's Mamedyarov in the first round. Alireza Firouzja against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, an all-French encounter for the first time in the tour. But we will follow Daniel Naroditsky and Erik Hansen. And will Daniel be a big favorite in this one, Joanka?
Certainly, not just really in terms of strength, but also in terms of standings. You know, Erik has been having a really tough time with it, and we've seen him get great positions, but then somehow it's his use of the clock that kind of leads to blunders, unfortunately. But here, you know, the 2 players know each other very well, so I can fully expect a full-blooded fight.
Yeah. And, well, they have definitely not faced each other in the tour before. This is the first time they're both playing. So we found their streaming head-to-head, David. And Erik Hansen, Chess Bra, still the most popular streamer of these two.
Yeah, those are some big numbers, Kai.
Wow.
A lot of people following these guys. That's how entertaining they are. That's how charismatic they are. And Eric ahead in the followers. Maybe Naroditsky will try and balance up those numbers by striking with a win today. But either way, they're both such great guys, such fantastic, entertaining chess players.
Yeah. And 16 players getting ready for the final day of preliminaries. 5 rounds left to qualify for the knockout stage. Daniel is ready. We are waiting for Erik Hansen Chessbra, known to streamers. We are waiting for him to join us. And if we talk about their sort of chess scores, head-to-head, rating, etc., who is the best player of them?
Naroditsky, he's ahead in rating in classical chess, rapid chess, and blitz chess. Head-to-head, I think most of their games actually take place online, and it's roughly balanced. Whenever I watch them on stream, and I'm a big fan of both, they seem to kind of strike, and then the other one will strike, and it's back and forth. Some might have good days, some might have bad days, but either way, I think Naroditsky, he is the favorite here, but if Eric's having a good day, he can take down anyone in the world. He's shown that in blitz chess before. He is definitely capable, and Eric, if he can avoid, as you mentioned, Jovanka, the time trouble blunders, I mean, he's outplayed Magnus Carlsen yesterday, for example, and it's just 1 or 2 moves that decide most of his games. He just needs that consistency, that flow. And yeah, I'm just excited to see from the opening stage how dramatic it gets, how quickly.
Yeah. And one thing I have to say in Eric's favour is that today is day 3. I don't think he has too much chances of qualifying to the knockout stages. So now he has the freedom just to kind of let go, be confident, and just enjoy the whole act of playing chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and both of these guys, they've mentioned that this is actually one of the first times they've ever had the opportunity to face the world's elite on such a big stage. And it did seem that maybe Eric struggled, compared to Naroditsky, he struggled to deal with that. Maybe just aware of the, the momentous occasion and aware of all the followers, all the fans, and maybe that's what caused him to play so slowly. But as you mentioned, now once you're free of all burden of expectation, you can do anything you want. You can attack, you can throw your pieces forward, you can play instantly, and either way, I think Eric's going to try at least and restore some pride by winning this one.
And if it's not a draw, do you expect it to go all the way to checkmate then, being these two streamers?
I hope so. They will be, they might not admit it, but they will be very aware of all of those thousands and thousands of fans watching at home, cheering them on. And here we go.
Here we go.
We have a King's Pawn opening from Naroditsky. Okay, copycat by Erik Hansen, and now White's Knight will most likely come out. Naroditsky, every time I've played him online, actually, and it's been a lot, he develops both of his knights out here. I expect to see him bring his Queen's Knight out and then maybe push a pawn. Not the most common move. Usually we see White's light squared bishop develop itself here, but okay, Naroditsky, he does bring his knight out. This is his favorite opening, especially in online chess, I've noticed. And if Eric copies, we might see all the 4 knights out early in the game. 4 knights defense. And there we go, all the knights out.
Very symmetrical.
Very symmetrical. And now Naroditsky, okay, he pushes a pawn in the centre. I was expecting him to maybe push a pawn, his g-pawn forward 1 square. That's what he normally likes to do, but this is renowned as being quite a safe line for White. So, okay, I said safe. I eat my words, because White has given up a pawn. This is the Belgrade Gambit. It's very rare, a very old opening, actually. It doesn't have that great a reputation for White. If Black knows what he's doing, Black should be fine in these lines. But maybe Naroditsky has prepared a surprise at home. Maybe he's hoping that Erik Hansen won't be so familiar with this really rare old move.
And can you reveal to us your antidote against the Belgrade?
I can. Actually, I've played 2 moves here. Actually, my quickest ever win, I think, with the Black pieces against a titled player was in this position as Black. I won 13 moves against, I think he was a Grandmaster or maybe an International Master at the time. So Black has 2 strong moves here, and maybe I can show this on the board, because in the current position, okay, this is one of them. The other move was for Black to bring his knight to the b4 square and challenge White's really strong knight in the centre. White's strong knight in the centre, you don't want to trade it off. It will just get replaced by a pawn, and Black loses time. So this is one of the key moves. Eric just developing his bishop. He's going to get castled now. Both sides are going to castle their king, and White is a pawn down, but White's strong knight is going to compensate for that.
Okay.
This is... I'm very, very surprised. This is not what I expected from Naroditsky. I thought he'd maybe just slowly build up and hope that Eric gets into time trouble.
And just to point out this this bishop move that White's just played, according to my database, rare.
Normally White brings out the other bishop, actually.
Exactly, and develops it to the dark square, to the f4 square. Or you can even move the light squared bishop 1 square further to the c4. Here, 2 games in my database. Wow. So we're being treated to some home preparation here.
Yeah,
how would you handle?
Yes,
how would you handle this type of innovation?
Good question. I would be panicking for the first 30 seconds. I would be thinking, oh my God, it's move 6 and I haven't studied this before. But after recovering from that first 30 seconds of panic, I would probably just be thinking, OK, keep things simple. And that's what Eric has done. Just go back to what you're taught when you first started in the game, develop your pieces, castle your king. Black hasn't done anything wrong, so he shouldn't be punished yet, even though White's been playing some new ideas, some kind of rare concepts, and OK, White castles as well. Now it's time for Black to just develop his pieces if he can. For example, the pawn in front of Black's queen, maybe push it forward 1 square, bring out the Black light squared bishop if you can. Just stay solid. I wouldn't be too greedy here. I wouldn't try to cling on to Black's extra pawn.
Yeah.
Black's extra pawn on the d4 square. Probably it will drop sooner or later, so you just want to achieve as much as you can before that happens. Meanwhile, OK, Eric played the move I recommended, and White's just pushed the pawn forward. OK.
I have to say here, you know, there's been 4 games in my database. Okay. White has yet to win a single game here. So
wow,
I'm just wondering what the big... You know, the statistics are not that great because it's a very small sample, but... I'm just looking, you know, it doesn't have a great pedigree. One grandmaster actually has played this with the white pieces and didn't do so well. OK,
that is surprising.
So, I mean, just taking a look at this and putting ourselves in Eric's shoes, what is White's big idea? I mean, it just looks a little bit odd, if I do say so.
Yeah, I fully agree. This actually looks like a really normal position, except Black's a pawn up. So maybe the big idea is that it's hard for Black to get rid of White's knight in the centre of the board. And, for example, if you ever take this knight, if you ever capture it just to try and drive it away from your half, then suddenly it gets replaced by a pawn. And firstly, your knight has to move, and wherever you go, now at least White can take the pawn back if he wants to. But also, if you ever do this, the bishop gets opened up towards your king. And, OK, Eric's actually gone for this. I thought there was no rush. I thought you could wait and just sit on the position for as long as possible. But now White's bishop has been opened up, and OK, by accident I predicted the future, and this position has arisen on the board, and now I do expect White to just get greedy, take his pawn back, and say that after knight takes pawn, suddenly White does have a small advantage because his pawn is more advanced than Black's, and Black is therefore a bit cramped. Black's pieces, for example, these bishops, they're going to struggle to get into the game. Actually, especially looking at this guy, this bishop, yes, it can develop just 1 square, but from there it's doesn't have a great future. Meanwhile, White's pieces are simply going to fly out. White's bishop can come forward. White will be very quick to occupy the open... Whoops, sorry, not that one. Very quick to occupy the open line with his rook. And, yeah, it just feels easier for White to play now. So looks like Naroditsky, his opening gambles paid off. Yeah,
so I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, David, because I have just the 1 game in my database. And there, Black played quite an interesting move, which is just simply capture the bishop. Okay. Just kind of go knight takes bishop, queen takes, and just say, hey, got the bishop pair, we play.
Yep, Black is solid. I must admit that. Black doesn't have any weaknesses, a bit cramped, but and now having the bishop pair as well means that, for example, if Black does ever try to maybe ask for the draw, try to play for the draw, then suddenly he can at some point take White's knight off and say, OK, it's opposite colour bishops, a dark squared bishop against a light squared bishop, and they'll just kind of neutralise each other. And this position, again, still slightly preferable for White because White has stronger pieces, a nice queen, nice rook, but nothing too serious to write home about. So it does feel like this type of position, though, it is playing for 2 results. Here, OK, Black didn't take the bishop yet. He first brought his bishop to this square, so similar idea. And it does feel like if White's sensible, then there's no risk for White at all. Black is the one who might risk getting squeezed later on if he doesn't break out, if he doesn't get his pieces into the game. I'm especially looking at Black's rooks. And if they can find an open file, he'll be fine. But if not, then he will be in trouble.
OK. And I like the fact that you said the word squeeze, because it fits in with my philosophy. Because take a look at that white pawn in the centre. It's on d5. And I have this kind of little rule here that when a white pawn sits on that square, the strategy is not to go for an attack on the left side of the board. It's just to squeeze the living daylights out of your opponent. It's just to kind of get as much space as possible. If there's an open line, control it with your rooks. And just keep saying to Black, where are you going to develop your pieces? What are you going to do? How are you going to deal with your lack of space?
Yeah, for example, you could even start a pawn storm at some moment. You could push your white pawn forward. You could push all of these white pawns forward. And it's less easy for Black to do that. If Black ever pushes forward, for example, with a pawn, say white moves the rook, if you push a black pawn forward, then later on, once the white knight moves, let's find a safe square, then this pawn is a backward pawn. Later on, you could imagine the white knight kind of going for it in an endgame. And still, white has this pawn kind of cutting the board in half in a way. So what black's pieces, they can't transfer from the king side over to the other side of the board too quickly. They take a while to do that. So all of these small things, they add up in white's favour, but it's not much. And Naroditsky now spending a bit of time, okay, moving his bishop, not allowing knight takes bishop now, so keeping the bishop pair. But I was going to say, he's spending a bit of time just figuring out how to push this small space advantage. It actually makes sense, white's last bishop move as well. Keeping pieces on the board is a good idea when you have a spatial advantage, when your pawns are further advanced than your opponents. So, okay, this game, it will start to heat up, and I'm excited about it.
Cool. Now, Daniel, he played very fast the first few moves, then he started to think now in the last move. But do you think he has a coach he's been planning this exact opening with? He knows he's in contention. He knows Erik Hansen as one of the lower-ranked players in the tournament. It's maybe the game with the white pieces. He should win today.
Yeah.
So has he sort of, together with maybe a coach or a second, worked out something genius here?
Yeah, I'm not aware of whether he has a coach, actually. I think maybe he works with some other players and plays lots of practice games against them, but I'm not aware of any formal coaching that he undertakes these days. But either way, he definitely would have been strategizing at home. Okay, not too much has changed. A pawn push and the black bishop developing. Yeah, I definitely think, as you mentioned as well, Kai, this is the game he would have circled before the tournament started. He said, OK, if I want to qualify, I need to win this one.
Yeah.
White against one of the lowest seeds. Every time I play a closed tournament where it's all play all, you always have targeted games in mind. Anything else is a bonus, but you say, OK, these games, as black against the top guys, I'd love to make a draw. And then you want to beat the lower rated with white. It never works out like that, but you need to at least have some plan in mind, right?
Unless you're the former world champion Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
He, when he was playing those close tournaments, as David highlighted, he would go, bunny. I'm drawing against you, yes. And
I can imagine he was very open about that as well, just showing it off.
Yep.
And I guess modern day, right, throughout the tour, we've seen maybe Wesley So do this.
Yeah.
He'll happily make a quick draw in games he doesn't think he might win, save his energy for the lower-rated players with white, especially in the prelim stage. And, OK, white's queen actually just lining herself up with the light squared bishop there, forming a bit of a battery on a diagonal, and Erik Hansen very nicely shuts down that white bishop's diagonal. So, OK, sensible stuff by both sides. I'm slightly surprised to see the evaluation bar go so far over to white's side. I think white's better because of the factors we mentioned, the space advantage, and it's easier to play with white, but I don't think you can turn that into anything tangible yet, unless you can go on the attack.
No, well, actually, will you be proud of me, David? Because the first move that I thought about in this position was I was like, you know that there's a knight in the centre and I want to control its scope. So I actually wanted just to push my b-pawn one square forward, just to take away a square.
Yeah.
Now, I did actually have another direct idea behind it. And I thought, well, you know, once that knight has been dominated, I'm actually threatening to push my f-pawn forward and win it. Win the knight. Knight's not got any squares.
Yeah, that's true. That's really nice, actually. The knight is trapped where it wants to be in the centre of the board, but it has no squares to run to. And I love your move, Jovanka. I'm very proud of you. That's exactly what I would have done as well. This knight, actually, if you kick it away immediately, if you push your pawn forward, then it jumps. And that's why your move looks so effective. And actually here, this white pawn push, it looks nice and aggressive. Looks like you've displaced an opponent's piece, but it does leave some weak squares behind. Suddenly, black's got some hope to jump into some holes in the white position. For example, now black's knight, if the white bishop ever disappears, will jump in here. The dark squares, maybe around white's king, will be slightly weak. So it's very, very double-edged to ever push this pawn forward. And that's why I love your move, Jovanka. Just preparing that idea. Why not just stop the knight from ever leaping to an active square? And this is actually a huge threat to deal with. Not easy to find a square for that knight to run to later.
OK, so when it comes to knight pieces, it's all about whether they're on a good circuit or not. And it looks like that black has a good circuit, but if you take away one of its squares, then, OK, black has to do some active things.
I guess other moves, though, would just be maybe developing the bishop out to this square. There's a couple of other choices.
Exactly, and then kind of like use your rooks to put them on the open lines and just focus on improving your pieces as much as possible. And, well...
Yeah, I was just going to say, meanwhile, in black's defence, I think he has one idea in mind, and that's probably to push this pawn forward and try to at least clarify the central situation. Right now, it's too tense. White has the extra space, so black needs to strike out.
Yeah, and grab some space. Totally agree with that. And while the players are pausing for thought, well, we do have the quiz of the day, and we're asking, what is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And AAA says that their favourite is Morgan Freeman's playing with a crystal set. And Morgan Freeman is one of my favourite actors. So, and this was from the film Lucky Number 11.
Oh, great movie.
I haven't seen it.
I don't think I've seen it.
I don't want to spoil it for everyone, but there's a huge twist in that movie.
Oh, okay. I'm writing that on my list.
Well, okay.
Josh Hartnett, I think.
Okay.
I love him.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds familiar. Okay, and another suggestion is from Litan, who says, has to be Pawn Sacrifice. What an inspirational story. Now, of course, Pawn Sacrifice is all about the former world champion Bobby Fischer and his match against Boris Spassky.
Yeah.
I like that film a lot. It was very good.
With, what's the actor's name again?
Tobey Maguire.
Thank you.
And
who's also Spider-Man.
Yes.
Yes, I have one quibble with that film, and that is that Tobey Maguire did not move like a chess player.
I heard that chess
It's all
players
about
will...
the hand gestures, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's a certain smoothness to when a player plays chess, and I do know that Tobey Maguire got some training from chess professionals, and then he was like, oh, chess is too difficult, he'll wing it. But you could tell with his hand movements that, hey, this was someone who didn't play chess.
Yeah, I heard chess players talking about that, and in the Queen's Gambit, she is better at it, Beth Harmon.
Yeah.
They practice more with her to actually capture the...
Yeah, some of her opponents throughout the series were maybe less comfortable with the pieces. It felt a bit kind of lethargic, just the way they were moving. But she was great, I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is a chess piece moving 101? What does it look like when a chess player does it versus a non-chess player?
Okay, so a non-chess player will pick up the piece and go like that.
Uh-huh.
So there's a lot of additional movement, if you see what I mean, a lot of energy. A chess player will just kind of be smooth.
Slide?
Yeah, we'll just slide it across. Everything will be subtle.
Okay.
And
one swift, elegant movement.
Yeah, and it's not difficult to master. I mean, you just have to play chess a few times, and then suddenly you've got it. I mean, just take a look at the film Queen of Katwe. The children that did it beautifully.
Ooh.
And so I was slightly disappointed with Tobey Maguire there, but. It was a great film, what can I say? I agree.
Yeah, it's just practice, though. If you remember, Kaya, then a few months ago when Magnus Carlsen, he was doing a challenge with us and he was playing bullet chess against Askild, and he said, oh, the pieces, they're too light. So it's about practice. You need the pieces to be weighted correctly in order to be comfortable moving them, and it's all these small things. But if you are comfortable with the weight of the pieces, then you only need a couple of fingers, just put them on and bang, and the pieces will always stay upright, plant it in the middle of the square.
Wait, David, we have to go back to the board because while we were talking, a lot of action happened. And I say action because some pawns got pushed, and that makes me very excited.
Yeah, and also a huge moment right now for Erik Hansen. So the move you were advocating, Jovanka, was actually to push the pawn that has just moved, but to push it one move earlier to create a threat. Sometimes keeping the threat in your pocket for later on is actually more powerful than initiating it immediately. But Naroditsky, he wasn't patient. He just wanted to go directly on the attack, and now he's attacking the Black Knight. But Erik Hansen has paused, meaning that he's looking for alternatives. The Black Knight can just retreat, it can go back to Black's half of the board and the game goes on. But maybe he's looking for something even more ambitious, and I'm very attracted to one move right now. I'm not sure how strong it is, but this must be what Erik Hansen is investigating. And actually, I think it would be quite strong for Black, the more I look at it. Bishop takes knight is a check. So always look for checks and captures on the first turn. This is what Erik is calculating, and White's pawn recaptures. Firstly, White has doubled pawns, doubled isolated pawns. But secondly, now the Black Knight, rather than just stepping back, retreating to a passive square, maybe you can counterattack instead. And look at what's undefended in White's camp. This pawn is undefended, this rook in the corner is undefended, and you can actually go for them both with one move. And you can bring the Black Queen out, saying, OK, if you take my knight with the pawn, I'm just going to play queen takes pawn check. And this is a double attack, hitting the king and hitting the undefended rook in the corner. Also actually hitting this bishop if you need it. OK, he hasn't played that move, but this would have been extremely strong because also queen takes knight would allow rook takes bishop. And suddenly Black's pieces are pouring into the game, attacking all the weak white pawns. I think this would have given Black a huge advantage, actually. But Erik, he's going for a similar idea of counterattack, but not, I think, in the most effective way. He's brought his queen out, as he should do, but now he's only hitting the bishop, and this bishop can just be defended. For example, white can just slide the rook across and hold everything together nicely. And suddenly, OK, this is what Naroditsky does. Suddenly, the black knight will have to retreat. And black has missed maybe that one chance, that one window of opportunity to strike while white is disorganized.
I have to say, though, the white king looks very open. Should Naroditsky try to get the queens off then at some point?
He would love to, or at least find some pieces to put around the king. For example, if you could magically transport this bishop over to the dark squares, if you could plant it on this square, for example, just keep the dark squares around the king nice and protected. Yeah, I would be scared with white still. I would be relieved that black didn't go for that bishop takes knight and then bring the queen out, but yeah, I'd still be slightly worried. At least now, if black moves, then white does have the luxury of bringing his bishop out, connecting his rooks, and suddenly black's threats are drying up.
It looks two very different scenarios on each side of the board here. The black pieces are all the way up there, just waiting, defending maybe, and the white pieces are all over the place.
Yeah, white lacking coordination, that's for sure. Black's pieces, they're cramped, but they do have some kind of latent energy just saved up. If white's careless, then they will spring forward, especially I'm loving black's dark squared bishop. Maybe that's why Eric didn't actually take off the white knight, because he just thought, that's my best piece. Let's keep it on the board for now. But sometimes you just have to kind of forget those stereotypes in your mind about strong pieces and just go for concrete action.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes calculation trumps everything. And I think maybe he had even just like forgotten about that move completely. It wasn't on his radar. It's been so ingrained that that dark square bishop is amazing. It's a necessary defender. Why swap it off?
Yeah.
Just, I mean, there's a lot of danger for both sides. I can certainly see a situation here where black hasn't played in the most energetic way and white has been allowed to consolidate all the action on the E line and then just has an overwhelming position in terms of space. I also can see this backfiring for white, because if you take a look at that pawn move, the F pawn move, it moved to F4 square, weakened a lot of the dark squares around the white king, and if he is able to use the dark square bishop that he has sitting on F6 to maximum use, then, you know, it's going to be black with the overwhelming position.
Yeah, that's right, actually, and I hated that pawn push, as you
I
said,
didn't like it. I thought it was way too risky.
It's risky. It might be rewarded if Eric doesn't seize the opportunity, and actually the fact that he's thinking again right now means that he's looking for something concrete. And Eric, I should praise his clock handling so far. In the past, throughout this tournament, it hasn't been great. That's been his biggest downfall. But so far, he's ahead on time. And if he can play a couple of quick moves now, I think he might well put Naroditsky under pressure. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I think there's two options here that black can go for. Both of them involve this bishop. You don't want to say, OK, I'm going to retreat. You don't want to step back with the black knight. You lose all momentum. It's like riding a bike. If you stop pedaling, you might well fall off. And here, I think that even better would be bishop takes knight again, check, and then maybe trying to utilize this pin along the E line. Now, for example, you can forget the knight still and use your bishop to try and overwhelm this one. Because now if bishop takes bishop, queen takes rook would be check, and this would be deadly. So this would actually lead to a trade. This bishop is destined to fall, so probably white just takes the knight. And here, after bishop takes bishop, level material, but black's bishop is stronger than white's bishop. Black's bishop attacking the white queen and potentially going to try and go towards the white king later on. Meanwhile, there is also the option in the current position of utilising this bishop in a different direction and bringing it to the side of the board, maybe trying to attack the white rook. This type of thing is what Eric is looking for. Personally, I'm more attracted to taking the knight off, but if he didn't play it on the previous move, it's hard to calculate it now. It's hard to kind of open your mind and consider that option.
Yeah, you're thinking for 4 minutes here, Eric Hansen. That is good news for Daniel Naroditsky, who spent a lot of time at some point here. And you can just almost see it on their cameras that Daniel is fighting to qualify for knockout. Eric is just here to have some fun today.
Eric looks calm. He looks zen.
Yeah. And but I have to say, I mean, we have seen from Daniel Naroditsky's camera that he's actually just retreated. So he's captured the knight with the bishop, but then just simply retreated the knight. Okay.
Actually, I like this one as well. I slightly preferred bringing the bishop out, trying to target white's bishop, but I think it's better to retreat the knight now that you have gotten rid of white's strong knight in the centre. Retreating it on the last move probably wouldn't have been as effective. And there are still threats. There is still this pin on the E line. White's bishop on that E4 square right now looks nice and centralised, but it is about to get eroded. It's about to get kicked away.
Wow, and I just have to mention, you guys, we have a result already in round 11. Alireza Firouzja has won his game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and this is super dramatic for Maxime. Yeah, fighting to qualify for knockout. He is outside top 8, and if he's not able, then very good chances he's going to miss a qualification spot to the big tour final to Vladislav Artemiev. This is dramatic for Maxime, and he faces Daniel Naroditsky in the next round. Ooh, OK. It's already about to get dramatic today.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave, he might well find himself in a situation where he has to win 2 or 3 in a row just to have a chance to qualify. His fate is not in his own hands anymore. He needs a few favours from some of his colleagues here. And yeah, I've just played over that game very, very quickly, but it looks like a great crush from Firouzja. Vachier-Lagrave, again, just struggling to get out the openings black. It seems like maybe a bit of work is needed on his Grunfeld defence. That's where Magnus Carlsen punished him yesterday, and same now with Firouzja. They're all targeting the same opening.
Do you think Maxime has to change his strategy when it comes to opening? Because he always uses the same opening, and the players are just so well prepared against it.
Well, this is the problem with chess. You know, our goddess Kaiser is a little bit fickle because, you know, literally last week, Maxime just won an incredibly strong tournament. Yeah. And there, his opening preparation was on point. He neutralised everything. And here, complete opposite. You know, he just seems to be targeted and been very unlucky. We do have a few moves played. White's developed dark square bishop, and now Erik Hansen has moved his queen to attack a pawn.
So White's pawn in the centre on d4, you have to protect it.
Yeah, you do, certainly do. But what's the kind of point of progress for both sides? I mean, I'm just looking, the first thing for White is actually to defend the pawn, so I'd like step forward with a queen on the board. And then I guess that the battle revolves around the one open line that there is on the board, the E line.
Yeah, that's the kind of short-term battleground for sure, the E line. Also, long-term, I do think that Black has to deal with the problem of his knight. If you look at the Black knight right now, it can't leap forward anywhere. And if that situation continues for the next 10, 15, 20 moves, then White is essentially going to be playing on the other side of the board or in the centre with an extra piece. And I do think, dream world for Black, he would love to trade off the light-squared bishops. If you get rid of White's light-squared bishop actually right now, then Black has a great position. But the problem is, as long as that white light-squared bishop exists, it will defend the d5 pawn, the furthermost pawn for White, and it will just keep the Black knight out of the game. So Erik right now, I would actually be very tempted to even sacrifice a rook to get rid of that white bishop in the centre. If not, at least try and trade it off. Somehow you have to get that Black knight into the game before White protects everything, before White's rook in the corner comes into the action, before White's bishops start to find better diagonals. White here, at least he has a plan. He's just going to keep everything protected. Black needs to take direct action. It's hard to slowly improve the Black pieces.
Hey, David, that line you indicated was quite spectacular. Should we analyse it?
We should.
Yeah, we should, shouldn't we? Rook takes bishop is what David is.
It's risky. It's risky.
But OK, we're just analysing, David. We can have the fun. The players require a little bit more bravery to enact it.
Yeah, and this bishop, as I mentioned, is holding everything together for White. It's protecting all the light squares. More importantly, it's protecting this pawn. And this pawn actually keeps the Black knight out of the game. So I would be slightly tempted to just remove this bishop, get rid of it, sacrifice a rook for a bishop. It's only a 2-point deficit, but after rook takes rook recaptures, then knight takes pawn, and at least you have your knight in the centre of the board on a really strong square. You've actually won a pawn as well, so now as Black you're only down 1 point, but I think this knight is just strong enough to compensate for that. And no matter where the white queen goes now, the white queen's attacked, you can just simply defend your knight. And, for example, you can bring your bishop to this square and you have a fantastic light square blockade. Actually, White's bishop is pretty bad. Exactly. White has an isolated pawn long term.
And I peeked, David, has the blessing of the computer.
OK.
So this is already good news.
That's good news. So this bishop, as I mentioned, maybe best to get rid of it. Black doesn't need to take such drastic measures. Maybe Black just can bring his rook up.
Yeah, exactly.
Double up on this.
That would be the first choice. You know, if you don't want to take any risk, you just simply, you know,
first.
try to dominate and control the open line. Another potential move that you could play is also push your h-pawn 2 squares forward and control even more squares.
Yeah, so maybe just plant it forward and just kind of stop white from ever advancing on that side of the board. But for me, if I were Eric, if I have no chance of qualifying now for the knockouts anyway, I would want to have some fun. And why be materialistic? Just get rid of your opponent's best piece before it runs away. And
exactly. He's in the arena. Why not fight?
Exactly. Why not fight? The problem is, if black just takes a timeout, if black just improves the rook 1 square, yes, you're going to swing the other rook across, but white's bishop will actually come out of the firing line now. You'll step back and... At the very best now for black, you're just going to see all of the rooks come off the board. All of the rooks will get traded, and he's played it. He's sacrificed.
I was going to high five, yeah.
I want to high five Eric. Where's Eric? We need to high five him.
Well, that's true, actually.
And yeah, right now on the board, this is the position. Black is down a rook for a knight and a pawn, but this knight is glorious. It's a fantastic piece, and I quite like black's long-term chances. The fact that the evaluation bar is roughly in the middle, despite the fact black is material down, means that black has a great position. And it looks easier to handle as well. White is going to struggle to break down that knight long term. Yeah.
And that was a dramatic moment. I do really like it when the players sacrifice material, and especially when you are sacrificing for long-term possibility and long-term gains. It requires a lot of bravery. And when it comes to dramatic moments, I do have to share with you our quiz of the day answers. You know, we're asking, what is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And Asif Frudnik on Instagram says, aside from the Queen's Gambit, probably Harry Potter.
The chess scenes from Harry Potter.
Exactly. He said, I loved it. That include the fact that the pieces are really soldiers. And yeah, we do have a few moves where the knight squared bishop has manoeuvred itself to a beautiful diagonal. But do you know those chess pieces from Harry Potter? They were based on the Isle of Lewis chessmen.
Okay.
Yeah, these are really old chess pieces that were found in the Isle of Lewis in Scotland. And they were carved in either northern England, Scandinavia, they don't know, but they're super old.
Ooh.
And
yeah, they're really cool.
They're super cool, and you can see some of them in the British Museum.
Aha. All right. Well, the war goes on in this game. What's happening, David?
So Eric just raised his eyebrows there. He's surprised by Naroditsky's last move, bringing the other white rook into the action. That's what white wants to do. But actually, if you look at this diagonal, so look where the black bishop is, there's a lot of tension there. The black knight, if it moves out the way now, black's light square bishop is going to attack the white rook in the centre of the board and indirectly attack the queen behind it. So, OK, Naroditsky, I'm trying to work out what he has in store if black's knight simply moves. I don't see it yet. Let's check it out, because if black's knight just jumps out the way, it's on a great square, but if it does retreat, then suddenly, look at this. This is a pin. Normally, you pin and you win, and it does look like black might well win back some material here. The white rook, as we mentioned, it's paralysed. It cannot move because the queen would drop. So his idea must be to sacrifice. Naroditsky trying to get rid of a pawn, trying to block the bishop's diagonal, and now, if bishop takes pawn, then the bishop, the black bishop, which was on this square, actually guarding this one, will now have been lured away to a different square, worse square, and white would at least be able to break the pin with check. And after a rook trade, suddenly white goes on the attack against the black king. Actually, in this position, I expect this to happen, but black now to take with the knight in the centre of the board instead. And we would actually see the same position here, 2 moves later, that we have on the board currently, except white's central pawn has disappeared. And this would be a gain for black, except for the fact that maybe white's bishop later on, not right now, but later on, will find a good diagonal to start attacking the black queen, maybe attacking the black king as well. So really, really interesting decisions by both sides. And in the current position, after the rook has moved, I think if Eric retreats his knight, he's got a great position. He also has options. Maybe he can just bring his queen forward. Maybe he can just try and improve his rook somehow. Push a pawn, as Jovanka said.
He's less than 3 minutes on the clock, though, Eric Hansen. I have a feeling this will get into a time scramble for these two players.
And that's maybe a little bit problematic for Eric Hansen, because we've seen him play fabulous chess. You know, I'm just thinking of his game against Magnus Carlsen. He played really well, and Magnus was in serious trouble. And then he just made a terrible blunder, and the whole house collapsed, and he ended up losing it in just 1 move. OK, so he stepped forward with a queen. OK, so the idea is maybe to retreat the knight to attack the rook.
Yep, so big threat actually. Black's knight trying to use the square that the queen was just sitting on. It wants to retreat and get out of the way of the black bishop. Maybe, though, this does invite white's pawns pushing forward. White can actually hit that black queen now. White can push a pawn on the g-file, hit away that black queen, force it to retreat. And
so that wouldn't be scary for the king to push that
It
pawn?
would be.
It is.
It's on the board. I think he just needed to play that.
Yeah.
White had no other way to destabilise the black pieces. So is that going to be really strong for white, kicking the black queen away? Or look at the white king. Is that white king going to regret all of its foot soldiers just abandoning it? And I don't know. Maybe
Bar is liking it for Daniel here.
Yeah, the bar is liking it for white, but one wrong slip and it could completely turn around. And yeah, the fact that it's not completely winning for white with his material advantage shows that black still has a lot to hope for.
Yeah, and you still have that threat that you mentioned there with the knight on the board. That's not such an easy thing to deal with.
Yeah, I would be very scared actually here with white, just because I have no control of the light squares for the rest of the game.
And the queen steps forward and wow.
Eric showing his aggressive intentions. Both sides here just pushing pawns in front of their king. They're just being reckless. They're saying, OK, I think your king's weaker than mine. But then Eric's saying, no, I think your king's weaker than mine. And now the white rook at least is forced to move. White definitely doesn't want to capture that pawn with his own pawn. That would just invite the black queen back into the game. So white's rook tries to block the diagonal of the black queen.
Ooh.
Is it time for black's rook to enter the party? Black's rook is the only guy not doing anything.
OK, how's it going to do that? Is it going to swing across? OK, well,
it was.
instead he just moved his queen 2 squares. What's the idea behind that move?
I guess he's just defending his pawn, so black's queen just keeping control of on this F line. Actually, the black knight, note how it covers so many squares. It stopped the white rook from entering even further into the black position.
Yeah.
White's rooks would love to get to the 7th row, but black's knight is preventing that right now.
And also the knight is a very handy piece in actually controlling the white bishop. I mean, the white bishop is just so poor. It has no squares.
Dominated.
Yeah, totally. And, well, Daniel Naroditsky setting up the traps because, I mean, I am just thinking there's a big threat in the position of white stepping up with his rook 1 square, and suddenly that could be quite deadly.
That is super sneaky, and actually black has to be really careful right now. Erik Hansen, he's facing a pretty much winning threat now. If white gets to push his rook up 1 square, he will be winning. For example, if the black bishop drops back trying to attack this rook, the rook will sacrifice itself, and after knight captures the rook will simply be replaced. And note how it's defended by the white queen, and now white has conquered the 7th rank. If wherever the queen moves now, it's just game over. If you move your queen out of the way, for example, it's just going to be checkmate. The black king trapped. So, OK, Eric has to deal with this. I do see a bit of a sneaky way, but it requires nerves of steel. And in this position, maybe black can just bring his rook into the action, ignore the threat, and if white enacts it, if white plays the threat, then in this position, black looks like he's losing. If the queen moves out the way, as we mentioned, the white queen would swoop up and deliver checkmate, but the queen doesn't have to move out the way. You can actually counterattack and push a pawn forward and block with your queen. But this hasn't happened. Eric's swapped rooks. He's desperately trying to stop the threat, but...
But OK, I'm not sure I like this, David.
No,
I mean,
because
I'm just
after
thinking, rook takes rook, and now bishop takes rook, and now the queen can swoop in.
Yeah, the queen is going to swoop in, and suddenly black is defenceless. Almost defenceless. You can try and cling on, but the white queen is now going to create eternal threats against your king. Let's go back to the players because it feels like the result might be imminent. Naroditsky has broken through to the black king. The black king, look at this G line now as well. If the white king ever moves out the way, white's rooks are ready to occupy it, attacking that black king. Yeah, Eric, I think he just failed. He didn't have enough time probably, but he just failed to calculate there that he could have allowed the threat and still survived. Naroditsky, he's on the brink. All he needs to do is, OK, keep things simple. Trade a set of rooks.
OK, he gets a
first
check.
he checks.
That's fine.
Yeah. But at some point, he should just trade a set of rooks and then find a good line for his remaining rook. The problem is black will never challenge on the files, on the ranks anymore. No.
And, OK, so there's only really one move for the black king to hide. I mean, he has to hide in the corner. But he goes to the F8 square.
OK.
You said it was only 1 spot.
Yeah, I didn't think this move was possible because it allowed a check, but maybe there's nothing more than a check.
It does feel like white is... I mean, white should start with a check, I think.
Exactly.
Why not flick in a check with the white queen? You can bring her, check the black king diagonally, as he does.
As he does. And now the king goes back to where it came from. And now I'm just thinking, if I could check, well, if white could check the black king with a rook on the G line, then it would be game over.
So, for example, you could trade a set of rooks here.
Exactly, trade the rooks and then step aside with the king or move the rook up one square.
Yeah, so white's king, if it just moves out the way anywhere, then the white rook will use the square that the white king's sitting on, and it's just going to deliver a deadly check. It's still not the end yet. Okay, we have seen a trade of rooks. It's still not the end yet because black's king will hide in the corner and white's bishop can't join the fun. White's bishop needs to somehow find a diagonal to deliver that kind of killer blow. But I just don't see what Eric's going to do for the rest of the game. He just has to sit and he's just defending, and long term, that's just not going to pay off.
OK, and he's moved his king to the side. So now the black king is standing on an open line. White is getting ready to deliver a check with his rook.
That's a scary check.
I know. Tell me about it, David. That's the kind of move that gives you nightmares. OK, how to defend against this? And you have 1.5 minutes, David. Go.
Yeah, I guess black just has to put the king in the corner either now or on the next move, once the check happens, and just hope. Maybe you can move the black bishop, maybe you can try and move the black queen out of the way somewhere and then use the black bishop to block this G-line, but that's not going to be an eternal solution. OK, he puts the king in the corner. He had to do it sooner or later.
Yep.
Now the white queen, OK, that's sneaky from Naroditsky. He wants to use the white queen and plant her on the top rank, on the 8th row. He's going to use her diagonally and pin the black bishop to the black king. The black knight has to somehow defend now.
Yeah. And there you can see that Daniel is like rocking backwards and forwards. But OK, there is a kind of scientific explanation to this. It's just simply calming him down. OK, now we have a move from Eric. He's just moved his bishop out of the way. It's no longer lined up against his king, so
if white gives a check now, if white brings his queen to the d8 square to check on the top row, then black's actually going to block with his own queen. So black's queen will actually hide next to the black king and block any potential check. So it's not quite the end yet. It's hanging by a thread, but there's no finishing touch yet.
OK, so now that if there's no direct way to win the position, then I'm just thinking all you need to do is improve one piece, and that's the dark squared bishop. Ideally, I would like to reroute her maybe to the E1 square and then over to the H4, and then we got it. You're in.
You're in, and right now, Naroditsky, he has lined up the white queen and rook, using a bit of teamwork there. Now, the black queen can never, ever move away because the white queen will just come up and deliver checkmate, trap the black king in the corner.
And he's under the minute on the clock now, Eric Hansen.
Yeah. I mean, actually, the more I think about it, there's just nothing that Eric can play.
He's paralysed.
He's totally paralysed. And there is the deadly threat of actually relocating the bishop to a better diagonal. OK.
OK, sensible there. He's just covering the 8th row, the 8th rank with his queen. So no checks at the moment, but your plan, Jovanka, it takes a while, but it's effective, right?
Right, it takes 2 moves and then you're in.
Yeah, so white's bishop is the only piece that can be improved right now. It's also slightly tempting at some point later on to push white's h-pawn forward. Got to time it correctly, but you just need a bit more ammunition. It's as if you're banging on the door right now. Your opponent's just trying to hold that door and trying to keep you out. But as soon as you add an extra piece, you add a bit more firepower. Yeah, you're going to crash through.
Exactly. And there's a famous chess expression. You've got to invite everyone to the party.
And that bishop, it's found its invite.
OK. And we have... I didn't expect that move from Eric because it has a consequence, you know. Yes, it attacks the queen, but at the same time it concedes another square for the white queen to use, and I'm primarily thinking of just moving the queen forward, but maybe that's not possible.
Yeah, I guess the idea is if the white queen goes to a certain square, then the black knight, would have captured a pawn. So white's queen just defending the f4 pawn. And now black's king's found a safe square on a light square. That's key. White has a dark square bishop, so the black king has to hide on light squares. OK, Eric, it's still ugly, it's still difficult, but he's fighting, he's defended well from what looked like an almost hopeless position. He didn't just sit still. I like that pawn push, actually. It wasn't on my radar either, Jovanka.
No, I mean, it's a great move, actually, and there's a consequence of actually moving the bishop 1 square backwards.
And I just want to mention, there is a result in another game. Wesley So lost to Vladislav Artemiev here in round 11. If Naroditsky wins this game, he's going to be on 6 points, same as Wesley So. That would be a shock before the tournament.
Yeah.
If we thought of that as a scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. And a bunch of moves.
Yeah, a bunch of moves. Not too much has changed. White's just trying to maneuver his pieces around, trying to find the optimal squares for them. Black's just playing the waiting game. Black's sitting and thinking, OK, I don't see a breakthrough from my opponent yet, so maybe I'm OK. And, OK, Eric just has to keep waiting. Move the black bishop, move the black knight, maybe. There's still no threat for white. I would probably just move the black bishop. I'm not sure where, but I don't want to move the black queen. I don't want to touch it. OK, he just pushes a pawn. That's also a good way of waiting. Putting a pawn on a light square, just in case for an endgame, that pawn might have been vulnerable. And still there is the question for Naroditsky, how to activate white's bishop. It still doesn't have a route into the position. It's still dominated completely by the black knight. And actually, white's pawns are in the way of that white bishop. White would love to say, OK, pick up the d4 pawn and take it, please. Because that d4 pawn, white's pawn in the centre there, it's blocking white's bishop's route into the heart of black's camp. And, OK, Eric just waiting with his bishop. I'm struggling to see the way forward for white.
I can't see it either. I mean, that was a really nice manoeuvre that Eric has done just to consolidate his position, because it's all about entry squares, it's all about activating the queen and the rook and penetrating into the position. Not possible now. And you can actually see that Daniel has been reduced to retreating his queen from a very active square and now just moving around with his bishop.
Yeah, but where's that white bishop going? It's on an even worse square than it was earlier.
Yeah, I know. Oh, well, such things happen.
Such things happen, indeed. And that's why notice how black's knight is just sitting where it is, because if black's knight ever moves, white's d-pawn, white's central pawn will push forward and white's bishop will suddenly explode and come to life. So black is just waiting with his bishop.
Exactly.
That's the only piece he can move.
And he's actually doing your technique, David. Very instructive, which David gave us some insights on how you should handle these positions when you don't have so much time on the clock. You know, don't take a direct action. Just simply maneuver your pieces, wait around for a bit, and your opponent might be lulled into a false sense of security.
Will we see a draw here, Jovanka? We've seen this position twice now. This is the second time we've seen this exact position. Naroditsky, body language-wise, looks like he's suddenly realising there's not much fun to be had. There's no way to break through. I would personally try to play for the win and go around and round a bit just to hope that there's a way that the opponent blunders. But, OK, he does have less time than Hansen now, and he brings his rook back to where it came from. This is the second time we've seen this position as well. If white brings his rook behind the white queen, that will lead to a draw. That will be the third time we will have seen that position. So Naroditsky, moment of truth for him. Is he going to keep pressing, or is he going to admit that Hansen's just defended too well?
And 10 seconds now.
And he brings his rook back. It's the third time we've seen it, I think. Or maybe I'm wrong.
No,
not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. Normally I'm great at calculating that. No threefold repetition yet. If white brings his rook back, that will be a draw this time. And
OK, now's the moment of truth.
There we go.
Yes.
It is a draw. And Hansen holds miraculously.
Wow. OK, Daniel Naroditsky, we can see he's not too happy about this, as you guys mentioned. This was a game he wanted to win in the fight for qualification to knockout stage. A draw, no crisis. And wow, the drama continues. We're going to head into another game still going on here in round 11. Magnus Carlsen fighting with Anish Giri in an endgame. OK.
And great timing. We've jumped in and it's stalemate. Black has an extra pawn and an extra bishop, but white's king cannot move and it cannot be checked. It's a draw.
OK, so David, you can choose. Which game should we analyse? Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen that we jumped into when it ended, or Daniel Naroditsky, Eric Hansen?
Let's check out this Carlsen-Giri game.
Yes, let's do it.
Yeah. We joined it late, but it was in the endgame that Giri managed to find the draw. He was, Magnus managed to find the draw. Giri was the one putting the pressure on for the whole game. And here, Magnus using all of his endgame skills, all of his nous there, all of his knowledge to force the draw. And actually here we saw black with an extra pawn try to push it forward. Black tried to kick away the white knight. White's knight attacked the black bishop and the black pawn at the same time. And it was in this position after the black bishop moved that Magnus showed a really instructive endgame trick that everyone at home needs to know. He gave up his knight for a pawn, and then he just planted his king in the corner. He put his king in the light square corner, and this endgame is a well-known draw. Black, because he has a dark square bishop, can never control the promotion square of his pawn. And if you have this type of situation, just hide your king in the corner, and no matter what black tries to do, you will always just be stalemated. Black can never evict that white king away. And that's why in the final position, a few moves later, we saw this stalemate and a draw.
Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Daniel Naroditsky, they are both right outside the top 8 to qualify for the knockout stage. They face each other here in round 12, coming up in about 10 minutes in this tournament, where we have partnered up with Aimchess.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and I remember my name. I remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Aimchess is a great tool to use if you want to improve your chess, and of course you want that. And every day in the show here, David analyzes one of our viewers live here in the show, your performance online. And if you head into Chess24 community and leave a comment, every day one of you we will choose for David to analyze your performance using Aimchess. And today, David, who are we analyzing?
Today is the turn of Stefan Lam from Mauritius, actually. And Stefan has submitted their username on Chess24, and this is the Aimchess platform. It's also available in the app. I have analysed Stefan's most recent 39 Blitz games on Chess24, and here we see some really interesting numbers. Let's start with opening numbers. Stefan here has 87% accuracy in the opening compared to 85% average among players of Stefan's rating, so that's great. Great numbers there. Tactics as well, pretty decent. 59% on tactics compared to 63% of players of a similar rating. So maybe a little bit of work, maybe some tactics, some puzzles would be helpful there. But it is in the endgame area that Stefan really maybe struggles. 27% win rate and 48% would be average. So it's clear, endgames, that's the area to work on. Meanwhile, advantage capitalization is very, very good, winning those advantageous positions. Resourcefulness, not great. So maybe working on puzzles again would help. Tricking your way out of bad positions is how the top players do it. And time management, decent too. But let's check out more stats in detail. And here we see a win rate. Here with white, Stefan is getting 40% wins. That's decent, but could be improved. With white, you want to press an advantage usually, and losing 55% of the games isn't always great. With black, however, it is a bit worse, 32%, and losing 68% of those games. And if we keep going, we can check out the opening stage. Actually, Stefan was quite good here, so we don't need to go into too much detail, but we can see the stats with both colors, the losses, the gains, and more importantly, in the popular openings, how Stefan scores according to the different openings that he faces. And Sicilian defense, French defense, you can go into more detail in these games. You can get personalized lessons. We'll check out that in a moment. I definitely recommend Stefan getting Aimchess and checking out those stats. Again, more opening details here. Advantage capitalization, you can compare yourself to the average. 92%, which is very strong, actually, very decent for a player of Stefan's rating. Stronger than the 81% average in this rating group. And resourcefulness, this was one of the areas that Stefan struggled, only saving 15% of these difficult positions compared to 31%, which is the average. And tactics, again, I mentioned, do your puzzles, go into Chess24 or Chessable, do more puzzles, practice them, and those will rack up more points. And actually, I just wanted to point out one final thing. In the end game here, Stefan, it is actually one of Stefan's worst areas of the game, or one of the areas that needs most work. And here I would definitely recommend checking out some of the details, hearing about some of the experts of chess, what they say, reading about some of the general rules, but more importantly, going to your games, checking out these personalized lessons, and improving on what has gone before. This endgame, Stefan failing to spot, for example, that it would have been a checkmate after rook check and rook takes rook. So go back, practice, and actually as they say, practice makes perfect. This will definitely lead to a gain of a few hundred ELO points.
Yeah. And you can also check out what day of the week you should play chess when you do well, and what day you shouldn't play chess. That's my favorite statistic to check out. And we're going to talk a lot about those statistics and numbers today because it is very interesting scenarios going on in this tournament. 8 players fighting to go through to the knockout stage. And later on, Chess Numbers is his name on Twitter. He's going to join us before rounds 14 and 15. To take us through some scenarios. Who can still qualify? Who is out? What needs to happen for players to qualify? And we're going to follow Naroditsky and MVL, 2 of the players fighting to qualify in the next round. In round 13, we're going to follow Vidit and Anish Giri. Both of them are not only great chess players, but getting into the streaming industry. We are talking a lot about chess streaming today, having Daniel Naroditsky as one of the players. And we had a funny moment in the show yesterday with Daniel Naroditsky. He's great at doing impressions. So we asked him, after a great performance yesterday, what he thought Garry Kasparov would think about his playing.
Naroditsky, he does, play King's Indian, decently, but he's missing some, technique, some class, but he has a couple lessons, with Russian coach, would really, serve him well. But yes, I did enjoy his game so, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
That's
made my day.
Wow, that's impressive stuff. Wow.
Thank you.
A man of many talents. That was impressive stuff.
It was incredibly impressive. I've heard him do, Daniel Naroditsky, I've heard him actually do an impression of Yasser Seirawan, which is pretty good as well. So you should definitely check him out. That Kasparov impression was on point.
Yeah. What was sort of the we loved the impression. Sounded like Garry Kasparov.
Yeah.
Was there something in what he was saying about Daniel Naroditsky's performance as well?
Yeah. I mean, he was critiquing his own games, his own openings. I mean, that's very self-aware of him, and I just love Daniel Naroditsky. I mean, his chess style, his opening repertoire is vast. He plays everything. His repertoire of impressions as well is vast. He can impersonate all sorts of accents, all sorts of players. It's fascinating. Definitely worth a check out on YouTube.
Yeah, what a cool guy, Daniel Naroditsky. And we're talking about the entertainment industry. And the question of the day, do we have some cool answers?
Yeah, we do. We're asking, what is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And Elias Dudi says, George Constanza playing chess in Seinfeld. It's my favourite scene because it's so relatable. When you think you have the game in the bag, you lean back, calm and confident, and you blunder. Typical. Yeah, I totally agree with Elias there. And David Kostal says that their favourite chess scene is from TV series Modern Family. I love that show. A young kid lets his stepfather win because the father is a terrible loser. But then the father starts trash talking to him, so he beats him with a scholar's mate. Love it. And Yerki Valstad says that there's a movie called The Dark Horse showing chess to be a force for good. Really lovely, showing the progress of young people's character. That film is actually on my bucket list. I really want to see it. It's from New Zealand and it's meant to be amazing. So if you want to enter our quiz of the day, tweet your answer using hashtag ChessChamps, or you go to the Champions Chess Store page on Instagram. Answer there.
All right, go ahead, you guys. We love your answers, bringing us some funny moments in the show here today. And let's take a look now at the results from round 11 in the preliminaries of the Aimchess US Rapid. Some interesting results. Jordan van Fore's a good win for him against Awanda Liang. Vladislav Artemiev winning his game against Wesley So. Wesley So, he almost never loses in the preliminaries, but yeah, losing to Artemiev here. And then Lenier Dominguez-Perez, he won the game against Liam Le. That's important for Lenier. And then Alireza Firouzja, that win against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in that all-French encounter. So this is interesting. Let's take a look at the standings with 4 rounds to go in the preliminaries. Artemiev in sole lead. 1 whole point in front of Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. But then, let's take a look further down the table. Wesley So, Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Anish Giri all on 6 points. Lenier Dominguez now in 9th place with 5.5. Same as Daniel Naroditsky and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vidit on 5 points. Ooh, this is getting tense, you guys. Let's take a look at the 8 games coming up now in round 12. For Lenya Dominguez, it's Alireza Firouzja. And Vladislav Artemiev will now face Vidit, who is fighting to qualify. And Anish Giri now against Wesley So, both on 6 points. We have Wonder Liang against Magnus Carlsen, and the game we will follow. 2 players fighting to qualify. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and Daniel Naroditsky. Obviously, we don't have Aimchess stats for Naroditsky. This is his first tournament on the tour, but when we see Maxim stats, what should Daniel focus on in this game, David?
Daniel maybe needs to take the game to the endgame if possible, because everywhere else, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is fantastic, especially on advantage capitalization and in time management.
Yeah, and Daniel, it's when he's going down on the clock, when he's struggling with time, that he has maybe not been able to capitalize into winning. So in this game, it's going to be interesting with the clock use, because Maxim is playing so fast.
Yeah. And we've seen that be a double-edged sword, you know, whilst Maxim, when he's playing well and he's playing in form, then of course the clock is his best friend. But here it seems to be a little bit of his enemy, because he seems to be making very quick decisions and making mistakes. Yeah. So that's something that Daniel will have his eye on. Like I said, I agree with David. Take Maxim into an endgame. We've seen Maxim make some mistakes.
And, well, only 4 rounds left. Maxim is on 5 points. He's going to have the white pieces in this game, David. Do you think this is a must-win situation for him to qualify for knockouts?
Completely agree.
Yeah.
Must-win situation. He's also facing someone in direct competition for those top 8 places. Actually, right now, Naroditsky slightly above Vachier-Lagrave. And we've seen both knights develop. So a Reti opening here. This isn't what Vachier-Lagrave normally goes for. That shows he is desperate to win. He's not playing an opening that Naroditsky can have predicted. And, OK, meanwhile, just a few pieces developed and a pawn being pushed there. Naroditsky, in his impression, his Garry Kasparov impression earlier, talked about the King's Indian defence. This is the King's Indian defence.
Perfect.
Naroditsky giving White the space, the centre for those pawns. Look at White's pawns right now. They are glorious. But Black is going to strike back against them later on, because Black is slightly ahead in piece development, Black having already castled away. And this is still very standard stuff. Vachier-Lagrave, he has to choose what line he wants to go for. OK, he brings his bishop out. That's known, but not the most common. It's definitely not the most common, and maybe aiming to surprise Naroditsky at this early stage.
I have to say one thing, though. I haven't really seen Maxim Vachier-Lagrave play into the main line of these Queen's Pawns openings.
No, I've seen him do it on several occasions, but not necessarily in the King's Indian. Actually, many years ago, in 2010, I played a tournament in Switzerland against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, and I tried to bluff him. I was white, and I thought, OK, let's just push some pawns. And I thought, he'll never go into the King's Indian. Of course, he went to the King's Indian, and he beat me. So he knows more than... OK, his opening repertoire is very, very narrow, but he knows quite a few things in lots of different areas. And we'll see whether that pays off here. He probably has the knowledge, but not the practical experience, right?
Yeah. And that could be something that could cause problems. When I'm looking at the possibility of what Black can do, I can see that Black has a whole range of answers. He can, first of all, chase the bishop away by moving the h-pawn 1 square. He can also just ignore things and just develop his knight to the d7 square. Another potential move is for Daniel to actually pick up his c-pawn and move it 2 squares to the c5. He can also develop his light-squared bishop. I mean, it's so much choice. I could go on and on and on. I think there's
basically any move is fine.
Yeah, basically, I mean, there's about 20 viable moves. OK, so...
And one of the moves you did mention is on the board. So Black pushing a pawn, trying to challenge White's centre, and White has just blocked things up. No trades yet. OK, Naroditsky, he's insisting. He wants to open up the position while White's king is in the middle. And look at Naroditsky's body language, actually. I've played him over the board myself, and this is how he sits when he's trying to remember, when he's trying to recall. And because Vachier-Lagrave chose not the most common line, Naroditsky maybe hasn't faced it too many times before, or maybe hasn't studied it for many years. That's why he's not suffering right now. He's just in recall mode.
Yeah.
And, OK, Vachier-Lagrave, meanwhile, just sensible chess, bringing a bishop out. White is only 1 move away from castling.
I was just going to ask, do you think Naroditsky will capture a pawn? And the answer was yes, he captured. But
pre-moving.
Yeah, it does. Yeah. He played very
When we don't
quickly.
hear the ding, it's usually pre-move.
Yes. But this is a really interesting capture that Maxime has done, because my impression is if you're just looking at playing for a small advantage, you capture with your king's board towards the center. If you're looking for a little bit more fun, then you capture with your c-pawn. And then it's all about space, and it's all about maintaining that stronghold on e4. Okay.
Interesting decision.
Definitely an interesting decision.
Yeah, and OK, black has actually just kicked away the white bishop. I just want to highlight Jovanka's point in this position after black captured. If you take towards the centre, you maintain two very strong pawns here, and later on you can aim to push one of them forward. This is actually called a Benoni pawn structure. Benoni meaning son of sorrow, but instead white just keeping things nice and simple, symmetrical as well. And after the bishop was attacked, just retreating. And just talking about long-term factors here, because we're going to enter a manoeuvring stage for the next few moves. Long-term, white is doing great. White has the space advantage, just like in a game we covered previously with Naroditsky. This pawn actually clamping down on the position, stopping black's knight from ever developing to its dream square. And also, the pawn in front of it potentially weak in an endgame. If we see the white bishop ever entering this square, then there's a clear target for it. So actually, we mentioned that maybe Naroditsky's strategy would be to take it into an endgame. I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe his chances will lie in the middle game. And one idea from Naroditsky could be to bring his rook to an open file. OK, first he brings his bishop out, and that's because he has less space. He's a bit cramped, as I mentioned, because of this strong white pawn, so he's just going to trade pieces, and that's a key idea. And white's knight is dropping back. Vachier-Lagrave arguing that actually you want to keep knights on the board because the position is actually quite blocked, and knights are better than bishops in those block scenarios. And if we do see a bishop trade, which I think we have just done, then it's slightly more pleasant for white, but black does have trumps himself, because black is ready to try and strike on this central line, and black is also ready to develop his remaining pieces to decent squares. The knight will come out, maybe head towards the centre, and it's going to be a complex middle game.
Sorry, I'm a bit confused by this whole thing, because I just think that this is not the most ambitious way for white to play.
Vachier-Lagrave, though, maybe he's just trying to get out of the opening. We've seen him have a few opening disasters throughout the tournament. Maybe he's just trying to get a position and slowly push forward later without too much risk.
Well, I mean, if he does manage to actually extract an advantage, it will be actually quite a monumental game in this type of systems, especially with this pawn structure, because there's only one real imbalance here, and that's to do with the E line, who has control, and when it comes to the placing of the knights. I don't know. I'm just personally not a fan of capturing with this king's pawn at all. Yeah,
earlier. Yeah, that was a big decision, that which way to capture with your pawn. Maybe Vachier-Lagrave not playing the tournament situation, simply not realising, OK, you need to take big risks if you want to win. But, OK, the position is rich enough, still full of resources for both sides, that all three results are still possible. Note this last move, by the way. White's going to try and put all his pawns on light squares if he can, because he's got a dark square bishop. But more importantly, he's pushed his pawn in order to stop black from breaking open that left side of the board. White is just going to try and control all the squares. White needs to actually just keep all the pieces on the board if possible. And if he's able to do that, then maybe he can start pushing his pawns on the right side. I don't really see a plan, though. As you mentioned, Jovanka, it's hard to envisage white ever creating enough to try and win this game. Black is pretty solid. And, OK, queen coming out now. Black is also the one starting to create some action, starting to create some threats. And that's what Naroditsky thrives on, when he's got something to do, when he can be slightly creative, but also put some pressure on and play for those tricks. So, OK, white's pawns now all landing on light squares. They're all protected, but slightly loose. Actually, I'm looking at the white knight on the c3 square right now, undefended. I'm wondering if black can try and play against that. I don't see a way at the moment, but that's the thing. That's the type of thing that will decide these middle games, these loose pieces, these small 2-3 move tricks here and there. If black is in doubt, if he can't make any big progress, then he'll just try and improve his rook in the corner. And that would be by probably just lifting his rook in the centre up one square and doubling them up on the only open E line.
That's the move that I actually would play without too much hesitation, because, you know, you don't need to do anything fancy with the black queen. It's more about the rook, and it's more about getting everything in their optimal spaces and just waiting to see what white does, because it's up to white now. Whether he wants to generate some play or whether he simply wants to just eliminate the tension and just liquidate.
Fully agreed. And okay, he doesn't just go for the simple approach. Naroditsky continuing to create threats. He's actually attacking now that undefended knight that I mentioned a moment ago. And it's not that easy to defend that knight. White doesn't really want to move it. Maybe you can retreat it, but you will end up on a worse square. You can't protect that knight with your queen. Maybe you can, but if the white queen steps forward next to that white knight to defend it, then black's knights are going to jump out, start to attack that white queen. Therefore, Vachier-Lagrave decides, OK, you have to retreat the rook, bring it back in the direction it actually just came from in order to defend that knight. But suddenly, black is the only one who's going to gain control over this open line on the e-file.
Wow, the bar shifting sides here. And I am keeping an eye also on the game between Anish Giri and Wesley So going on down there. They're both on 6 points. It would be a shock if Wesley was suddenly in a situation to be knocked out. And the bar is over to Anish's side here. Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to recall, Wesley, he's the only player who's qualified for every knockout stage, right?
Yes. Yeah.
He's in every single tournament. Some of the others, they've been absent for one tournament, or Aronian, I think, failed to qualify once. But Wesley, he's never been in this much danger with so few rounds to go.
It could be the pressure, you know, because he knows that he's jostling with Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and I just have to mention as well, of course, we know the bonus point system heading into the final is a little bit complicated, but basically, for every 10 points, you have half a bonus point in the final. And if Wesley was to not qualify and Magnus wins the tournament, gaining at least 40 points, that's 2 extra points in the final.
Wow. And that's significant, especially at this level.
Yeah.
And, well, we actually have David's plan in operation, where black has just simply doubled the rooks on the E-line. And Maxim just sidestepping with his queen. Doesn't... Again, I just feel that white is now purely on the defensive.
Yeah. You're still not impressed, Ivanka? I do think that black's going to have the fun for the next few moves at least.
I'm afraid of that, actually. You know, I'm a big fan of Maxim. I love his tactical style. I love the way he calculates so quickly, and it's extremely resourceful. But here, in this particular position, I just feel that he just hasn't achieved anything out of the opening. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. And I think his big hope here for Maxim, firstly, OK, the clock situation as usual. Maybe Daniel will get low on time and make a few small slips here and there. But the hope for Maxim, other than that, on the board at least, is that black fails to come up with the correct plan. And if black kind of just mills around and just plays some kind of complacent, lazy moves, just slowly moves back and forth, then white can start to improve. Maybe white's rooks will finally start to challenge the black rooks later on. The black d6 pawn as well could be a target potentially. It usually is in these types of pawn structures. But Naroditsky, it's not his style to just sit and wait. He will initiate something, and there we go. He's brought his knight to the edge of the board. Not usually recommended. We always mock these knights on the side of the board. But here he has opened up the black dart-squared bishop on a great diagonal. And if white is careless, actually that black knight might well jump back towards the centre later.
Yeah. And it's kind of a very common manoeuvre there in these kind of positions, because one thing you can do is actually, at the right time, activate the dart square bishop and jump in with the knight 1 square further to the f4. So, I mean, obviously you have to time these things, but the possibility's there.
It's in the air, right? And again, it's not easy for Maxim to even come up with a move, to be honest.
And also, are you even threatening to actually jump in with the knight tactically to the g3 square?
Wow, that's sneaky, Ivanka.
Yeah.
So if white just makes a move, I'm trying to think of a random move.
Just make a random move. I don't know, move the rook.
OK, this one? Or...
Yeah, just move that one, just to illustrate the point.
OK, then the black knight could well just jump in, and suddenly this pawn looks like it can stack on a knight, but this pawn is actually overworked. It has to also defend its bishop, and if you take the knight now, rook takes bishop, and look at this, the queen's actually trapped. The white queen would just black squares and would drop off the board.
How serious, actually, it is the case. So that move that we kind of highlighted wasn't the best move in the position, but the most natural move is actually to move the rook. That's on f1, move it to e1. I mean, can you get away with doing your... OK,
this would have allowed maybe something to do with a pin. Sorry, on the E-line. Black here could, for example, bring his bishop out, try and overwhelm this bishop, which cannot move. He could also bring his knight forward and say, OK, I'm attacking your queen. You can't actually take me, because the rook behind it would drop. But Vachier-Lagrave, he's gone for something else. He's gone for a more ambitious move. He's brought his knight forward, attacking a pawn. But, Ivanka, is this...
Hang on, wait 1 second. I just saw the bar.
Wow.
The bar just went... all the way up.
It went crazy because Black could actually have almost won the game on the spot. This was hidden. This is not easy. I don't blame Naroditsky for not finding it. Instead, he retreated his queen just to defend this pawn. Whoops, this pawn. But the winning move actually would have been extremely difficult. Pushing the pawn forward, saying to this white knight, actually, take me, go forward, win a pawn for free. But no, this is not a free pawn because suddenly rook takes bishop, sacrificing the rook. And after the pawn recaptures, giving up the second rook as well, giving up both rooks. This is why, I mean, it's not human. He didn't find it, but queen takes would allow a pin. Bishop here, pinning the queen and winning the queen. And this would actually have led to a win for Black, but it's hidden. It's just not human nature to give up a pawn and sacrifice both rooks. And also there's some calculation to be done, for example, in a position like this. If you ignore the gift of a second rook, if you drop the white queen back, you still have to work out more details here with Black to justify your sacrifice. But, okay.
But David, we have fire on the board because Maxim, you know, there was that potential tactical mishap, but, you know, it was too difficult to spot. But now Maxim is really going for it by pushing a pawn forward, not caring about the safety of his king, and is now attacking Naroditsy's knight. Now, if Daniel has to retreat his knight, what are the consequences?
Yeah, I think
has white gained from this pawn advance?
That looks like the only safe square. And, for example, if we do end up seeing a trade, you're right, this pawn advance, it looks like it gains some nice space, but look at the white king as well. It's got a lot of air in front of it, and if the black queen ever manages to find its way over to the other side of the board, then suddenly white will regret pushing this pawn forward and weakening his monarch. So, yeah, it's a double-edged sword, this pawn push. Yes, you're attacking the knight, but once the knight drops back, maybe Vachier-Lagrave's best bet is to actually not go for these trades. Use this knight as a defender of the white king. Step it back and say that, OK, I've opened up the white king, but at least it has a nice defender in front of it. Yeah, risky stuff from Vachier-Lagrave. He's taking big, big gambles, but that's because he needs to win, right?
Yeah.
That's because he's looking at the standings. He knows in order to qualify, in order to cement his place in the tour standings, he needs to provoke Naroditsky into a mistake.
And I also think it's the position maybe demanded this type of action as well, because otherwise, I mean, white was simply suffering on the defensive. Yeah. This way, we have a fight.
Yeah. Also, maybe Vachier-Lagrave realised that actually there was a threat in the position. Black's pawn was trying to come forward, as we showed in that winning line, to try and destabilise white's knight in the centre. And now it's less attractive for black to do that, because white's pawn here does control that f5 square, and therefore black is less likely to push a pawn. But the fact that Naroditsky's thinking means that maybe he's considering something a bit drastic, something a bit fruity.
Yeah. He's looking for every possibility because, you know, when there's opportunities come a-knocking, you need to be there to open the door. Whilst Naroditsky is thinking, although he seems to have disappeared from the screen, I do have to share with you some more answers from our quiz of the day, where we're asking, what is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And Virender Sawant says, Hikaru's cameo appearance in TV series Billions.
Oh, yes.
Here's a position from a scene where Hikaru delivers a pretty check. Is it checkmate?
Yeah.
Checkmate, yes.
OK, cool. Well, that would be a situation where the moving of the pieces would be perfect, I suspect.
I would be very surprised if Hikaru got that a bit wrong. And Miguel Aravo says, of course, there are plenty of scenes in the Queen's Gambit. OK, the knight has retreated. But one of my favourite scenes is this one of Malcolm in the Middle. When I was a teenager, I loved that show, playing chess and talking about chess stuff. I felt great because I knew what they were talking about. Yeah, Malcolm was very smart. I liked him.
Yeah.
And Asger says from the movie, well, from TV series The Wire, was when D'Angelo caught, OK, so the knight has retreated, taught Bodie and Wallace how to play chess. Y'all can't be playing no checkers on no chessboard. On a very basic level, the idea that they would use chess pieces to play checkers is brilliantly realistic. And the text is pretty good, actually, because I've got it here. It's like, castle can't move like that. Yo, castle move up and down and sideways like. And I like the way it describes the queen. OK, hang on. OK, so the queen...
Talking about the queen.
Yeah, it talks about the queen. The queen is... She's smart. She fast, she move any way she want, as far as she want, and she is the go-get things done piece.
That's how we should talk about chess, Ivanka.
Yeah, except I had to replace one word.
Okay. Fair enough. And yeah, not too much has changed on the board. As we predicted, White's knight going back to defend the White King. Black, that did, however, give Black the time to jump into the centre with his knight, kicking away the White Queen. And it's just a bit of back and forth at the moment. Both sides creating a threat, forcing the others to retreat, then taking a time out. Then the other side has time to create a threat, force a retreat. And it's just a bit of jockeying for position and still super tense. The one thing I think speaks in Vachier-Lagrave's favour is the clock times again, because not too much is changing, but the longer this kind of situation maintains and kind of as long as the status quo is not broken, then I think there will be a huge potential to blunder later on in time trouble. Yeah. This is the type of position, as we showed earlier on, there are tricks, hidden tricks in the position, and if Naroditsky gets down to the 1-2 minute mark, if he does make one small mistake, then Vachier-Lagrave, he will be ready to pounce. And he has a huge amount of time with which to calculate later on.
Yeah, wow.
His clock time is very impressive, David.
Yeah, I wish I could be that decisive, that confident in my chess.
Over 13 minutes. That's very, very quick.
Yeah. He's a speedy guy. And meanwhile, it's not clear what Naroditsky should actually do in this position. I'm just trying to think how to improve the Black Queen. The Black Queen forced to step back a couple of turns ago. She looks a bit uncomfortable right now as well. The Black Queen eyed up by White's bishop indirectly. You never want your queen sitting on the same line, the same diagonal as one of your opponent's pieces. But where does the Black Queen go to improve herself? I don't see it yet. And also, what do you do with the Black Rooks? They look nice and pretty, but they're pretty much blocked. It's difficult actually here for Naroditsky to strategize long term. It's also difficult to calculate any immediate threats, immediate kind of short, sharp tricks. And if your plan isn't obvious, it means you're going to burn time, and that's what's happening. He spent 2 minutes on this move. He's got less than 5 minutes now, and actually the board situation is fine for him, but I think that's the biggest factor, the clock. And he does step back with the queen. I was about to suggest this move, but I thought, that looks too foolish. No, not foolish, but pessimistic, and it looks a bit negative to retreat, but maybe it's destined for better squares.
That's true. I mean, I think if the queen steps up to the d7 square, suddenly she starts looking at both sides of the board, and maybe you can even think about a pawn break.
Yeah.
Actual factor.
Maybe a sacrifice later on as well.
Exactly. OK, so the bishop now improves itself to the f4 square. I mean, it's not really clear what both sides are doing, to be honest. So it's a very tense game. Super
tense. And I like that move from Vachier-Lagrave. I'm not even sure it improves the bishop, but just hinting that later on Black will have to calculate a bishop takes knight move, or if that knight ever moves, the pawn behind it on this diagonal might become vulnerable. Again, that's the type of thing to do in speed chess, in blitz chess, rapid chess. Just hint at things to your opponent and they will burn time on the clock, dealing with the ghosts of those ideas. And your move, Jovanka, it's on the board.
He ain't afraid of no ghost. And steps in with the queen.
And now, again, actually, Naroditsky, with his move, he's also hinting at some ideas, right?
Yeah.
So later on, the Black Knight might even sacrifice themselves on the g4 square for a couple of pawns, just to open up the Black King, the White King, to get towards the White King, especially if the Black Queen can follow up. And also your idea of pushing a pawn. Yeah,
I was just thinking if the pawn on h6 steps up one square, then suddenly it starts challenging White's stronghold on g4. And you know what they say, you take the stronghold, you take the castle. And if you manage to disrupt that side of the board, then suddenly the queen will be causing a lot of problems, and maybe even checkmates is in the air.
Yeah, and the White King is not feeling entirely safe. Usually I would recommend stepping the White King up one square just to control some squares.
You told us that rule by Vladimir Kramnik, right?
Yeah. If you've pushed the pawn in front of the White King, where the White King castles, here the g-pawn, then you need to cover the squares that you've weakened, and usually you want to do that with a king. But I'm slightly afraid if White's king steps up that there will be some direct attack against it. Probably not yet. It's probably the move I would go for, just step up the White King one square, but maybe Vachier-Lagrave is looking for something a bit more direct.
I would be stepping the White King up to a light square.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it on the dark square, because then I'm a little bit vulnerable to a potential knight check. And so just so that I don't have to calculate or anything like that, light squares.
Yeah, so we're expecting the king to move forward, just one square to g2, and it happens.
It's happened.
Yep. Sensible.
We got our prediction game on. The bar didn't like it, though, David.
Yeah, it is just good strategy as well.
So.
Just having your king on a light square, your opponent has a dark squared bishop, and there were some light squared holes around your king. The king can fend for itself usually, especially if it has a knight around it. It can control a lot of squares in combination with that knight. So, yeah, he's again asking Naroditsky, how are you going to break through? And I don't see any sacrifices yet. I'm trying to work out whether black can give up his knight for a pawn.
Okay.
Nope. Instead, he plays on the opposite flank.
I was just wondering whether Daniel would actually go for it, and there he does. He challenges on the left side of the board. So while everyone was looking right, he was looking to the left.
It's like in football when you look one way and then you pass in the opposite direction and your opponent's just wrong-footed and can't deal with it.
OK, well, this is a really thematic breakthrough. But, I mean, for me, it's double-edged, actually, because if you take a look at black's pieces, they're not necessarily well-placed to do any form of action on the left side of the board.
Yeah, they're very well centralised and even hinting at going towards the white king. But, yeah, also this pawn break, it has given an open line potentially for the white rooks, which they were previously lacking.
Yeah.
So definitely a double-edged decision there. But Naroditsky, maybe he also thinks this is an opportunity to try and win and try and get up into those top 8 places.
You guys, just take a look at the bottom of the screen.
Wow.
Giri, so the bar is all the way over to Anish Giri's side.
That is scary times now for Wesley So fans. If he loses this, starting today with 2 losses, oof,
yeah, it could, yeah.
He's the king of comebacks, but, you know, certainly not...
Oh, wait. It suddenly ended in a draw. Giri So.
Wow, OK, I'll just have to take a look over there, sorry. OK, the evaluation bar, I think, was a bit excited earlier on.
OK.
It was actually, it's funny, that was the same way that the game between Giri and Carlsen ended, but like a mirror image in exactly the same way. The exact same stalemate happened on the board. So
I see. OK, a draw here. Woo, phew for Wesley. So it's still not 100% sure he's going to qualify, but he needed that draw definitely.
You got our pulses racing there.
Wow, that could have been interesting.
That would have been a really shocking moment, actually.
All right. Well, the bar is moving in this game as well. It's almost down to 0, though.
Yeah, almost down to 0. That doesn't mean a draw, though, in this position because there are so many pieces left on the board. It just means both sides have their fair share of chances. And I like what Vachier-Lagrave has done, actually, on the last couple of turns, bringing the white rook to an open file. The other white rook actually might swing across as well. And if you look at the A and the B lines, the 2 white rooks might well just utilise those to great effect. If they both have time to enter the black half of the board as well, then it's looking fantastic for white. So Naroditsky, he needs to do something quickly on the board and on the clock. And he tries to do that. It's your move, Jovanka, pushing Harry the H-pawn, initiating chaos. He wants to go for the white king. It does feel a bit inconsistent playing on one side and then switching across, but it's got to be done, right? Maybe not here?
Well, I kind of, ironically, I think I must have been sitting next to you too long, David, because I was actually more in favour of the wait-and-see approach. You know, wait for the break to come.
Yeah, nobody should have to sit next to me for 10 months hearing my...
No. I feel like I've improved my chess an inordinate amount. So, OK, now the pawn has moved forward to attack the knight.
So, big decision now for black. To retreat or not to retreat. It looks like there's only one safe square, but OK, he goes for it. I was wondering whether it was possible to sacrifice there, but OK, Naroditsky playing the sensible approach.
This is a really nice move by Maxim. You know, he just maximizes, nice pun, his rook and plays it on a sixth row. And, well, there is a big threat in the position. One of the knights is going to jump into the E4 square and start putting pressure on black's weak spot. This is a traditional weakness in the Benoni kind of structure.
Yeah, the pawn on D6.
Yeah, and it's often the source of a lot of suffering.
Yep, exactly. I guess that's why they call the opening the Son of Sorrow, right? Black does have one weak pawn. You get active pieces to compensate, but if you have one weak pawn long-term, it does give you a few headaches. And OK, Naroditsky, he's saying to Vachier-Lagrave, OK, you can go for my pawn. That white knight can enter the centre of the board right now. Actually, Naroditsky, he's actually encouraging Maxim to fulfil his plan. But maybe there are some consequences. If the white knight jumps forward, maybe the black queen will start trying to enter the action. There we go.
Oh, he just does it anyhow. Wow.
OK, and check from Vachier-Lagrave.
Instant chess, David.
He's not even pausing here. He sees that he's getting the queens off and Naroditsky has just dropped his head. Is he unhappy there? Maybe he missed this move. It's not obvious. It wasn't on my radar. So white is actually giving up a pawn. That's a check. That knight can be taken. But no matter whether black takes that knight with his own knight or with his bishop, white is going to play queen takes queen, get the queens off the board. Black will be riddled with weaknesses after that. Laughing, Ivanka.
I'm just, no, sorry, it's because suddenly Naroditsky was on the screen and then he bobbed it up again and it was just dropped his head. That made me chuckle. It was quite a funny moment.
So we did, a few quick trades there. Yeah. The queen's leaving the board. Black was temporarily a pawn up, but one of his pawns was dropped. Actually, the big weakness in the position that Ivanka mentioned earlier on. And now if we compare the pawn structures, look at white's pawn on that D-line behind the white rook. It's strong, it's protected, it's passed pawn as well, and it might well become a queen later on. Black has double pawns on the F-line. Yeah, strategically long-term, black is actually busted. Black is really suffering, but he needs to find something now. The fact that the evaluation bar shows it's not that bad for black means that he probably has a way to kind of create some threats at least.
I don't think now is the time for black to simply play passively. I think he has to do something active with his pieces. Yeah. So
if you just take time out and defend the black bishop or retreat the black bishop, white will have an extra move to improve his pieces.
Exactly. And so kind of the moves that kind of strike out to me, I mean, first of all, is actually just counter-attacking white's own bishop by either moving the knight back to g6 or even forward to the d3 square.
I think that's the key move. Okay, he doesn't find it. Black here should have brought his knight forward and counterattacked against the white bishop, also opening up the black rooks. But Ivanka, you're surprised to see this. Black just retreating with his bishop, and now white can actually just simplify the position. White can even just take off the black knight, which he couldn't have done after your move. And no matter how black recaptures, the white rook's just going to move. The white knight is going to start going after some of black's weak pawns, and black is just saddled with all these. I mean, this is weak, this is weak, this is weak. This guy's targeted as well.
Yes.
Black's just got 4 terrible pawns, and actually knights are great. They're actually the best piece at targeting weak pawns. This looks like a long-term easy win, actually, for Vachier-Lagrave. It's just completely... his knight is going to completely dominate the black bishop. The black bishop, note how all of white's pawns are pretty much on light squares, or all the pieces at least. It's just going to have no targets. White is simply going to bring his knight forward, and it's a mop-up operation.
Okay,
he's played it.
He's played it. I think that was a really instructive moment that you highlighted there. I certainly learned there about the knight's powerful capabilities. And, OK, is there any hope for Daniel Naroditsky to save it? So, OK, so he's chosen to retreat his pieces in a very passive formation just to hold on to those weak pawns.
Yeah. I guess he needed to in that situation.
I guess so. I guess, I mean, but he really needs to start generating some counterplay. And it doesn't really help, if the bishop is just stuck there on f8.
Yeah. White's going to activate his other rook now.
Exactly.
Maybe bring his knight into the game at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, that black bishop is...
I like your move.
Fix where it is.
I like your move of just activating the white rook. It's not working, so why not improve it?
Yeah, I was going to say to this square as well, because the white knight will, on the next turn, probably jump out the way, and this white rook is sat behind a passed pawn on this d-file. Yeah. OK, black's brought his rook into an active square, but it's not actually threatening anything. It's got no backup.
No. And, OK, that rook move to d1, that was a very nice move because it also was supporting the advance of this passed pawn. And, OK, it's moved forward.
Yeah, it's only 2 squares away from promoting to a new queen. It's going to harass the black rook. It's going to paralyse one of the black rooks.
Bit of a Seinfeld moment from Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, George Constanza. He's leant back. Don't relax too much, Maxim. The position is great.
And with a French Open T-shirt, I can see there. Tennis.
Roland Garros.
Yes.
And, OK, the white knight has, as predicted, jumped forward. Both of white's rooks are doing a great job now of supporting that far advanced pawn. Black's pawns are dropping off. And look at Naroditsky. He's starting to realise it's really dire right now, his situation. There's just too many weaknesses in the black camp. Black's bishop is just so much inferior to the white knight. And, OK, black's going after white's best pawn, but he's going to have to drop some of his own pawns in the process. So white now has options. White can, for example, use his rook and capture the black c-pawn, or use the white knight, go off and capture a pawn on the other side.
I think I would be tempted to capture the c-pawn with my rook, because suddenly 3 pawns fall at once.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
OK,
he's taken knight takes pawn.
Pretty good too.
I think that's good.
Yeah, this should be sufficient, that knight. It actually... Okay, firstly, it's captured a pawn, but it's eyeing up another black pawn, and it stopped the black rook from going and checking the white king, so a few little bonuses there.
Yeah.
Problem for Naroditsky as well, and Vachier-Lagrave has 10 minutes, and remember, he is one of the best in the tournament at advantage capitalization, and this is a huge advantage for white.
Yes. And I can see that Maxim suddenly has gone into full focus mode. And one thing you have to say about these top players in the world, they are ruthless. You give them an advantage and they pounce, and they just never, ever let go. They rarely make blunders. So Daniel Naroditsky just looking away.
Yeah, it's going to be heartbreaking. He almost won the last game, couldn't quite clinch it. Yesterday he ended on a loss, and here he played quite well for 2/3 of the game, right?
Yeah. And, of course, he's fighting for those qualifying spots. OK, the rook moves to defend the pawn.
Yeah, but now it might be time for your move, Jovanka.
Just rook takes pawn.
There's another pawn up for grabs. Yeah, the white rook can take the black pawn on c5. And both the black's pawns on the 5th rank are about to drop off.
I mean, it's also tempting just to come forward with your own rook to... OK, he's just taken the pawn, nice and simple.
Come forward with the king even.
Yeah, I was going to say come even with, and then or move the rook to d5. You know, white has a whole range of options, and now rook takes rook. Okay,
so on the bright side, black has eliminated the most dangerous white pawn. On the negative side,
he's lost 2 pawns in the process.
And once white captures this f5 pawn with his rook, then you have to actually capture with your rook, not with your knight, because the white rook was in the eye line of the black bishop. But now you have captured 2 clear pawns. Those pawns can all be defended as well. White will slowly relocate the white knight to a better square, a more centralized square, slowly improve the white king, and should be a matter of time.
OK, but there is one small threat in the position. So say you make a... I'm trying to think of the most careless move on the board, and I can't see one. I was just thinking the rook could come to d4 and attack the knight and the pawn.
Yeah, and actually that would have forced a specific reply from Vachier-Lagrave. Instead, Naroditsky just putting his rook on an active square, hoping to go for this pawn on the dark square, maybe the pawn next to the white king. OK,
the rook is behind the passed pawn. It's good news, good defensive technique.
I expect white's rook to drop back and just defend that, maybe. You can also make an argument for defending it with your knight. OK, he does defend it with his knight, and also he's going after black's remaining pawn.
Yeah.
It's just greedy from Vachier-Lagrave. But greed is good in this exact situation. And
OK, knight takes pawn. OK, rook takes pawn.
OK, so...
And now we have a situation where, OK, you know, if the black bishop manages to sacrifice itself for those 2 remaining white pawns, then it will be an easy draw.
Yeah. If we do end up in an endgame with rook and knight against just a rook, it should be a draw.
Yeah.
Textbook draw. These players are too strong not to draw that position. So Naroditsky, he does have the hope of eliminating the 2 white pawns. Also, actually, if black does have an extra move here, if black's able to play bishop takes the white knight, theoretically, that is a draw as well. It's actually a very, very difficult draw. But while white has these 2 kind of separated, isolated pawns on the f and h lines, a pure rook endgame isn't sufficient to win. So Naroditsky, he knows his endgames. He was trying to go for that trade, but Vachier-Lagrave said, no, I'm going to keep my knight on the board. Knights, again, they're great at shepherding forward past pawns, and purely because they can control light squares and dark squares, and now centralizing the knight from Vachier-Lagrave. The black bishop dropping back. OK, the knight has stabilized itself. It's on an outpost, anchored by a pawn. Still a matter of time, but Naroditsky, he's defended. I mean, all credit to him. He's defended very well to get this far. And he just needs to somehow set a trap and hope Vachier-Lagrave's a bit too hasty in the conversion stage. OK.
Somehow, I just don't think that's going to be a problem here.
I've been on the receiving end of some Vachier-Lagrave endgame technique in the past. It is, I wasn't surprised his endgame capitalization stats were so high, because once it's kind of an endgame where it's purely mathematical calculation, where you can just kind of methodically improve, he's ruthless.
And I have to say, a lot of the endgame is all about calculation.
Yeah.
It is about, you know, you just have to master how to move your pieces together, how to make them cooperate in the most harmonious way. And then when it comes to tactics, just a calculation.
Yeah, you need to know your basics. You need to know what to aim for at the end, or what's winning, what's not winning. But once you know all that stuff, you can calculate in order to go in those directions.
And I have to say, like, chess resources like Chessable are great for just memorizing those basic end-game positions, because once you've memorized them, you can play them blindfold, basically.
Yeah, I mean, all of the top players, they've gone through this 100 endgames you must know course, right?
Yeah.
And that's a game changer for all of them, no matter how strong or what level you are. And, OK, the black rook, meanwhile, just sitting on this 7th row, trying to protect, trying to stop the white rook from activating itself. But slowly, the white rook's just going to move out the way. Both of the both of the pawns are going to start marching forward simultaneously, and black's bishop can't give itself up for both pawns. That's the problem. It can give itself up for one, but not both.
But I also just wanted to highlight one kind of critical thing that Maxim has done. If you take a look at how he's pushed forward, it's been a collaborative effort. You know, every single piece has been involved. And now I anticipate that he's going to start moving forward with his king. And then suddenly the king will be there helping those pawns advance.
Yep. We have a result in Magnus Carlsen's game against Awan de Liang. A win for the world champion there with the black pieces. So he is challenging Artemiev for the #1 spot here in the preliminaries.
Yeah, lots of decisive chess so far today, as expected, because a lot of these players, they're fighting for their lives. And meanwhile, OK, Vachier-Lagrave fighting for his life. He's pushed all of his pawns forward now as far as they can go, and black's bishop forced to step back into the corner. Yeah, everything's now pretty much trapped for black. You can't activate any of those pieces. You just have to sit and wait. And inescapable now that white's going to push the king forward, relocate his knight, and the only blockader, the only effective blockader is the black king. Once white's knight kind of relocates later and checks that black king away, it's going to signal the end of the game. So, Jovanka, it's time for your move, I think. Step that white king forward onto a light square. I just want to put everything on a white square away from the black bishop.
Yeah.
And then start to work out where to reroute the white knight to.
OK, he steps forward on a dark square. I think that's also fine.
Yep. If he gets checked by the black bishop, if the black bishop ever comes down to the bottom and checks, then you shuffle across.
Exactly. And then you kind of almost get a spare move, because the black bishop will have to actually relocate itself to the same square it came from. OK.
We'll see this in action.
Exactly. King moves to a light square, bishop goes back, and well, see, this is the thing. This is the thing with Maxim. You know, calculation. He's so quick. He's just amazing. You know, bishop takes pawn isn't really possible because the rook will just swing itself across to the f5 square, and suddenly there will be a devastating pin.
Yep. So the black bishop just has to wait instead.
But now I guess he can. He can just move with the king, right?
White king can shuffle across. The white rook can, I mean, it has the freedom of the board. Lots and lots of options here. I would go for yours, Jovanka. Just bring the white king round. If you just shift the white king across, and then the end goal is actually the e6 square to attack the black rook, destabilize the black rook. OK, Vachier-Lagrave just defends his pawn first.
Is Daniel Naroditsky now completely dependent on Maxim making a blunder?
Yes.
With all the time in the world for Maxim, this probably will be a loss then for Daniel.
Yeah.
It's still a matter of time. He still defended really, really well and tenaciously. Naroditsky, he's made it as hard as he can for Vachier-Lagrave, but Vachier-Lagrave's a world-class player for a reason.
He's just being incredibly efficient there. He's actually improved his rook to defend. Well, he's placed his rook behind a pawn. Okay, so the rook is now under attack. It will move. And then once it's moved, now the white king can just step across and go to the critical e6 square.
Yes. And, OK, the rook steps across first. Black still has to just sit and wait.
Yep,
White was... Sorry, go for it,
yeah, I was just saying, now is the time just to move with the king. Oh, OK.
First defending a pawn.
So will Daniel sort of force Maxim to take this to checkmate?
Quite possibly, yeah. He'll at least try it. He'll at least force him to show the winning technique, the winning maneuver. At the moment, Black is trying to pretend he has a fortress with a king and a rook, just blockading the white pawns. So I think once White breaks that fortress, breaks that blockade, then Naroditsky will either resign or let it go to checkmate. But yeah, he's at least asking Maxim these questions. That's what we should all do. We should never resign too early, even if we're 2-3 pawns down. We need to force our opponents to show they know what they're doing. And, okay, maybe Maxim's just not stumbled across this idea yet of bringing the white king into the game.
No, I'm sure he has. I mean, I'm just thinking now he can actually just move his rook all the way to the bottom row and then bring over the king. I think he can even ignore defending his pawn on h6.
Yep. I would just move the white king now, probably, and just ask black what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay, he's moved his king.
Yeah, and the fact that the evaluation bar says plus 100 means that it sees a direct way to checkmate or a direct way to win. But, okay, Maxim going for a flashy approach. He's just given up his pawn. That's so unnecessary. Maybe it wins as well, but why?
Yeah, the bar completely goes down.
But why risk it?
Well, okay, because he's calculated it all out. Knight check.
So he's checked the king. The king is trapped. It has only one square to go to in the corner.
Okay, the king has to step back and then...
Naroditsky's confused. He's trying to work out exactly what's happening here. Okay, he gives up his rook for the knight, and usually rook versus bishop is a draw, but black's king is actually in the wrong corner. It's caught in the wrong corner of the board. If it was in the other corner, for example, if you brought it down to the h1 square, the opposite colour from its bishop, that would just be a dead draw. But no, the black king actually is caught in a checkmating net as well. So Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, using that knowledge he studied before, using pattern recognition, he's about to win this game, but he did it the hard way. I definitely wouldn't have even calculated this. I think keeping those two extra pawns would have at least left some room for error. Now, if he lets the black king run away somehow, then it's back to a draw. But Naroditsky, the problem is, wherever he puts his bishop, the white rook's going to relocate itself. It's going to attack the bishop and try and swing across. The white wants to put his rook. The end goal to win the game for white is to put his rook on the h file, and the black king would actually be checkmated. And I think you just can't stop that from happening. That's the big problem.
Well, Daniel seems to be eager to fight this out.
Yeah. Remember, he's a streamer. He wants to show the fans why the result will happen.
He's got 15 seconds. Okay, he just moves his bishop. And now it's going to be all about what you said, David. It's all about the rook moving to the h line. And now, here it is.
Yeah, Naroditsky tries to stop it, but now it's impossible to prevent it any longer. White's rook is destined to come to h1, and that will end up in checkmate, or the black bishop will have to sacrifice itself, and that will be an easy win with rook against king. Yeah, this is the end. Naroditsky, will he allow checkmate, or will he just resign? Is he going to click that button? He does resign. Vachier-Lagrave takes the win.
That is such an important win for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Not only to qualify for knockout, but to have hopes of qualifying for the tour final overall. It was a long fight, David. Where did Maxim get the win here?
Maxim showed his endgame skills. He knew exactly which pieces he should trade in order to get the advantage. And Naroditsky, the reason he didn't save the draw is because he exchanged the wrong set of pieces. Here, black's bishop is attacked, but he doesn't need to worry about his bishop. His bishop is actually the worst piece. He wants to keep his knight alive. Well, he should try and keep it alive, and he could do that by bringing his knight down, attacking this bishop, saying to white, okay, you can take me, I'm going to recapture though, and black's knight would be super tricky. It's going to hop around, it's going to cause all sorts of chaos and annoyance to white. This would likely have saved the game. Instead, he saved his bishop, allowing a trade of bishop for knight, and as we saw later on in this game, after white started going for all the black pawns, it was just simply impossible to protect them all. These pawns are just too weak, and white's knight had a great time picking off these pawns. That's why we study endgames. That's why we always try to think, which pieces should I exchange long term? And that's what brought Vachier-Lagrave the full point.
Very cool and very important for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Another player fighting for qualification is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, the winner of the World Cup about a month ago. He's fighting here with Erik Hansen, who we know is one of the lower ranked players in the tournament with the white pieces. Jan-Krzysztof Duda will be hoping for a win in this game. The bar is saying 0. Do you see chances for Jan-Krzysztof?
Small chances, but not too many.
You can see he's shaking his head here.
Yeah, I think maybe he had a better position earlier in the game, and he's let things slip slightly because white is a pawn up. If we do a quick count, 4 versus 3 on the same side of the board. But look at the white rook; it is stuck, and okay, the position repeats itself, and then okay, Duda doesn't go for the draw. He plays for the win. He just trades a set of pawns there. I was going to say the reason white can't win this game, despite his extra pawn, is because his rook is just too passive. The white rook can never leave that square because the black queen and black rook are teaming up against the same pawn. And if white can't play with his rook, then there's just no way to win this game. He needs to somehow persuade the black pieces to plant themselves on more passive squares and activate his pieces at the same time, but it's impossible, I think.
I suspect that the game will probably finish quite quickly in a draw. I agree with everything you said. When it comes to these endgames with rooks and queens on the board, it's all about piece activity and king safety. If you have those two constantly in your mind, then it can actually determine what moves you should play. And here, just take a look at white's king. Totally unsafe. Black's king is also unsafe, but hey, it's only a white queen that's attacking it.
Yeah, queen can't give checkmate on its own. And OK, Duda plays for the win, however. He's taking a few risks, maybe, retreating the queen to a passive square. The idea is to free up the white rook. So the white queen now is doing a defensive job. But Duda's shaking his head still.
No, he doesn't like the move, David, and I don't blame him. It doesn't make a fine impression, let's just say.
Because now, actually, if white isn't able to activate his rook in time, maybe black can just clamp down on the position. Black now is going after white's pawn on that h4 square. I'm slightly surprised by that one. I thought maybe he would just sit and wait. But, OK, the white queen forced to defend her pawn on that h-file. She's planted herself on a really, really blocked-in square, though. The white queen was on, was great just 2 moves ago. Now she's no longer.
Exactly, and OK, things are becoming tricky actually for Duda, because here Eric has stepped backwards with his queen and is now attacking the white pawn. And if it is Eric who is attacking white's king, he will be able to attack with the queen and a rook, two of the most powerful attackers that are on the board, and that will be scary times for Duda.
Yeah, it is scary times for Duda on the clock as well. Down to 10 seconds now, and things have turned against him in the last couple of moves. He has to be really careful to hold the balance. OK, he gives up his extra pawn. That is a bit sneaky. That is cunning. He has a specific idea in mind.
I see it, David. He wants to do a trade of mass proportions. So the idea is that if Eric plays the most natural move on the board, rook takes pawn, well, he will reply with queen takes rook, and after queen takes queen, the rook will slide over to h1, and there will be a pin. And this should be a draw.
I think we might well see it on the board as well, Ivanka, so we don't need to show it yet. But if black's rook does take that pawn, then we will see everything get hoovered off the board. Eric, he is a pawn down. I wouldn't be surprised if he just goes for that and allows it to happen in order to secure the draw. I don't think black can actually aim for more. But, yeah, Duda, he pulled on the handbrake just in time, I think, just before he overpressed and kind of self-destructed.
That was a very fine saving resource, because I honestly thought that he was in serious trouble. And I'm just taking a look at his air quality. It's not good.
Not good air quality from Duda, but has Eric disconnected? Because he's going down to 1 second. His time has just run out, but his camera froze about 30 seconds ago. I think if it was a disconnection, he will be given that time back and the game will have continued, but
he has to reconnect, because otherwise he will. Ooh, OK, so this is dramatic, you guys. The streamer, the one who should have the best internet.
Yeah, and he's had no problems all day.
Maybe there's a power outage in Canada.
The worst possible time, on the brink of the draw, with only 30 seconds left on the clock, and time runs out. And Duda, yeah, I mean, he's confused. He's maybe put his hands together, praying now to the chess gods that Eric can't reconnect.
Wow, and you guys, this could be super interesting on the standings as well, because Dominguez Perez has lost his game against Alireza Firouzja. He is stuck on 5.5 points, same as Naroditsky, same as Vidit, and Duda is currently on 6 points, same as Vachier-Lagrave. I mean, a win here could be a lot for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a draw.
It's a dead-drawn position as well. That would be heartbreak for Eric. I mean, yes, he won't qualify, but he's fought so well today in this game as well.
It's the worst sensation as well, to lose a game just because of your internet connection. I mean, you have no control over that.
OK, so remind us about the rules again, David. So if he has lost internet connection, we can definitely see that. What are the rules?
So usually a player, if they are disconnected, they're given a specific amount of time. I thought it was 30 seconds originally, but maybe that's been extended. And if they can reconnect within that time, they're given the time back and the game continues. But if they can't reconnect, the game is declared lost, I think.
Yeah,
Here, he's already been disconnected for 3 minutes.
If it takes longer than the 30 seconds to reconnect, then they will get the time, their original time minus the 30 seconds.
Oh, minus the 30 seconds.
And if that means that they've lost on time, they've lost on time.
Yeah,
so there is...
Eric had, I think, just over 30 seconds when he got disconnected. So maybe it means he won't lose the game. But he'll have to play the rest, the next few moves at least, with only a few seconds on his clock.
Yes.
Okay, I think it would be great if they do continue the game. And Jan-Krzysztof, I know he's a really sporting guy, so he probably doesn't want to win in this way.
No, no one wants to win this way. This is where we put on our Titanic voices and we say, come back.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. No word. I have asked the people in charge of the tournament and the tour what's happening. Waiting for response. What is happening with Erik Hansen? Will he get his time back? Will they finish the game? Will it be a win for Duda? What's happening? You can see it on Duda as well. He is very anxious to find out what's going on.
Yeah, and imagine how anxious Erik will be. Even if he gets back into the game, he'll be panicky, he'll be stressed. It's going to be a difficult few minutes for him to recover. We
haven't seen it in the tour so far. This is the 9th tournament. No one has lost due to connection issues so far.
They've always managed to reconnect in time, quite quickly usually.
Yeah, I think the closest we came to any form of drama was when Levon Aronian suffered a power outage and he had to rely on the internet on his phone and how much battery he had. It was a race against the time. He managed to do it. Wow, that was intense.
Yeah, and I guess Erik as well, because it's his first tournament on the tour, maybe he just didn't have a backup in mind. Maybe he hadn't got that kind of plug-in connection, hadn't had his phone ready with the internet just to... Maybe he didn't expect it to happen. As you mentioned, Kaya, he's just... I mean, he's streaming all the time. It must be a bigger issue here. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda faces an anxious wait, as do we, for the result.
I'm just reading from the regulations. If a player is disconnected when having less than 30 seconds on their clock, did he have less than 30 seconds?
I think it was just over 30 seconds.
Okay.
He's back. Erik is back.
What's happening on the clocks?
We'll see the arbiters. So the arbiters controlling this. We'll see whether they do give him his time back. I think they will. Okay. Still no sign of the time.
Head. Okay.
I don't think we have a result yet. It hasn't been declared, at least. Yeah, I was about to say this is a drawn position, and hopefully we'll get the chance to show why. But yeah, Erik, what's happening here? He must be frustrated. And
yeah, you can see it on him.
Even if he gets the time back, even if he's allowed to continue, it's going to be hard to focus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's one thing in his favour, is that if he is allowed to continue, then it's just a case of just playing rook takes pawn.
Yep.
And
his next move is obvious, at least his first move. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, despite the fact he's had time to think, it won't necessarily give him any winning chances. Probably he's equally frustrated. Okay.
And apparently Duda has offered him a draw through the arbiters.
Okay, that's really sporting.
Yes, very sporting
Duda.
Yeah.
Just goes to show what kind of person he is. You know, very noble gesture there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, for the World Cup winner, for Duda, this not the ideal result because he's still fighting for qualification, but Erik has proved on the board at least that he should be getting the draw, so that would be a fair result, I think. Okay, maybe just while we're waiting, maybe if I just show why the position will end in a draw anyway.
Yeah.
Maybe we can keep an eye on the players just to see why this, see what happens with them. But in this position, if Erik is given the opportunity to carry on the game, then he will play rook takes pawn. The black rook will recapture a pawn. It's 2 pawns versus 2 pawns, level material. And if Duda wants the draw, he will just play queen takes rook. And this is what Jovanka mentioned earlier. He'll simplify everything, giving up the queen temporarily. But after the rook comes across, pinning the queen, we will see everything get hoovered off. Queen takes rook, king takes, and just not enough material left to checkmate. Dead draw.
And apparently a draw has been accepted. So it is a draw. You guys, this game is a draw. A dramatic game ending with a draw. Very nice gesture from Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Dramatic ending to round 12, round 13 coming up in less than 2 minutes, you guys. And we're going to follow Vidit and Anish Giri. Vidit, it's looking hard to qualify for the knockout. Anish Giri still has good chances. All right, it's getting very close, the next round. So let's take a look at results now from round 12. A lot of decided games. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, super important win against Daniel Naroditsky. And now it's getting very hard for the American to qualify for knockout. Alireza Firouzja, he won the game against Lenia Dominguez, who is also fighting to qualify. So that was a devastating loss for Dominguez. Liam Le, he won his game against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Magnus Carlsen, a win against Arwan Liang. And Levon Aronian winning his game against Jordan van Foreest. Let's take a look at the 8 games coming up now, very shortly in round 13. Duda, he will have 10 minutes to rest before his game against Jordan van Foreest. It's going to be Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronian, 2 players in top of the table. All-American encounter Wesley So and Arwan Liang. And Vladislav Artemiev now against Liam Le. For Alireza Firouzja, it's Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Daniel Naroditsky, he needs to win. All-American encounter now against Lenia Dominguez. Erik Hansen against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Still fighting to qualify for knockout. But we will follow the game between Vidit and Giri. All right, and we will have the standings for you shortly when we start the game. But basically for Vidit, it's a must-win situation. What do you expect from this game, David?
I think Vidit, he won't go too far away from his usual style. He'll just try and get a solid opening where he can press and try and put some pressure on Anish. But as we mentioned, he will need to take risks later to try and win. And here we see the number of followers. They are both known as streamers as well.
Yeah, it's all about streaming here today at Vidit and Anish. They're not the biggest streamer here. That is Erik Hansen and Daniel Naroditsky. But both of these two as well, keen on going on the internet and sharing stuff from their games.
Huge fan bases, and rightly so, because they're 2 fantastic players. And they also are great friends, we should mention. They've both appeared on each other's streams several times. And I know Vidit used to second for Anish Giri. He used to help him train and help him prepare openings. So, yeah, they know each other inside out. And it's going to be hard for Vidit to try and win this game on demand. But he really needs to for the standings. Meanwhile, for Giri, it's less essential to win, especially with black. A draw isn't the worst result, but if it comes down to a situation where he can gamble, where he can kind of try and get that full point, then he would love that to solidify his place in the top 8.
And Vidit with 5.5 points. He is in 12th place currently. He is 1 whole point away from that 8th place, so he needs to win, basically, and the game has started.
The game has started, and symmetrical so far. A symmetrical English opening, and all the knights are coming out. So, okay, all 4 knights have been developed, and we saw this yesterday, actually, in a game between Vidit and Vachier-Lagrave. That led to a very, very solid draw from both sides. And that time, Vidit just pushed a pawn. He actually pushed his pawn on the G-file. So he pushed his G-pawn 1 square forward, created somewhere for his bishop to go. Will he do the same again? There are options.
Absolutely. Oh, I was wrong. I was like, he's absolutely going to repeat. But nope, he's not. The surprise is the name of the game, and instead he's pushed his king's pawn 1 square. So the aim of that move is actually to take control of the centre and push his other pawn 2 squares, his queen's pawn 2 squares forward.
Yep, so this is also very well known, and that's happened. And Anish Giri, he's playing copycat. It's 6 moves in, and it's completely symmetrical still. So right now, White has the question, how do you break the symmetry? Do you just wait? Do you just push a pawn? Or do you trade some pawns? Do you exchange in the centre? This is still very well-known stuff. I've had it myself several times with both colours. OK, he does trade in the centre, and Giri takes with a pawn. This allows Vidit's bishop to leap out. And when I was studying this, I actually compared it with a very similar opening, the Nimzo Indian defence, which it transposes to directly, but with reverse colours, meaning that White has a Nimzo Indian defence with an extra move, with an extra tempo. And, OK, Giri trades a set of pawns in the centre. I expect Vidit, if he wants to win, to take with his knight. If you take back with the white pawn, again, the pawn structure is just completely balanced. You need to create some imbalance if you want to win the game. And if White recaptures now with a knight, Black is saddled with an isolated pawn in the centre.
He's captured with a pawn. OK.
Hey, this is the rarer option. Still viable, but I don't know. It's going to be hard to create too much now if Anish Giri is really accurate. I expect Giri now to bring out his bishop and to try and get the Black king castled away from the centre as quickly as possible. White's bishop has created an annoying pin against one of the knights, so you need to rush with castling the king.
Yes, and I have to say, the stats are quite interesting, actually. White does have a healthy score of 63.5%.
Okay, so maybe Vidit's analysed those stats. Maybe he's realising that just historically, black players have struggled to handle this type of symmetrical position.
Yep. And, OK, so I agree with you there. The main plan in this position is just to develop the dark square bishop. You can move it 1 square to e7 or 2 squares to d6. And then the key thing is to get the king castled. And I kind of, you said you compared it to the Nimzo Indian. I've always done a comparison with the Panov Botvinnik variation of the Karakan.
This is a direct transposition
as well now. Yeah, exactly. And
that's why we study all openings if we can, so we can pick a few ideas and transfer them over if we're caught in similar territory.
Yes. And there it's all about just getting your king to safety and all about getting your pieces to their optimum squares. So Anish, having a bit of a think.
And that means we can take a look at the standings now in the preliminaries of the Aimchess US Rapid after 12 rounds. So Artemiev still on top of the table, 9 points, half a point behind him, Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. We have Alireza Varuzia on 8 points, Shakhriyar Mamdjarov on 7, and then 3 players on 6.5 points. Anish Giri is one of those players on 6 points now. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in 9th place, fighting to qualify for top 8. And Daniel Naroditsky now on 5.5 on 11th place, same score as Lenia Dominguez, and Vidit down on 12th place there. So who's fighting here for the final spots here? Is it those players on 6.5, 6 and 5.5?
Yeah, I would say even Shakhriyar Mamdjarov is not entirely safe yet in 5th place because, OK, he's only 1 point above Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in 9th. So if Mamdjarov loses 2 or 3 of the last games, then he will get caught. So I think anyone between 5th and 12th still has a chance to qualify in those top 8. There's still a lot to play for.
Definitely. It's all about not losing any games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very, very important. You can draw, you can win. That would be fantastic. Just don't lose.
Yeah, especially for those players from 5th to 8th. They cannot afford to lose.
Exactly.
They can play solid chess. The others, they don't want to lose, but they have to risk things.
Yeah.
They have to start winning, especially the players on 5.5. They have to probably score 2.5 out their last 3 just to stand a chance. So it won't be easy for them.
And Vidit, of course, so if he wins this one, he has the white pieces, then he's going to be on the same score as Anish Giri. And it's going to probably go to those tie breaks with several players on the same scores.
And that's why, Kaya, I've got my magic calculator. We will go through the tie-break regulations a bit later on to see who will go through if players are tied up on the same score. Meanwhile, as predicted, Black did bring his bishop out. Both sides have now castled their kings away to safety, and we've officially entered the middle game. The opening's over, and now it's down to who can place their pieces on better squares, who can create the threats first, get the momentum going on their side.
So I'm expecting this type of position just using my thematic ideas that White will play either 2 moves, and I was just going to say develop the dark square bishop all the way to g5 just to pin the knight, or this little move, which is kind of got the idea of preventing Black from developing his light square bishop to a good diagonal.
Yep, so this is very sensible stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if actually Anish Giri copies this last move and just stops White, dark square bishop, as you mentioned, Ivanka, from leaping to g5 and creating an awkward pin. That tends to be good opening strategy. You see your opponent's idea, you stop it. Also, long-term in an endgame, this last pawn push by White is really useful because it means the White king will never get back rank checkmated. The White king will always have somewhere to hide. It has a bit of breathing space now. So a multi-purpose move there from Vidit. He looks pretty chilled. He looks pretty calm.
Yeah.
Every time I play Vidit, I get frustrated at how well prepared he is in the opening. He's just always, with White, he always gets a small, safe advantage. With Black, he seems to neutralise everything immediately. And I guess that's annoying as well for Giri right now. He does play copycat, but he knows psychologically it's difficult when you know your opponent's well prepared, blitzing out the moves instantly.
Yes, but having said that, Anish Giri is also renowned for his opening preparation. I mean, he has the reputation of being the hardest working member on the top 10. So,
but maybe less aware of this exact position because he's burnt about 4 minutes on the clock.
And we're still very much in the realms of mainstream theory. This is being played many, many times. And certainly Anish should be able to draw on his knowledge from the Nimzo Indian and the Caro-Kann and just say, OK, this is what needs to happen. The main move here for black is actually to develop the light squared bishop to the f5 square. Another alternative is actually to challenge on the e-line with a rook. But OK, he's played the main continuation. And now white has to do something to be a little bit spicy. And this is the move I wanted to highlight. He has to rock the boat a little bit. And the only way to do that is to go forward with your pieces. And now the knight is on the e5 square and there's pressure on the black knight on c6. So that's why Anish has just moved his rook. And OK, again, they're following stuff, the main moves, and that is to reinforce the knight that is well placed on e5 by putting the bishop to the f4 square. And here is where, if you know your stuff, then it might be attractive to actually play a rather surprising move. It perhaps wouldn't have come so naturally to me. And it's actually to pick up the knights on c6 and to move it to the b4 square.
OK, not to retreat it.
Wow.
Wow.
That's also another move.
I just thought, OK, get the knight out
there's
of
two, but you've got to pick up that knight. And that's maybe not such an obvious thing to think about. I mean, I certainly would have stopped here and perhaps thought about developing my queen, but that would have been a mistake. Okay. Instead, you have to resolve the situation with your knight. You can play the move that David highlighted.
Or you can
bring it forward.
And actually, this would create a really annoying threat, threatening to jump into this square. For example, if white is a bit lazy, just attacks the knight, whoops, we walk into a knight fork. And, OK, Giri doesn't move his knight. Nope, he's moved his rook instead.
Yes, he's moved
it looks
his rook.
like, and Jovanka, you said you have to move the knight. This rook move, is it great? Is it OK? It looks a bit shaky for black because black has to calculate lots of captures here, lots of trades.
It does look a little bit shaky. And there's one game in the database, but this position has been analysed a few times. OK, so the main move in the game continued with the queen moving out to a4 to put even more pressure on this knight.
Yeah, trying to create a pin, trying to put maximum pressure, as we mentioned, OK, on this piece. But no, Vidit just plays maybe safer chess, just improving all of his pieces before getting a bit spicy with his queen, before getting really ambitious. So, OK, all of white's pieces are now in the game. Most of black's pieces in the game as well, but white still has this really strong piece, and that's why it's slightly more difficult for black to play, to try and get rid of this knight. You don't want to trade as well, we should mention. If you ever trade, white's just going to replace that with a strong pawn and dislodge a knight. White gains loads of time, and this is just beautiful for white. So this is all about this knight right now. It's all about whether white can maintain it or whether black can remove it.
All right, these two fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. Anish Giri currently inside top 8, and Chess Numbers, who will be joining us after this round. He has tweeted the possible scenarios and the percentages. It's a lot of numbers. It's a little bit complicated. It takes into account who you're facing, the strengths of your opponents in the last few rounds, but it's saying that for Vidit, he still has almost 11% chance of making it to the knockout stage. For Daniel Naroditsky, it's now down to 2.5%, according to Chess Numbers. And for Anish Giri, 65% chance of qualifying. So it's looking good for Anish, but anything can still happen.
Yeah, those numbers will drop if he loses this game.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's fascinating. I love looking at those stats by Chess by Numbers.
Yeah.
I remember we were commentating on a tournament, and entering the last day, one player, he had, what was it?
0.03%?
0.03% chance of winning.
Oh, wow.
And he won. Gukesh won the tournament, and he qualified for the Champions Chess Tour.
Incredible, yeah. Anything can still happen. We still have quite a few rounds to go here in the preliminaries. This one and 2 more. And Chess Numbers, he's joining us after this round to take us into all the scenarios. Who can qualify and who is definitely knocked out, who is definitely through.
And we do have to go back to the game, and just noticing that Anish played a very unusual move, moving his rook 2 squares forward. I didn't have that move on my radar. I was thinking that he would perhaps connect the rooks by playing the queen out to b6, but OK. That's a strange decision in my opinion.
Yeah, it looks a bit artificial with that rook move. It's on a protected square, but I don't know, it feels like black's pieces are just a bit congested, a bit clogged up. And I'm looking at, for example, the black light squared bishop undefended. There might be some tricks against it later on. Meanwhile, Vidit just improving the white queen. Everything in white's camp is defended, and that's not the case for black. So, yeah, it's still, black has questions to answer. Where to put the black queen? I don't see any active squares for it that don't come with their downsides. I don't see how black gets rid of this strong white knight in the center yet. And the longer that white knight stays there, the more uncomfortable Anish Giri will feel. And you can tell in his body language, he probably knows he's fine, but he realizes this is the moment to focus. This is already quite a key moment. And the evaluation by it might say 0.0, but black is certainly the one fighting for equality here. Black would love to just trade off all the minor pieces, all the knights, the bishops, just simplify the position, and then it becomes clear what to do. But right now, while they all remain, it's super tense.
Yeah.
And Vidit looks calm as anything.
Yes, you mentioned it. It's a key moment, and I fully agree with you. And when it comes to key moments, we're asking for a quiz of the day. What is your favourite chess scene in a film or a TV series? And as always, you can get in on the fun by tweeting, by using the hashtag #ChessChamps, or going to the Champions Chess Tour Instagram page. And Prof. Tagara says, the Queen's Gambit, Beltek against Beth, final game conversation. Beth, I think that's it. Beltek, no, I can get out of this. Beth, I don't think so. Maybe you've gotten here on time. A few moves later. Beth, do you see it now, or we should finish this on the board? And Beltek resigns. Yes. And then, OK, so the Queen actually steps forward and lines herself up on the E-line. OK, this is a nice move by Anish Giri. And I also have to highlight another chess scene from The Big Bang Theory, which is this one is pointed out by Randy Marasigan, who says, I am always intrigued with 3D chess on The Big Bang Theory. I don't understand it, I have to say. But it looks fun.
Yeah, it would be interesting to bring that chess set to the top grandmasters and just go ahead. Yeah, show us.
See if they're as brainy as Sheldon Cooper.
Yeah. And I also quite like Dmitry Stanislav's suggestion, which is Bond, James Bond, from Russia with Love, a chess match scene.
Oh,
1963.
Great movie.
Oh, OK, I'm going to put that on my list as well. Yeah, that is a great movie.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly which game it was from, because the game on the big demo board, as you can see in that picture, it was based on a real game.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, let us know.
Yes. Cool.
Good choices here, though.
Yeah, I can't believe chess is in so many movies.
It's normally in the background, but there are some where, you see the position, and for players who are maybe slightly more experienced, it's a real nugget.
We always just pause the movie and just, OK, what are we seeing here?
I always pause, I think, OK, is the white square in the right-hand corner? And if it is, I'm like, great movie.
Yeah, there's a famous one from Thomas Crown Affair. And usually the chess is kind of highlighted to be an intellectual sport. But in this particular scene, it's like a really suspenseful. The two characters are maybe interested in each other, and there's a lot of romantic tension in there. So that one's quite a nice one.
Meanwhile, there have been, just one big development in the game. There have been a trade of knights. So actually, black put enough pressure on the white knight in the centre of the board that Vidit had to agree to a trade. And I mentioned earlier, if that knight disappears, then Anish, he will be very, very happy. However, now that this pawn structure has been changed, we do see that there is an imbalance. And I do think long-term, from my own experience at least, it favours white. And that is because in the last move, black has recaptured on this square with a pawn. And I'm assuming that we'll see a trade of everything, actually. Maybe rooks coming off the board, maybe even a set of bishops coming off the board. And once white's bishop moves away to a safe square, it can go in any direction. But let's say we tuck it away next to the white king. Now black has a problem because this pawn is actually backward. And by backward pawn, we mean that it shouldn't advance, or it cannot advance. And if white gets the time, for example, if black just makes a move, if white gets the time to blockade this backward pawn with his knight, then suddenly, how are you ever going to get rid of this piece? This knight is on an outpost, it's entrenched here, it's going to control not just the centre, but also the left side of the board. And the white queen is going to have easy targets, isolated pawns everywhere. I just think that this long-term is going to be fantastic for white. So Vidit now, if he just trades all of these pieces, starting with rook takes rook, maybe eliminating the bishops as well, I think he's going to have a small but long-lasting advantage. And Giri still later on will have to find a way to nullify that.
Yeah, that position you highlighted at the end was just a dream.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like much, but it's just white has the freedom to do absolutely everything. Meanwhile, black is just restricted to defending that backward pawn. Very, very a strategical play there that you highlighted.
Yeah, and I guess that's just, I mean, these players will be aware of those ideas as well, right? Just pattern recognition from experience, playing different pawn structures and knowing which pieces to trade. That's why I want to trade now, ideally, especially the dark squared bishops. Actually, Vidit does that, as I say it, because that dark square bishop for black was the controller of the square I highlighted for the white knight later on in front of the backward pawn. So Vidit, he's playing exactly what I showed, but just in a slightly different move order. It'll be pretty much the same thing. So black will recapture this rook, white's bishop will retreat.
Oh, OK. So he captured with the queen. I'm a little bit surprised by that. I thought maybe if you wanted to imbalance things, you can maybe change the nature of the position by capturing the pawn. But OK, it hasn't happened.
That would have been interesting too.
Yeah, now the bishop has retreated. OK.
And now white has this idea, this long-term, strategically really beneficial idea of bringing the knight in front of that backward pawn.
Yeah, and the whole idea is just to clamp down and just control this backward pawn. It's like Nimzovich said, you know, he said, first you block them, then you restrain them, and then you capture them.
Yeah.
I think that's the order.
Maybe restrain, then block, then capture?
Yeah, restrain, block, restrain, block, then capture.
Yeah, but either way, if your opponent has a weak pawn, an isolated pawn, a backward pawn, such as that black pawn on the c6 square that can't advance, then, as Jovanka mentions, you stop it moving, blockade it if you can, then bring your pieces, all of your pieces, to attack it. And, OK, nice move from Vidit there, bringing the white queen to a more active square.
Yep. Yeah, that plan isn't going to run away. Whereas also you do have to keep in check black's potential activity. So if the knight does move to the edge of the board, this is an invitation for Anish to actually put his own knight into the centre and try to balance, or just keep balance in the universe by having an active piece.
Yeah, and actually Vidit, I think he's trying to play the opponent. OK, obviously he's looking for good moves, but he knows Anish really well. They've been training partners for years, and he knows that this is not the type of position that Anish enjoys. Anish likes to have the long-term trump cards in his pocket. He likes to have the better pawn structure, the better pieces, and he likes to use small tactics in order to make those kind of tiny advantages pay off long-term. But here it's actually white who has the long-term advantages, a better pawn structure. Potentially white's knight is going to be better than the black knight. Potentially the white bishop has more targets than the black bishop. So Vidit, he's actually trying to play role reversal here, and he's hoping that Anish won't take the right paths. And I don't like that one, stepping back with the black queen. The black queen was pretty active where she stood. And already it feels like white can start heading with that white knight to the c5 square, as I highlighted a few moments ago. And I don't see black's plan to stop it. Right now, maybe if the white knight moves away, as Jovanka mentioned, black can start entering the centre with his pieces, so you can prepare it, possibly with one move, another two moves. I just don't see what black's plan is long-term. What's Giri's idea with this queen retreat?
Wait, David.
Just waiting. OK.
Just wait and see what...
Right?
No. But needs must at times.
Okay. True.
And sometimes it's a good idea to be patient. I mean, I just think that with this pawn structure being so weak and so vulnerable, I mean, it was difficult for Giri to even think about doing active operations. And so he just had to wait until the knight does come into the edge of the board, and then he can come forward with his own pieces. Yeah.
So maybe Vidit should do the same, just kind of wait, but slowly improve.
OK, but how?
OK, there's a move I really want to play, but I'm not so sure it's good at this moment.
Tell us, David.
OK, so the move I want to play, it might look ugly on the face of things, on the surface of things, but the reason I want to play this pawn move is because at the moment, he brought the knight to the side first, and now he's trying to jump in, as I mentioned, but I wanted to stop the rook entering the middle of the board, and now attacking the queen, also attacking the pawn next to it. So Vidit thinks this is... OK, Vidit thinks this is OK. Just to show, I wanted to push a pawn to stop this idea. But maybe Vidit's seen deeper. And in the current position, what could we be missing? Maybe the white queen could just move. Maybe she just steps back, for example. Suddenly there's a huge threat in the position, attacking the queen and attacking the rook at the same time. And actually, OK, the computer, Stockfish, confirms it there. The white queen, if it steps back, this gives white a decisive advantage. Because look at this. If black gets greedy and takes a pawn, the knight will step forward, attacking the queen, and suddenly the queen is running out of squares. She has to protect her bishop. She has to stay on this diagonal. But how can she do that? She has to step back, and then the bishop will attack the queen. Vidit has missed this idea. He might get another opportunity, but this would be winning. The black queen now cannot keep protecting her bishop. And next move, wherever the queen runs to, the white queen will actually take this bishop. So this would be winning for Vidit. But look at this in the current position. If we go back to it, White has given a check, and if White comes back, this will be the second time we've seen the position. And if Anish brings his rook forward, he'll have a second chance. He'll have a second go.
The suspense is killing me.
He doesn't find it.
Oh, he doesn't do it. Oh, that was a real moment there.
It was difficult, I think. But he has the time with which to...
He has the time. I mean, if you follow the rules of calculation, then you should spot those kind of moves. But OK, to be fair, we are helped by the fact that the bar does shoot up all the way.
I guess also we structure our thoughts. We look at checks first, then captures, then threats. So Vidit saw the check and he thought, OK, it's decent, so he played it. But if he'd continued going through the motions, if he had maybe 2 minutes more or thought for 2 minutes more, then he would have think, OK, there's no captures, but I could have created a threat. And that was the line we showed, the winning line. So, OK, he's going for this strategic approach. He's relocated the white queen, and now he's offering a trade of knights. And if knights come off the board, if black plays knight capturing the white knight right now, then the white queen will replace it, and still some issues for black, still some weak pawns, still some big targets.
Yeah, but the issue is, OK, so first of all, knight takes knight. Let's assess that one. So you mentioned the queen will capture the knight, and I'm just guessing that the rook will then have to move 2 squares forward, defend the pawn horizontally. I mean, is this kind of position enough to squeeze out a win?
So this type of position, Bianca, you're right, that's a very good question, because black does have a weakness, but it's only one weakness. And usually in order to win, when material is balanced, you need 2 avenues of attack. You need 2 weaknesses to probe at in order to stretch your opponent's defensive resources. So it's one-sided. It looks nice for white. For example, you can start pushing your pawns forward. You can start pushing all these pawns forward, and black just has to sit and passively wait. But Jovanka makes a good point. Maybe it's not enough. Maybe Giri will just knuckle down and say, OK, I'm rock solid. I'm going to hold the draw. And in this position, I'm expecting Giri to just take this knight, but he could also maybe just move his queen out of the way of the white knight's attack and say, OK, you can trade knights, but it's on my terms. And if knight takes knight, the black rook gets active again. So roughly balanced, but I prefer white's position. And Vidit, I think he will enjoy this too. With an extra minute on the clock, it's his type of position. And OK, he actually brings his queen forward to try and create a pin on this diagonal. That looks good too. And I think now maybe Vidit has to be a bit wary of the black queen getting active and trying to attack things. Tricky stuff from Anish Giri in order to try and defend this game.
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian, they have played a draw here in round 13. And just a reminder, all games in round 14 and 15 will start at the same time. So initially, they will start on top of the hour. But if one game lasts more than 50 minutes, then all games will start 10 minutes after that final game finishes. All right, so Carlsen and Aronian, they have a lot of time now to prepare for the 2 final rounds, and obviously they're both well inside the knockout stage. But before this round, actually, Magnus Carlsen would face Anish Giri in the quarterfinals.
Ooh, that'll be a big one.
Yeah, and I bet Anish wants to avoid that.
Yeah, although Anish seems to thrive on the kind of adrenaline of playing the world champion, the challenge of it. Okay, meanwhile, a move by Vidit. I'm slightly surprised by that one. The white rook going across. He's trying to create a pin here on the E-line, so the black knight doesn't want to move. For example, you can't take the white knight because the white rook has this tension against the black rook. But it felt like the white rook was really well placed where it stood, and now Anish is the one creating threats. So now suddenly he's attacking the white queen, and look at Vidit. He just put his head in his hands. He missed this last move.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, he had the advantage, as I mentioned, or at least a pleasant position, but suddenly he's got to move his queen to a bad square. Suddenly black is the one gaining the momentum, creating those threats. And now I expect...
It's worth now knight takes knight, because now it's pawn takes, and then the backward pawn, no longer a weakness.
And also look at black's d-pawn.
I was going to say, it's a protected passed pawn, and that's the best type of pawn you can have.
Yeah, it's going to sprint down the board later on, given the opportunity. So right now, black needs to move the queen. You also need to ideally defend your a7 pawn, the white queen attacking that guy. So the black queen, I'm expecting her to just step back 1 square, either diagonally or vertically. And looks very healthy. There she goes. She steps back, keeping an eye on that pawn on the 7th rank, and looks very pleasant for black now. No real way for white to activate the white bishop, no real way for white to utilise the rook on the open line. And
no, not at all. And the pawn is actually the protected passed pawn in the middle, the D pawn. That still has a lot of dangerous potential, because the immediate move that I was thinking, well, you know, the queen on A3 is not very well placed. I would like to move her somewhere just to improve her, widen her scope. And I was thinking, hey, why don't I just move her to the C3 square? Suddenly I have to worry about a pawn move like a D4 coming.
Yeah.
And that might be a little bit tricky to handle.
Yeah, so White's queen maybe unable to improve herself right now.
And you can't improve the light squared bishop either, because you know the white queen has to keep an eye on the weak pawn. So, okay, Vidit has moved his rook to the D1 square. Doesn't look very mobile at the minute, and Anish
seizing the opportunity to push forward with his passed pawn.
That's a gutsy move, if there is one, because suddenly that passed pawn is not protected, and it can be vulnerable.
Yeah, it can't be protected by another pawn, and it's going to mean the black queen is tied down protecting that pawn. Yeah, Vidit slightly frowning there. I'm slightly surprised as well. That move shows that Anish Giri, he wants the win. He's not happy with just the draw in this game. Maybe he's sensing the fact that, OK, Vidit was in control, but slightly let it slip, and maybe he saw Vidit shaking his head, and he's thinking, things are turning in my favour. Let's up the ante. Let's start putting the pressure on. And still the question remains, Jovanka. Yes, Black's pawn is far advanced and potentially vulnerable, but how does White actually attack it? Maybe that pawn's just destined to keep rolling down the board. The Black rook can
just line up exactly and help that pawn move one square forward.
OK, so Vidit just ignores that black pawn right now. He pushes a pawn of his own, but that white pawn isn't going anywhere anytime soon. And now Giri, he's lined up his rook, his queen. He's supporting a further push off that pawn, of Black's D pawn there.
I must admit, I thought the first move would be to centralise the queen, to maximise her power, just move her to D5. OK, now Vidit just playing bishop to D3. Asking, do you want to trade? And Anish says, yes, absolutely. And now the queen comes to D5. Queens belong in the centre. And also that queen is now targeting that pawn on A2.
Yeah, so White does have a pawn under fire from the black queen. It would make sense to just step that white pawn in the corner up one square, maybe. You could defend it with a rook, you could defend it with a queen, but right now, probably the one thing you don't want to do as White is to move the white queen, because that would allow the black pawn in front of it to start rolling.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is really typical of a queen and rook endgame where one side has a passed pawn. White here is stuck as a blockader, the white queen especially passive, but Black, his pieces are tied down as well, defending his pawn, and it's not easy to activate the black pieces.
I have a move here, David. So the first move I wanted to play is I actually wanted to open up a line, and I wanted to do that by playing the pawn on A7 and just moving it to A5. And after, I don't know, White makes a move.
Yep, so White should not get tempted to take this pawn, because actually you lose protection of this pawn.
Yeah.
And Anish has played your move, Jovanka.
Yes.
And this would not be a great trade for White, because suddenly there are pawns under fire, and also Black has two connected passed pawns in the centre of the board. So right now White cannot get tempted. And you mentioned a random move, so if I just push a pawn on the other side.
Yeah. So, OK, so I wanted, first of all, I just maybe thinking pawn takes pawn, and then I just wanted to highlight this trap, that Black can actually move the rook to the E8. Oh, you read my mind, David. And then the whole point is that after queen takes pawn, the rook will come down to E1 and give a check, and attacking the king and the rook cannot capture because the queen would be en prise.
Yeah, so this is a classic deflection technique, deflection tactic. It comes up any time I try and do puzzles on any website. It's always this type of tactic. The white rook is overloaded, needing to defend its queen, but you can deflect it away with a check. And actually, if the white king runs away, we should mention, firstly, you can take the white rook, but more importantly, you can actually deliver checkmate. And this type of thing happens all the time in heavy piece endgames, just queens and rooks on the board. You have to watch out. You can't overstretch your pieces. And Jovanka, yeah, very sneaky, but also potentially very effective as well. And maybe that's why, in the current position, if we go back to it, Vidit, he's just brought his king across. He's thinking, OK, the king in the corner, there will be tricks against it. And he's trying to centralise that king in anticipation that maybe one day the queens will come off, and then the white king, if the queens come off, will feel safe marching towards the centre to blockade Black's really dangerous pawn here. So, yeah, Vidit, that move, it comes with pros, it comes with cons. The white king also could be vulnerable here. But either way, he's holding tight, and it's up to Anish to prove how to make progress. He's traded a set of pawns. The problem is, what next? If the black rook moves away, then white probably will feel safe gobbling up this pawn. Okay, first he just
takes a timeout. Nice move.
Yep.
I always call those kind of moves like the sneaker moves, because they just grab some tiny little bit of space. You know, first of all, pawn moves forward, then a king moves forward, then another pawn moves forward. And then before you know it, it's kind of like a stealthily...
You should play that Radiohead song, Creep.
Yeah, just I'm a creep.
Slowly.
No, but it's got a bad line in there.
Oh, OK,
I'm a loser. You can't ever have those kind of songs stuck in your mind.
No. But that's the type of move it is.
It is. It's creeping.
Creepy crawly move. And OK, talking of creepy crawly moves, white's king is just swinging back and forth now. So Vidit, pretty much, he's out of ideas. He thinks there's no way to improve the white position. Maybe we'll just see the white king just kind of hang out and just move back and forth. And he's asking Anish, what's your winning plan? I don't see one for black, but I always love it when my opponent has no idea what to do, when they're showing that, you know, showing a bit of weakness in a way. They're just saying, OK, I have no plan. What's your plan? It gives black all the time in the world to slowly improve, slowly creep forward and slowly start to create some threats.
OK.
Vidit waits with his rook this time instead of his king. Fairly sensible. Maybe we'll see some black pawns advance on that right flank.
Definitely.
Maybe the black queen.
There you go.
Yeah.
You can see it's like coming slowly forward.
Black queen will move at some point.
Exactly. Nothing too critical at the moment.
Still slightly unpleasant for Vidit.
Yes.
He's the one asking for the draw here. He would love a draw right now, which isn't great for his tournament standings, we should add. But Anish, he won't take too many risks to try and win this one because he's in the top 8, but it does feel like he might get a chance or two.
Like one thing that you can do here is actually just use the black queen to probe for some weaknesses on the right side of the board. So a kind of move that I'd be thinking of is, first of all, the queen moves one square to the side, step to the side, and then step diagonally to the f4 square, attacking that pawn. Yes, white will step the pawn forward and attack the queen, defend its pawn. But then, you know, the queen has done its job, and the queen can actually go back to the original square, the d5 square, and then say, hey, you've got to worry about those light squares around your king. So...
Yep, makes sense. But white doesn't really want to touch any more pawns around the white king, as you mentioned. So, yeah, I like what Anish is doing. And every move he makes will create some type of threat there. He was just hinting that he'd also bring the black queen down on the first row and give a check, which has forced Vidit to step back with his rook. And if you create threats on every move, you will force your opponent to burn a bit of time. And maybe that's Anish's plan. He'll just try and wait till Vidit's down to a minute or 30 seconds, and then he'll pounce, and then he'll start to be a bit more concrete and start trying to work out some specific variations. So now we're expecting black's queen to target white's pawn on the H-line, that undefended pawn. And that will provoke a decision, a big decision from Vidit, whether to defend it with another pawn, whether to move the white queen out of its blockading role. Anish, okay, I love what he's done so far. The last 10, 15 moves, it's all gone in black's favour, but is it enough to win? Maybe not with best play, but with the clock times, all of the factors, the trend of the game.
Could we head into an endgame here?
This is an endgame.
Because we have... it is an endgame, because... Why is this an endgame?
Yeah, even with queens on, I guess if there's only 2 sets of pieces left, it's probably an endgame.
Okay.
It's normally when there's not that much material in.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be without the queens or the rooks?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, but we do have some interesting stats, the Aimchess stats between these two in the endgame. Anish, he usually wins the endgame.
Wow, 61%.
Wow, 61%.
Yeah, that's a huge number.
That's huge. And I remember yesterday's video where Vidit was confronted with the moment of truth, and you could see him like, have to work on my endgame.
Yeah.
Only 33%. That's feedback, he said.
But he is resourceful though, Vidit, compared to Anish. So yeah, this is interesting.
Advantage capitalization might be relevant here as well. Anish, 76% of the time he gets an advantage, he wins. And here it's not a huge advantage, it's just a small one. But OK, let's go back to the players, because while we've been talking about those stats, Giri's just given up trying to win. He's just taken the draw. He repeated the position 3 times, and I think that's a let-off for Vidit. I think he could have tried to press that for a long, long time. He had a time advantage, Giri. He had a small advantage on the board, and he could have showed off those endgame skills. But no, he gives the draw to Vidit.
All right. Well, strange decision there by Anish, going up to 7 points. He is inside top 8. Vidit, 6 points now. Outside top 8, 2 rounds to go. Still chances to qualify for Vidit and Anish, of course, but it's going to be interesting to follow them in the 2 last rounds. We're heading into this game between Jordan van Forest. He's unfortunately out of the tournament, but Jan-Krzysztof Duda is, was he in 8th place before this round? Just double checking. Yep, he was number 8 before this round. What's happening here?
Just a wild position, a really complicated position. It's taken me a while to do the material count here because first thing I noticed, White has an extra queen. White has an extra queen on the board. In return, though, Black does have a rook and a minor piece. So Black has a rook and a bishop for a queen. White actually has an extra pawn as well. So on material side, White is significantly ahead. But there's so much drama happening. Both kings are actually targets. Black's king out in the open, weak. But Black threatens checkmate in 2 moves. Black's rook that has just moved there from d8 is threatening to swing the whole way down the board and trap White's king in the corner. White's king has no breathing space. And also from afar, Black's dart square bishop targeting the White king. Black's knight potentially going to create some threats. There's a lot for Van Forest to deal with here. And look at his body language, head, kind of hands on his head. He's running out of time with only a minute and a half with so many things to deal with.
David, I can tell you, Jordan van Forest is walking on a tightrope because there's only one move to save the position, and that is not that move.
Ooh.
Okay, so
this move
the
just
move
loses a piece, no?
Yeah, the move that he needed to play was actually to retreat his queen to the b3 square. It was the only way to stay alive. Now here, Black can simply play bishop takes knight, and it is game over.
Wow, so Duda, yeah, he created all these threats, and Van Forest, he was unable to dodge all the that minefield, avoid all those pitfalls. White needed to stop this back rank checkmate with his queen, as you mentioned, Ivanka, and that wasn't obvious, so we can forgive Van Forest, but that's why Duda's such a strong player. He sets these practical traps. Wow. He makes sure that, yes, the opponent might have a good move, but it's always difficult to find. And, OK, Black's move now, in return, is not difficult to find. White's knight in the centre on that e4 square can simply be captured, and it can't be captured by the Black rook. The Black rook is in a pin from White's queen, but if you take it with your bishop, there's a little bit of calculation work to be done, but you're also attacking another knight in the process, and yeah, this looks deadly. And actually, maybe we can just dive in because I noticed there's a few interesting lines here. Just while Duda is trying to calculate, if we can keep an eye on the players as well, because a critical moment has arisen. Black here, I don't see any option. Just take the knight. It looks like a free piece. And also, if White's queen takes your knight, you get to capture another White knight. Or
But wait one second, there is a check. Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah, so this is quite complicated. Maybe you have to try and overpower this White knight by attacking it again. Maybe this pin will ensure that you overwhelm this White knight. So maybe this is winning for Black. But I also wanted to point out another variation here, the knight falling and Black winning. But to me, the more difficult variation to calculate would maybe be a check. And OK, here you're attacking the Black king, you're attacking the Black rook. You have to step back with the Black king. And after White takes your bishop, White is actually threatening to come and checkmate you. But you do have one move to give a check yourself. And after this check, the White king has only 1 square. I think the move Black needs to find, Ivanka, is it this one?
It is that one.
Knight check, discovered check. And the reason this is the killer, this is actually hard to spot, I think, aesthetically. The reason this is the killer is because if White's king goes to the corner, now you can checkmate.
David.
OK.
That was a beautiful line, and I'm glad you showed it. But the action is happening on the board because it's just how you called it. You know, you said bishop takes knight is the only way to win. And after queen takes, it was to overpower the knight.
Yeah, this is a nice move from Duda. I didn't call this one, actually. Originally, I thought bishop takes knight and Black wins. But this was a sneaky check, hitting the king, and next move, just winning this bishop. But, OK, he was quicker than me, Duda, and he found, in this position, this rook move. And, yeah, this is a deadly pin. Black's still material down, remember. Still down a rook and a bishop for a queen. But once you win this knight, it's going to be a crazy material imbalance. For example, if White just, I don't know, pushes a pawn. Here, once you take this knight, it's going to be queen for rook and 2 bishops. And rook and 2 bishops, if you do a bit of maths, that adds up to 11. A queen only 9. The bishops and rook should win the day. And, OK, in this position, Van Forest, he's creating some kind of tricks, is he? After rook has come across, bishop takes knight on the board. What's his idea? Because if you play rook takes rook, if you get greedy, whoops, checkmate again. White continuously has to look out for these back rank checkmates.
So maybe his idea is to actually give a check with the queen, since rook takes rook doesn't work. OK, it's on the board. And now the...
Run away, Ivanka.
Run away.
Run away. He's done it. And again, this trap is eternally in the position. Rook takes rook is always met by this devastating check.
Yeah.
It looks like Duda is on the brink of victory right now.
Wow. OK, well, we do actually have a tricky move, though, on the board. They keep coming. And the queen now has moved. And the whole point is that she's attacking 2 rooks. But there is a pin on the board. Wow.
Duda's so good in these crazy positions.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and now he's going to block this check with his bishop, I think. And, OK, no, he goes to the side. Oh, that's even better than my move. I was thinking this was impossible because White's rook could swing across and check the black king. But look at Black's bishop in the centre of the board. It covers the h1 square.
Yeah.
And this last move by Van Foreest is an admission of defeat.
It is, totally. I mean, you know, the only way to survive in that position was to carry on the momentum, and if that wasn't possible and you have to go on the defensive, then like David says, just look at it. Black's position is just overwhelming. Look at those 2 bishops. They just completely dominate the whole board. Yeah. And the only danger I can see for Duda is if he's a bit careless with his king. I mean, he has to still look after his king and make sure that there's no perpetual checks.
Yeah. So you just have to cover the H-line. As long as Black doesn't allow any checks on that H-line, it's an easy win.
And I also have to say, I think you can also swing the rook to A3. If you want to be super mean about it. Shall we show it?
That is deadly, yeah. So there's one threat as Van Foreest ticks down to 4 seconds. Let's keep an eye on him because he might resign any second. He's just brought his queen down, and Black can deliver a forced checkmate by bringing his rook across to this square. He plays it, and because of these bishops, this is going to be checkmate. Van Foreest, he's about to resign. Rook takes pawn is unstoppable, and that will trap the white king in the corner. He does resign. A beautiful finish there from Duda.
Wow, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he had such a bad start to the tournament, but yesterday and today playing some fantastic chess. And this brings him past Anish Giri on the table, actually. Wow, impressive stuff by Jan-Krzysztof Duda now on 7.5 points. I think we have time to look at that again, David. You called it beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moments to look at, but let's just start where we jumped in, because actually the moment we jumped in was the decisive mistake after a real ding-dong battle, a really exciting fight. This is where Jordan Van Foreest, he did blunder. He stopped the threat of this back rank checkmate with his rook. He should have stopped it with his queen. If he brought his queen back to this square, covering the vital d1 square, he would have at least stood a fighting chance. But instead, he brought his rook back. And actually, after bishop takes knight, it was this move, the killer from Jan-Krzysztof Duda, overwhelming this knight. The knight cannot move because the rook in the corner is dropping. And if we fast forward to the final position, just to show it one more time, this is just amazing chess. The power of these 2 bishops is shown with this next move, and the power of the rooks by bringing his rook to threaten checkmate. And this is an unstoppable threat, pretty much. The black rook wants to take this pawn, trapping the white king, supported by this black bishop as well. And the problem is you cannot capture the rook because this pawn is pinned. This pawn is tied down due to the pin along the longest possible diagonal. And this caused Jordan Van Foreest to resign. Just, I mean, I'm mind-boggling. This is such a rare pattern to see and so, so beautiful.
Wow. Impressive stuff by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. This is also an important win for him in the hopes of qualifying for the knockout stage. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, before this round, was outside top 8. He is fighting to qualify for the knockout stage. Here in a game against Erik Hansen, Maxime will definitely be hoping for a win. Can he get it?
Possibly. All 3 results are still possible because we do see both sides have really far advanced pawns. Actually, this position, when I first looked at it, I was thinking, oh, where's white going? Which way's black going?
Yeah.
Because normally, OK, we always look at the board from the white side, but normally we don't see white having a really far advanced pawn and black having a really far advanced pawn as well. But both pawns now are just 2 squares away from promoting to a new queen.
And the clock is ticking down. Did he?
Oh. Erik Hansen, has he lost on time? His clock's gone down to 0. On my screen as well, maybe he's made that move with less than 1 second on the clock. Maxime seemed to freeze when that happened as well. But no, the game goes on. So, okay, he did make it with less than 1 second on the clock.
Wow.
Erik Hansen with a bit of brinksmanship there. Okay, he's given a check. Vachier-Lagrave forcing the white king back. Is the black rook going to swing across to try and break the connection between white's rook and the black pawn?
Yes.
You think that's about to happen, Jovanka?
Yeah.
Okay, that looks pretty good. Maybe black can also support his pawn with his king.
Yeah.
Lots is happening here. This one is wild, but you have to bank on black, surely, with such a crazy position, with such high stakes of both sides about to make queens, and Erik only with 11 seconds.
I just have to mention, if Maxim wins this game, he's going to be on 7 points, same as Anish Giri, and that will be the battle for the 8th place before the 2 final rounds. It's going to be down to tiebreaks for those two, who has the most wins, basically. And I think that is definitely Maxim Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, because Anish has only just won.
So, yeah. So a win here will put probably Anish Giri in 9th place before the 2 final rounds.
Wow. Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave, sometimes maybe fortune will favour the brave, taking huge risks in his games, but that tiebreak of who has the most decisive games, that will always favour him. And okay, meanwhile, the black rook improving itself, the white knight gave check, and black's king is marching forward. There's also a trap in the position. Black's pawn, if it marches forward, if it pushes forward, white will actually eliminate that pawn. But the black bishop just drops back. Vachier-Lagrave just keeping control. Okay.
17 seconds, down, 15.
Okay, so it's not easy to even find a move for Erik Hansen here.
9 seconds, and the clock keeps ticking down. Maybe just move the rook.
Yep.
Okay, he's moved the knight.
Okay, he's moved the knight, so he's attacking the black rook. But black would have a simple move here. Maybe he can give a check. He's got 2 different checks.
What about bishop takes knight?
Oh, he can take that knight off the board. Is that...
And then just move the rook.
And the white rook will protect that pawn, I'm not so sure. But, OK, Stockfish, the computer says there's only one winning move.
Oh, OK.
That's not obvious. To give a check with the black rook from the side, from the front, but so you swing the black rook across to the c5 square and give that kind of, not kiss of death, but just a check to the white king, and that white king actually doesn't have too many safe squares to go to. Ooh, that is... I think the idea is a bit deeper. It's probably 3 or 4 moves deep, but Vachier-Lagrave, he finds the best move, forcing the white king to a dark square. And once the white king's on a dark square, there's going to be all sorts of checks, all sorts of tricks later on.
Yep.
Black's pawn marching forward.
OK.
How do you stop that pawn, actually? I don't see it.
Maybe you've got to give it up and try to promote your own pawn.
The problem is, if white moves this pawn ever, then the white knight will drop. Black's bishop is doing a good job.
OK,
with a bit of X-ray vision, stopping white's pawn.
His knight. OK, the rook goes all the way down to the bottom row, and black is ready to promote his pawn.
And look at
he's
Erik's,
just resigned.
Yeah, Erik's face. He was devastated. Black's about to make a new queen. White will have to give up his rook for that queen, and black will just be a rook up. MVL takes the win.
All right. Wow, that was such an important win for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave in some dramatic final seconds of this game for Erik Hansen. Should we take a quick look at it, David?
Yeah, so in this position, we actually joined quite late. This is the final position, but it was just a few moves earlier that the draw slipped away from Erik Hansen's grasp. He did retreat his knight here with a check. This was a very nice move. But in this position, he could have actually forced the draw in a really, really sneaky way. He needs to get rid of this pawn for his knight, not for the rook. And here, among other options, he could have dropped his knight back with the idea that he's attacking this rook, and if the black king takes this knight, he could eliminate black's potential winner, that pawn. It was all about getting rid of the pawn. Unfortunately, towards the end of the game, he just put his pieces on the wrong squares, and if we fast forward, the knight is offside here, never going to stop the black pawn. The white king as well, on a dark square, never going to help out. And these last couple of killer moves from MVL, pushing a pawn forward, it did mean that he would win. This is inevitable, and white pawn is just too slow. After black promotes, making a new queen, we see a trade, and look at this, the black bishop defending the promotion square. Nice technique from MVL.
Coming up in a little under 10 minutes, round 14 in the preliminaries, and we're going to follow Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Duda now in 7th, Vachier-Lagrave now in 8th, with also Giri pushing on from behind. So this is going to be an important game coming up in around 8 minutes, you guys.
It's dramatic. Who's going to qualify for the knockout stage? We're joined now by Ty Prue Zimmerman. He's the man behind a Twitter account that we use so much here, Chess Numbers. Hi, Ty.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you so much for joining us. It's always so dramatic when we get to this point in the preliminaries, and now we're so curious about who still has chances, who can be knocked out, and you're an expert on numbers. So first of all, what is your background? How are you so good with calculating all of this?
I mean, my current day job, I'm a stay-at-home dad, but before that I was an accountant.
Aha.
So that's the background. And then outside of that, I've just always loved spreadsheets. I like to call Excel my favorite video game. So just playing around with numbers has been a lifetime hobby.
Fantastic. We love that you're doing it. It's helping us so much because it's always complicated to figure out who can qualify. So who do you think right now has still the chance to qualify for knockout?
It looks like it's probably a four-person race for the last two spots.
Okay.
I just had to adjust that because I was trying to get ahead of the game, running the simulation if Maxime drew.
Yeah.
When the computer was saying it was even, and then he went and ruined those calculations. But it looks like it's Duda and MVL slight favorites, and Geary and Dominguez slight underdogs in the race for those last four spots. Above that, technically, Wesley and Mamedjerdov still have tiny chances of missing out, but it would take major flukes, and Vidit has a tiny chance of getting in with a major fluke. But for the most part, it's those four battling for those four spots. And right now, Duda about 67%, MVL around 64%. But that's before they play next round. So
exactly. So in 2 rounds to go, we know that this can change a lot. And of course, Anish Giri, one of the favorites in every tournament he participates in. How do you see his chances now with 2 rounds to go?
So it looks like he's still in it at about 39%, but he's going to need a little bit of help. And I don't know exactly. I have to just trust the model here on how the tiebreaks shake out, but it looks he's consistently come in with a little bit higher of an expected score and a little bit lower of in terms of points, and a little bit lower of a percentage chance of qualifying for the knockouts, which tells me he must have some problematic tiebreaks in some scenarios. But I don't know exactly where those break down. That's trusting the model to be right.
Wow, this is fantastic. We're getting all the dramatic calculations live here. I love it. And, well, Ty, I bet you're a chess fan as well. Who are you hoping for?
I mean, I really like to root for all the players to whatever extent I can. I mean, obviously the drama is fascinating, and inherent in that, someone's going to get in, someone's going to get left out. But I'm never rooting against someone. I like all the players in the field. I could give you a reason why for anyone. I do have a favorite chess player, I will admit, and they are in the field. But they're not one of the ones fighting for a qualifying spot.
Okay.
So out of the qualifiers, really, I just want to see what happens. I was certainly pulling for Naroditsky when he was still in contention. Everyone loves an underdog story, and that was a really cool hunt he had for a little while, but he's fallen off the pace.
Yeah. Now with 5.5 points 2 rounds ago, is he, in your calculations, is Naroditsky completely out of contention?
I believe so.
Yeah. He can maximally score 7.5. So, I mean, maybe, but it's going to be almost impossible, I guess.
I mean, Maxime is a favorite to get in right now, but he still has work to do with 4 people fighting for 2 spots. And I haven't been able to run different results on individual games. Obviously, Duda Maxime is the biggest question. So I'm actually in the background testing the 3 possible outcomes of that game to see how they affect things. If they draw, it looks like all 4 are still in it, depending on the other 2 players' round 14 results and then the last round. Duda benefits a tiny bit from a draw, slides over 70%, while Maxime drops to right around 60.
Wow. Yeah.
But if one of them wins, it's, I assume, quite bad for the other one. If Duda were to win, then...
Oh, this is fascinating.
Yeah, I know, I love it.
Calculating live. I've got the spreadsheet up in the background.
Fantastic.
If Duda wins, it looks like he almost borderline clinches a spot. He shoots up over 90%.
Wow.
But it doesn't eliminate MVL. He can, in that case, Duda gets in, and it's 3 players for 1 spot, with Geary around like 44%, and MVL and Dominguez both right around 30%.
Wow. It's tense. I love it.
Yeah.
I will say, in addition to exactly who gets in, there's one other thing that I've been sort of tracking all day, which is the actual exact places where people could fall. Specifically because I'm curious about the quarterfinal matchup of, if MVL gets in, is there a chance him and Artemiev play each other? Because for the tour standings, that would be the most dramatic quarterfinal.
Right. Oh, that's true.
It also
Then it
means
would
that
be direct.
Hikaru
They both
Nakamura is
control
safe.
their own destiny. And that looks like there's about a 20% chance right now, depending on how some things go, that we could get that matchup.
Wow. Well, it's intense, and it's getting quite close now, the 14th round. So, Ty, I think we have to beg for you to come back to every single final day of preliminaries when we have the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, because this is fantastic. Now we have the percentages. So thanks so much for joining us.
Absolutely. And I can say, if MVL wins, it's basically the same thing. He almost clinches it. And then Geary is a slight favorite, but Geary, Duda, and Dominguez would all have roughly equal chances of the 8th spot, depending on how round 15 goes. So there's going to still be a whole lot in the air in round 15 for at least that 8th spot, even if the MVL Duda game is decisive. And if they draw, it's 4 players for 2.
Fantastic.
Keep us updated, please.
Yes, so keep tweeting on chess numbers, and we will keep an eye on that. Thank you so much for joining us and updating us, Ty. Wow, okay, that was super interesting. And we know it's super tense. So much can happen. And just before round 14 starts, let's just be reminded, David, about tiebreak rules if several players are on the same score.
Yes, so this is how we will separate those players if they do end up on the same score. First, it's head-to-head. If there's a number of players, we'll have to calculate that. Then it's number of wins. We will reward the player with the most decisive games. After that, it's a lottery. It's a maths equation, and I'll get my calculator out. But hopefully we won't have to resort to that.
All right, and let's take a look at the results from round 13 before round 14 starts. Jan-Krzysztof Duda getting that super important win against Van Forest. Wesley So won his game against Awande Liang. Dominguez Perez, he won that important game against Daniel Naroditsky. And then Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, what an important win for him against Eric Hansen. And we'll bring you standings as well, because this is what Ty was talking about. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave now in 8th place. Anish Giri with the same score, but in 9th place. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 7.5. Same as Mamdyarov and Wesley So and Daniel Dominguez, 6.5. So as we know now from Ty, a lot can still happen with 2 rounds to go. And these are the matchups for round 14, the very important round 14. Anish Giri against Liam Le. We know it's dramatic for Anish. Vidit against Awande Liang. Levon Neronian against Wesley So. Magnus Carlsen will face Jordan van Forest. We have Shakhdar Mamdyarov against Daniel Naroditsky. For Alireza Firouzja, Vladislav Artemiev. But we will follow this very important game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces, and it has started.
Yep, so we're just towards the end of the opening stage, but this is still well-known territory. It's actually quite symmetrical right now. Black is the first to castle, and White now has castled as well. White, however, holds the key to the central tension. White with a tiny bit more space if you look at the 2 white central pawns. And I must say, I had virtually this identical position against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave just a few months ago, and he didn't play this move.
Okay, so now it's new to you.
To me, at least. Yeah. And in that game, Vachier-Lagrave, I think it was a slightly different move order, but Vachier-Lagrave, he was trying to push his A pawn on his own. He was just pushing a pawn, trying to open up his rook. This move is much more committal. The evaluation bar, the engine hates it, this last move by Black, because maybe Black isn't ready. If you look at Black's pieces on that left side, they're not ready for the action to start, and Black, he is initiating a lot of trades potentially. Okay, a set of pawns have left the board. White's knight jumping out. Black's bishop defending an attacked pawn. This is still quite standard, but look at the two white knights. They are much better than their counterparts right now, especially white's knight in the centre of the board. And if Jan-Krzysztof Duda can open it up quickly enough, then his pieces feel primed for action, whereas black's might well suffer. And, OK, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he must have studied this before if he's playing something maybe a bit offbeat. This last pawn push, especially, that I mentioned a few turns ago. Either way, this is very tense. And it's good that in such an important game, such a key clash, all of the pieces are still on the board. That means we're destined for drama. We're destined for some crazy tactics later in the game.
Yeah, and I have to say, I'm a little bit puzzled by Maxim's choices. I can get that the computer actually really likes it because it's kind of extended on the left side of the board, taken some space. I feel it's a little bit too committal. And I feel that if anyone does have chances here, it will be white. Because, of course, the knight on e5 is just beautifully placed.
Yeah, so that's black's first job, his first task. He has to try and eliminate white's strong knight in the centre of the board. He can offer a knight trade at some point. OK, Duda just improving the white queen. That feels like a luxury move. I would have been maybe trying to rush, try and bring the rooks to the open C line. OK, slightly odd decision there from Duda, but either way, Vachier-Lagrave has to deal with this really strong white knight. And there's a couple of ways to do that, Jovanka. What would you be starting with here for black?
Well, I kind of... what I would do is I don't really like the fact that white has a knight in the centre. And I like to trade that knight off. Okay. So I would actually step back with my... Okay. That was the move that Maxim home cooked. I would step back with a knight and challenge it. And I have to do it with this knight because I have to keep an eye on the c6 square. If I was going to say, if I were Duda, I would actually try to maintain my knight. But that's not an easy job, actually, because the move that I really want to play, because a knight in this pawn structure really loves to be on the d3 square, but that's not possible because the bishop takes pawn. So, OK, instead we see...
So if the knight had stepped back, then a pawn would simply have dropped off. So instead, as you mentioned, Jovanka, we see a different move, not the knight retreating, and not a trade, which would only help black. Instead, a support of this stronghold, of this e5 square. And now if the knights do get traded, I guess white will capture this way in order to try and open up this line for the queen. Also, if white can leave her open, if white can get rid of this stronghold for black, then this bishop will explode to life. OK, we don't see a trade of knights this way. We do instead just see black try to kick away white's strongest knight. And now it's your move, Jovanka.
Yeah, it has to play my move.
Do not trade knights, because after black recaptures, suddenly there's just nothing really to speak for the white position.
Exactly.
Black's just going to simply move forward. He's going to kick away your knight and... OK, he does retreat.
And
instead.
Just memorise. I mean, this is what I would kind of say to everyone at home. Just memorise this kind of pattern that when a white pawn is on d4, the knight really belongs on d3, just to control the c5 and the e5 square.
So the knight can jump forward later to some really nice outposts. And actually, black's pushed forward again, trying to attack this pawn, trying to take it with check. But Jovanka, has this blundered a pawn?
Knight takes pawn.
OK, let's check out the player's cameras if we can.
Yeah.
Because has white can win a pawn? Has Maxim Vachier-Lagrave just blundered? Look at Vachier-Lagrave's face up there. White can take this pawn with his knight. And after the pawn recaptures, bishop takes pawn, check. And next move, the black rook drops off in the corner. This looks like a beginner error. I mean, this is like Tactics 101, a double attack. Is that too harsh?
The only reason I laughed, is because I myself have fallen into this.
Sorry, Jovanka.
And it came as a complete shock when it happened. It was a blunder.
It was a blunder.
Just a quick move.
Let's just rewind to show what happened. White took a pawn. He won a pawn because, as we mentioned, if you take this knight with black, then a deadly double attack. So instead, black just moved his knight out, in this position. He brought his knight out and Duda just instantly retreated. And look at this. This is a pin. You're a pawn up with white, you pin and you win. This is just almost game over. OK, Vachier-Lagrave decides to at least try and whip up some complications. He takes a pawn with his knight, but it feels like something is about to drop for black. I'm just trying to quickly work it out. Maybe you can just take this rook, and after the black queen recaptures, it feels like if you just move this knight out the way, I'm trying to find a square for this knight. Even if you retreat it, for example, there's suddenly a pin along this line. Everything's just falling apart for black. You're also going to bring your rook to this line, and you're going to win one of the black knights. I think this is just almost... This is elementary stuff as well.
Yeah.
Especially for Duda. He's a tactician.
And I'm just thinking also that I just noticed that the knight sitting there and pretty in the centre actually doesn't have any squares.
This knight?
Yeah, the knight on d4. It can't actually go anywhere. So, I mean, no, I was just thinking of the original position, actually.
Okay.
Because just look at the power that has been unleashed to that bishop on g2. It's just absolutely devastating. That knight has got no squares, so I was like, oh, maybe I can attack the knight. But okay,
yeah, maybe you can start with this one.
I like your move.
You can start, just attack this knight, and probably you just win this knight at some point.
Yeah.
You're about to win a piece at least in some manner. And yeah, I mean, this is why we fianchetto our bishops, which means putting them on the longest possible diagonals, because look at these two pieces. They're the ones doing all the damage. These two pieces, they've got this kind of crisscross motion, and at some point, black's pieces are just going to drop to these white bishops. And yeah, in the current position, I think if white takes this rook, even if white ignores it and just brings his rooks to the centre, I think something's about to drop for black. A piece is about to fall. As Jovanka mentioned, this knight is a huge target, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he's got exactly the amount of time he started the game with, but he's dead lost. And with this game, if he loses this game, he might not even qualify for the tour finals anymore. He's just played too quickly again. It's the same story every time for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, especially with the black pieces. He's been punished. Yeah. With white, he's been great. But yeah, with black...
It was one careless blunder, and he played that move so quickly. Yeah, he has no one to blame but himself, you know, just...
And like you said earlier today, Jovanka, okay, bishop taking the rook as expected. Okay, the knight retreating to a different square, but same idea.
Yeah, same, yeah.
Vachier-Lagrave, he won an over-the-board tournament, classical chess, recently. Long games. He had time to think, he had time to double-check, make sure he wasn't blundering. He's just one of the best players in the world, but this is reckless time handling from him. And he only has himself to blame if he doesn't make it through to the knockouts now.
Ow. But one thing to say, you know, OK, there's still life in the position. Maybe he can still fight on. You know, possibly. Because, I mean, one of the things that, I mean, just a kind of psychological point is that sometimes you make these horrific mistakes and you end up in a lost position very quickly. But if Maxim were to start fighting and just making life slightly difficult for Duda, then maybe Duda might get a little bit frustrated. I mean, I know that this is...
I like the positive spin on things, Jovanka. I like the optimism. But here, OK, black is a rook for a bishop down, and he's about to lose a piece. It's just... I mean, it's hard to look on the bright side of life when literally by force you're losing. It's not one of those positions where, OK, you're a rook for a bishop down and you can manoeuvre and keep the game going forever.
True. That's true, but I mean...
Yeah, so black's knight, if it moves, you lose the other knight. I don't see it. You can protect your knight with a pawn, but that gets eliminated. White's rooks are about to swing to the centre, put extra pressure on those black knights along the D-line.
Yeah. It's... dark times for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave and
Dark Knight.
Dark Knight. And on that subject, actually, you know, I have to share with you some answers for our quiz of the day. So, whilst Maxim
Batman, Dark Knight.
No, it's like, what is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And Vanessa says, Ron Weasley riding an actual knight. And when we talk about comebacks, that was the ultimate of comebacks because they blundered their queen in, like, this is Harry, Ron, and who was the other one?
Hermione,
yes.
So Ron sacrificed himself, right? So Hermione and Harry could move on.
But they did blunder their queen right in move 3 or something.
Oh, really?
I like that game as well because the quickest checkmate would have been for Harry to sacrifice himself, but Harry had to get through to the next door.
Yeah.
So Ron was the one to do the deed.
Yeah, Ron was the chess genius in that game, right? Yeah.
And meanwhile, talking of genius, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, World Cup winner, he's got everything under control. So that black knight in the centre of the board, it has fallen, it has been eliminated. Black tried to fight back by creating a pin. Black's rook coming to this D-line, trying to eye up the white queen, but with white's last move, retreating a knight, he has defended his bishop in the centre. And yeah, I think white now could just move his queen, he can trade off this knight in the centre. He's a whole rook up with white, and with 2 or 3 careful moves, to avoid blunders, to getting the white queen out of dodge, basically, here. I think it's just game over. Look at the evaluation bar, +8.
Yeah.
And it was only, 5 moves ago, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he was still playing instantly. And it's Yeah, just one big blunder and it's game over.
I like your move. Just move the queen to the e3 square. And white is just a rook up. And
just get off that d-line and...
Yeah. No need to allow... If you play knight takes knight, then suddenly there's maybe a slither of hope because black can play queen takes knight. But OK, that's it. And...
Vachier-Lagrave just resigns. He's a whole rook down and blink and you miss it. He lost in 10 minutes.
Wow, this is a devastating result for Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with the 1 round to go. It's looking crucial for him to win in the last round. And where was this beginner's blunder that you called it?
Yeah, maybe I'm being harsh. The more I think about it,
for it was myself.
Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I've made worse blunders. We've all done it. But yeah, let's check out this position because Vachier-Lagrave, he will live to regret this pawn push. Here, white has just retreated a knight, and Maxim just instantly replied by pushing a pawn forward. He thought, OK, I'm opening up the black bishop. It's logical. I'm also attacking a pawn in the centre of the board. But white doesn't need to take the time out to defend that pawn. He forgot that actually looking for the opponent's captures is also important as well. And white defended that pawn, but also captured a pawn at the same time. Knight takes pawn here was the winning blow. White actually defends his pawn, but also eliminates the strongest black pawn in the position. And this knight is poisoned because if you take it, bishop takes pawn, check, attacking the king. And when the king runs away, you take the rook in the corner. And no compensation here. White would simply be up a rook and 2 pawns for a piece. And instead, Maxim tried something a bit different. He tried to bring his knight into the game, but he didn't calculate this one either. After the white knight dropped back, maybe he just needs to defend the black knight and say, OK, I'm down a pawn. It's desperate times, but maybe some chance to save the game. Instead, he decided to go down fighting, and after knight takes pawn, we saw a few trades here. The white bishop snacking on that black rook in the corner, and now this was the final nail in the coffin. The white knight just stepping back, creating a pin on this d-line, and that was just game over. One of the black knights was about to fall, and Maxim just tried one last trick. The rook came across, bishop captured the knight, and he unleashed a pin of his own, but this was easily refuted. White defended the piece that is attacked at the front of this pin. He defended it by bringing his knight back, and after the black knight attacked the queen, he just moved out the way. And we were about to see a set of trades, potentially on this square, and white, with an extra rook, would soon, slowly but surely, win the game.
Wow, and tie chess numbers gave Maxim a 61% chance of qualifying before this round. I wonder how much that is dropping with that loss, especially considering what will happen with Anish Giri. Tie gave Anish 38% chance of qualifying before this round in 9th place. But now with Maxim losing, and if Anish can win this game, then it's going to be looking good for Anish. And the bar is saying 0. Do we see any chances for Anish?
Possibly. It's still early days. It's the same material here, same number of pawns, same number of pieces. The pawn structure is slightly odd. We should say, if you look at the A line, white has doubled pawns there, whereas black has 2 strong pawns in the centre of the board. However, white has pretty strong pieces, especially white's queen and white's rooks. They're all on great lines. So personally, I slightly prefer white's position. I think it's easier to handle. You can put pressure on black's central pawns. You can try and stack up your rooks together, your queens together. But yeah, I think it is roughly balanced. And if Liam does manage to just protect everything, cover everything, he has decent chances too. Definitely chances for both sides. The main difference, though, is the clock time.
And of course, Liam, he was one of the players fighting a little bit for that final 8th safe qualification spot before for the final before this tournament. He's going to be knocked out in the prelims here, so he's going to be out of contention for that spot, unfortunately. But he can still stir up everything going on top of the table here.
Yes, he can play the role of spoiler.
Yeah.
And, well, he's trying, let's be fair, because he's actually pushed one of his pawns in the centre. And now we actually have a trade. Bishop takes knight played. So...
big decision by Liam, and potentially a big decision for Anish Giri right now. He has paused because he doesn't necessarily need to capture back that bishop immediately. He can actually take a pawn in the centre and really ramp up the odds. Right now, let's dive in maybe.
Yeah.
Liam here, he's just taken a knight, and if white recaptures this bishop, let's show this, then suddenly black has a choice. Right now, it's level material again. If Black takes this pawn, but this would allow white's rook to maybe get into the position, attacking the black queen, and more importantly, actually going to try and win a pawn. And this black pawn, once it drops, would create a pass pawn for white. So this looks good for white, but I think Liam's idea actually is to push a pawn forward and block out this white bishop, forcing this white bishop back, and then now black would establish the strongest piece on the board. A huge knight on an outpost, can never get kicked away, and actually it's going to control everything. This is the definition of an octo knight, Jovanka.
This is a good night.
Yeah, yes, it is good night. This is a fantastic piece, so this looks pretty good for black, but the reason Anish Giri has paused is because in this position, rather than the automatic bishop takes bishop, he's looking at something a bit more complicated. What about pawn takes pawn?
Okay.
And attacking the black queen twice, a double attack against the queen. If the queen gets greedy now and takes this rook, and we see a bit of a crazy material imbalance here, the white king checked, having to move. Black is actually material up. Black has a rook, a bishop, and a knight for just a queen. But, OK, he didn't go for this, but you can't save the knight and the bishop at the same time. So I'm slightly surprised Anish didn't go for this, but instead, OK, he just kept things simple. And bishop takes bishop, and now Liam, surely he's going to push this pawn forward. It's his style as well, just to be a bit uncompromising, to go for the maximum if he can, and I think he's got decent chances.
Yeah, we saw that in the Chessball Masters, you know, where he could, he pushed really aggressively forward. So I agree with you. I mean, also pawn takes pawn doesn't look that attractive because A, allows the rook in, as you suggested, but there's also maybe some bishop coming in as well, and suddenly those two rooks look a little bit pinned, let's say.
They're on the same diagonal, yeah. Maybe black's rook, one of them could get out of the way attacking the white queen, but you're right, that's something you don't even want to calculate.
Exactly.
Right?
So I really like your idea of just pushing that pawn forward and establishing, I was going to say the mother of all knights. I was thinking of the mother of all dragons.
Yeah, you're right, and that knight is a real beast in the sense that white would temporarily be a pawn up, but look at those white A-pawns. I mean, if one of them disappears, it's not a huge factor. So white's kind of half a pawn up, if anything. And I think black's knight in the centre of the board, as we showed, just established with its domination. I think that more than compensates for white's extra half pawn on that A-line.
Yeah.
So Liam, I think he's got a good position, but I'm worried about the clock time.
That's true. Yeah.
Yes, there's a big imbalance there.
Yeah, Anish maybe trying to take a leaf out of Aronian's book and MVL's book, playing quickly in these really high-tension situations and putting the pressure on there.
OK.
OK, surprise.
Another little intermediate move there.
So not taking back the pawn, not pushing his own pawn, he's just attacking the white queen, but that feels a bit unnecessary. You're giving white a huge amount of choice, and maybe the white queen will be better placed somewhere else anyway.
Yes. OK. So the white queen needs to move. There's no question about that. I'm just looking at the alternatives. So she can step forward. I'm just actually more really attracted to the idea of stepping backwards with the queen to the C1 square. And then, you know, she's lined up with her rook, and that rook is primed to just jump forward.
Yeah, that looks really harmonious. Tuck the white queen away nice and safely, team her up with her two rooks, and yeah, I don't see why Liam has forced white's queen back to... OK, there we go. Giri, he's also a master of kind of coordinating all his pieces. I don't really see why Liam has forced this white queen to the square. Now white's rook, it's all about the C-line right now. White's rook can go to C6, attacking the black queen. White's rook can go to the top of the board, checking the black king. Lots of choice. And, OK. Yeah, I really think that was a missed opportunity for Liam, establishing that strong knight. OK,
now the rook has jumped into the C6 square, and Liam jumps to the B4 square with the queen. Any ideas behind that? Obviously, it's attacking a pawn. But, OK.
Yes, black is actually gambling everything on his central passed pawn. Black does have this really strong pawn in the middle of the board, and it is supported by a rook behind it, so maybe if white gets greedy out, if white goes and captures black's pawn on the side of the board, then that black pawn will start marching. I guess that's Liam's plan, but it feels a bit speculative because look at that black pawn. Its promotion square is firstly occupied by a rook, but it's also covered by white's bishop. It's going to take... I mean, you've got to move mountains in order to force that pawn through to become a new queen. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and, OK, it's true that black has a passed pawn, but if white gets greedy, white also has a dangerous passed pawn to advance. So...
Yeah, and look at those white A-pawns, actually, those white pawns on the side. Their promotion square, it's supported by the white bishop. It's the same colour as the white bishop. Bishops tend to be fantastic in these situations. The black knight is actually dominated by white's bishop right now. It can move nowhere forward without getting eliminated.
So when push comes to shove, would you capture the pawn?
Yes, because I don't see an alternative, but...
Yes, me too.
Or maybe you could...
Maybe you could step forward and...
Maybe make an argument for giving a check with white's rook, bringing the white rook up, checking the black king. Maybe that's what Anish Giri is calculating. Yeah, I broke my own rules there. I was looking at a capture before a check. I always think checks first, because if they work, they can be very, very powerful.
That is true.
All right, there is more bad news for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who lost his game in round 14 here to Duda, because Dominguez Perez, he was in 10th place before this round with 6.5 points, only half a point behind Maxime, and the bar is all the way over to his side in his game against Hansen. So if Dominguez Perez wins that game, he as well will go past Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the fight for that crucial 8th place.
Yeah, it looks... I just took a peek over Dominguez. His position is beautiful. Level material, so Hansen's not out of it, but Dominguez has a big long-term strategic advantage.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, Liam has actually just pushed his pawn forward. Like you said, David, he is banking on the fact that that pawn is going to be powerful. But, OK, so now how should white react in a very concrete way?
Yeah, the issue for white is that you want to just move the rook out of the way, then start pushing your A-pawns forward. But if you move that white rook, then suddenly the black queen will start taking some of your pawns. So you're a bit stuck temporarily. It feels like you should improve the white queen, but I'm not sure where.
I was thinking that the queen should actually just dive right in and line herself up with the white rook. OK, interesting. That's also, yeah, I mean, very direct, but I like it because... this move, as you mentioned, teaming these two pieces up together, it does hint at the idea that if black does nothing, how does black do nothing if black just moves the king? Then you might just bring your rook across and offer this trade. And actually, you've got this double attack now, and if black ever takes, then you unite your pawns and, yeah, 2 squares away. Exactly.
It's almost over. But Anish, he didn't go for this. Instead, he brought his queen forward to blockade black's pawn. It feels like black is overestimating the strength of his pawn, and Anish is more scared than he should be about the strength of this pawn. So, OK.
Or maybe Anish is being kind of quite subtle about it. He's kind of saying, hey, if we trade off queens, I know my bishop is a fantastic long-range piece, both offensive and defensive, and it will be much easier to escort the killer pawn there on A5 to its destination.
Yeah, the bishop supporting that pawn's promotion square. So, yeah, I think if the queens come off, this is fantastic for black. But maybe the black queen doesn't allow this trade. OK, it centralises itself. I like that from Liam. This was the move I thought black maybe wants to play anyway. Queens belong in the centre of the board, and if you look at white's queen now, it's dominated. Queens are the worst blockaders, knights are the best blockaders, queens are the worst. Queens just want to be doing more than blockading. And
that's true, and there's actually an active move and big potential threat in the position that David has just highlighted. The rook will come down to the B2 square, and suddenly the rook and queen will be working very nicely together to attack that pawn on F2.
Yeah, so that's... Maybe white just has to say, OK, I've tried to offer queens once, offer a trade of queens once, let's offer a trade of queens again. I'm slightly reluctant because if the queens come off now, then white is left with an isolated pawn, but maybe that's just not a factor. Maybe it's more important to get the queens off the board at any cost in order to just eliminate all the danger and say that, OK, the bishop is superior to the knight. And
can you... I was going to suggest this move, actually.
Trading rooks.
Can you just... try to swap your way out of danger.
The problem here is that, OK, the rooks have disappeared. We have seen a trade. And now I was going to say this move. You'll jump forward with the knight. And now if white trades off, if white takes your knight with the bishop, then we see a situation where, OK, white's still a pawn up, but now this pawn is not going to run. Anytime it marches forward, it's just going to get captured by the black rook. And without a bishop to support this pawn to shepherd it forward, how are you going to win this game? I think black's queen is simply going to go and start trying to munch on these pawns within the next few turns. And
could we see kind of... I mean, I'm just thinking... I'm just back to the Magnus Carlsen Wesley So game, where we saw that Magnus Carlsen had a position where it was queen and rook, but he had this extra pawn on A2. Could we see a situation like that?
Possibly,
so,
but how...
Swap off a pawn for a pawn.
Problem is, how are you going to ever eliminate black's pawn without giving up both of your
I have to give up both. No.
Yeah, but the problem
I only want to give up one.
If you march forward, any time you try and OK, maybe not this pawn move, but say a king move. Any time you try and distract me by pushing your pawn forward, I will just capture. And when you take my pawn after a trade, we'll see white's remaining pawn get eliminated.
Yeah, and that's not what I want to do at all.
So it feels like in the current position, if Anish Giri takes this knight, which he... Whoops, sorry, flash forward there. If Anish Giri takes this knight, then, yeah, it's just going to fizzle out towards a draw. OK, that actually has happened. And in this current position, I don't see any way for white to make progress. The problem is these pieces are passive, black's pieces are active, and that compensates for the extra, for white's extra pawn. It feels like Giri, if he draws this game, well, he will draw this game most likely, and it's all going to come down to that last round for him.
Yes, and somehow I want to contort my position, my rook and my queen to their optimal squares, but it's not possible to do it. I can't see it.
The thing is, if we removed one of those two white pawns, then we would say black has the advantage, black's playing for the win.
Yeah.
But I think the presence of an extra pawn, a double pawn where they can't protect each other, I don't think it's relevant enough for Giri to create too much.
And, OK, so I'm following our new favourite guy, Ty, Chess by the Numbers on Twitter. He just posted with Duda's win, and before this game and every other game here is finished, 7 spots are nearly completely claimed in the knockout, meaning Duda, he thinks he's completely inside. Odds for the eighth spot is between Giri, Dominguez and MVL. 42% for Giri, 36% for Dominguez Perez, 26% for MVL.
And I guess if Dominguez wins this game, which it looks like, if we look at the bottom of the screen there, the bar thinks he's going to win, then his odds will rise?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
And Giri, if he does draw, he's up against it as well. Maybe Dominguez will be the favourite heading into that last round.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll have to look ahead to those last round pairings to see which game to follow. It's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, because Giri is going to face in the final round. I have it here. It's going to be Giri against... Where are you, Giri? Furuzia. But we will have, actually, listen to this, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Lenia Dominguez Perez.
Okay. So that's the one shining light for MVL, Vachier-Lagrave, after this disaster in this round.
Yeah.
That he does still... have the chance to overtake one of his direct rivals with a win in the last game.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Ooh, what a round it will be.
So Giri, he knows his fate's in his hands, actually, if he wins this one and wins the next one.
But I'm also thinking, like, maybe if Giri's content to draw this, and hang on a second, Furuzia also might be content to draw his game because he's safely qualified. Just thinking how chess players work.
Okay, and... Dominguez and Giri have drawn, so if... OK, let's work it out when it happens.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm keeping an eye on chess numbers on Twitter, so
Good.
yes.
It's all about those head-to-heads and decisive number of wins now. I think that will decide who qualifies. But, OK, meanwhile, no progress in this game, no moves been made by Giri. A 3-minute think. Yeah, it feels like he's just realised that his lack of bishop now is going to cost him any winning chances.
OK.
If white still had the bishop and the knight on the board, I think white would just be winning. But no, really nice idea there from Liam to eliminate those pieces. That's what you've got to do. You think, OK, my knight is inferior to my opponent's bishop, so let's find a way to trade them off. And, yeah, OK, white does offer a trade of queens now. OK, so even taking the queens off probably is OK for black, but no need to do that. And, OK, look at Giri shaking his head. He's not happy with his last few decisions. And, OK, even if the black queen... OK, actually, maybe it's hard for the black queen to find a safe square. Just take the queens off, I think. And,
it's true, actually, because if the queen moves and doesn't protect the rook, then, of course, white will give a check and win the rook.
White's queen will come to the top of the board, check the black king.
And she has a bit of a multifunctional role because she actually has to also defend the pawn on d3 as well. So, OK, so we actually probably will see queen takes queen. And...
Yeah, I think black might well be a pawn down in an endgame, but it should be quite a simple draw. If black wants to avoid, clarifying the situation immediately, then I guess black could defend his queen with a pawn. I'm not sure how attracted I am to that one, to be honest. So if black picks up a pawn, the f-pawn, and defends the black queen in the centre of the board, What do you think, Jovanka? Is that too committal? Is that too weakening? The reason I want to do that is, firstly, to open up kind of a route into the centre for the black king. Secondly, just to maintain the status quo and say to white, what's actually your plan?
I actually quite like that idea because in order to release the just to undermine those 2 pawns, white will have to do some manoeuvring, actually. So I like that suggestion by you. Just reinforce the position of the queen by picking up the pawn.
So let's keep an eye on the players, but let's check out what Liam should do here. So he shouldn't move the queen to a careless square because this would allow a check, and the black rook drops off on the next turn. So it's simplest to allow the trade of queens, but to do it on your own terms. And in this position, we are expecting not actually queen takes queen anymore, although this is OK too. But here, black would probably have to defend an endgame where he is a pawn down. So we could see a situation where lots of pawns get eliminated, but white does have this extra pawn. So still some work to do to win, to draw the game for black. Instead, in the current position, we're expecting black to bring his pawn forward and defend his queen, because if we see a queen trade now, OK, we have actually seen a queen trade immediately, but if we saw it here, black has 2 very nice, strong pawns defending each other. So, OK, Liam looks like he's confident drawing this endgame. It should be a draw for sure, but he might still have to suffer a little bit. And Giri has a few chances now. Giri most likely will eliminate this pawn. He'll trade it off for black's strong pawn, and OK, then it's... small chances for white, but long-term chances.
And then Dominguez Perez, he has won his game against Duda-Hansen, putting him on 7.5 points out of 14. Vachier-Lagrave on 7 out of 14 after losing, and Giri on 7 out of 13. So a win in this game will put Anish on 8, half a point in front of Dominguez Perez. A draw will put him on the same score as Dominguez Perez, and then we have those tie breaks. And we need to calculate. And actually, Mamdiaro as well is on 7.5, but he is still playing his game. The bar is all the way in the middle against Narditsky there.
So he's not entirely safe if he loses this one, Mamdiarov. But OK, we'll come to that result if it happens. Meanwhile, Giri just trying to find a way to put the maximum pressure on Liam right now. I'm slightly surprised Liam moved his king. I would have just tried to get rid of one of the white pawns as quickly as possible. I'm slightly concerned that if we see a trade of those pawns I mentioned, that white's rook might be able to get behind a passed pawn, one of white's A pawns later on, and tie down the black rook. If black's rook is forced to just be a passive defender, then it's just going to be an easy win for white. Is white just going to bring his king towards the centre? That would be an autopilot move. Maybe you could push one of the pawns over on that left side.
So if white plays automatically and introduces the king into the game by moving it to f2, you know, black could also do the same.
Yeah, black will do the same.
Yeah, and then it's like white to play again. And I'm just thinking that there is a sneaky point to putting the king in the middle of the board, and as you control a few squares, so actually you can come up with your rook to attack the pawn. Sorry, you can. Maybe we should just show it. Yeah.
Let's just show this on the board. Let's keep an eye on the players as well, if we can. So we're thinking maybe the white king centralises itself. And good endgame technique.
The black king will also centralise itself. And OK.
White's pushed a pawn forward 1 square. Here, I was thinking maybe white will just push a pawn forward and try to come towards this pawn to try and win it. This looks pretty decent for white as well, but Anish, he's chosen a different move. Actually, the move I was expecting, to be honest, in this position was to push the pawn 2 squares forward, this white pawn, hoping that later on, if you get the chance, if the black rook comes across, for example, after you take, now you plant your white rook behind the passed pawn, supporting it, so that if the black rook ever moves away, if it ever moves, then white's pawn will just push forward. And if you can get your rook behind a passed pawn like this, this is just winning. It's just simply game over. And Giri would have known that, but maybe he thought he couldn't force the black rook to go and part from the defence of this pawn. So he's just pushed his pawn forward 1 square instead. And he's hoping that if this same situation arises, that after rook takes pawn, at least he's defending everything. At least his pawn is on a square, is protected. So a modest, calm, slow move there by Giri, but maybe it's a decent one. And in the current position, it's still down to Liam to figure out how to eliminate these 2 white pawns and how to maintain his pawn in the process. Most likely, he'll just bring his king towards the centre, but who knows? He might even go after white's pawns immediately. I think those 2 are the most likely options. He could maybe go into the centre with his rook as well to try and go after this pawn.
And what about moves such as like advancing your pawn forward, just to get your rook to that third row?
Okay, interesting, to push this pawn forward. Guess most likely the white king will come closer, and if you go for my pawn... Ooh, actually, how do I stop this? I guess I can push forward. And if you go for me, I'm going to at least take...
it's on the board.
Okay, really nice idea there, Jovanka. You called it. So right now we're expecting the rook to come down after the king's central... Okay, the rook's come down to this square, going after white's pawn. Has he found a way to draw immediately, actually? Maybe Giri's just missed an opportunity again, because now how do you save this pawn and this pawn? Okay, he's pushed forward.
This was what I was trying to illustrate, that the king, by coming up to the centre, actually grabs a few squares from the rook, and now you can swing across to attack the pawns. And the whole point is that if you play rook takes pawn, then the rook will take the pawn on the third row. And
now this one's indefensible.
Yep.
White simply can't hold on to this pawn, and a dead draw.
Is there a way to...
Will White try this one, Jovanka? Will White try to bring his rook to defend this guy?
Yes.
Must be Giri's plan, just to keep this pawn alive. You have to keep one of these two pawns alive, these two A pawns, in order to win the game. That's Giri's only hope. It's not actually easy to eliminate both of them. You can eliminate one, but maybe not both. It's not so easy still for Liam. He's on the brink of a draw, but how do you actually clinch it? OK, the black rook has gone across. White's rook... OK, we have predicted the future. This position on the board right now. And white's rook defending its only pawn.
Yep, and now we're going to see king takes pawn.
Now, I think black's best bet is probably to go after these pawns, either with the black king, but that's a race. Maybe you can go after them with the black rook. I'm not so sure. It feels like... OK, the computer says not that much of an advantage for white, but it feels like if this white pawn gets 2 or 3 squares closer to the Moroccan square to becoming a queen, then it's just game over. The black rook will be tied down in front of it. Passive piece. OK, yeah, still anyone's game here. Liam fighting for his life, fighting for the draw, but Giri might well clinch the win.
OK, the white king inches forward, and I agree with you, David. I mean, white's rook is ideally placed. Rooks want to be behind their passed pawns. And you called it, David. You said black's best shot was at counter-attacking, going for those pawns on the right side. Now, OK, just step the pawn forward, 2 squares.
That pawn's under fire. The white pawn, it can start running forward, but I don't think you're quite quick enough. Black will just eliminate a pawn, and the black king is actually within distance. The black king can go over to stop white's pawn over there on the A line. So that maybe is Liam's saving grace, that his black king can act as the blockader rather than the black rook. And, OK, Giri's kept his pawn safe, as predicted. And now, most likely, Liam is going to try and undermine those white pawns. You definitely don't want to allow white to slowly bring the white king into the action, slowly push the pawn. You have to take quick, swift action.
OK.
Yeah, I would push Harry the H-pawn forward, just destabilise those white pawns on the right flank.
Me too. But we're looking at a race that... How is that possible to defend? I mean, the white pawn on the A side is there.
Yeah, I think the black king's in time, though, to run over if that pawn starts moving forward.
OK, so you want to use the king. The king will just skedaddle over to the left.
Skedaddle,
and the black rook will just do its work on the right. OK, that's teamwork.
OK, yeah, and meanwhile, Giri, he defended his pawns there over on the right side with his rook. But now Liam's reminding white that his rook is a bit stretched. His rook is needed on both sides of the board. And now, if that white pawn, that A pawn drops, it's just going to be an easy draw for black.
And, OK, another post by Chess Numbers tie. With his own win in round 14, Dominguez is now the slight favourite in the last spot with 45%. Pending, of course, the other results. And if this is a draw, then Giri will be in 9th. He needs to win this game to be inside top 8 before the last round.
Yeah, it's not looking likely. Liam's defending really well, really tenaciously. Actually, it's quite funny to me that white had doubled pawns on the A line. Now he's got doubled pawns on the H line, so there's a bit of symmetry there. But the problem for white is those 2 pawns on the H line, one of them's probably going to drop.
Yep. And also, the black king is within touching distance of the rook. So this one should be quite straightforward.
Yeah. So Giri, once one of those pawns drops, he'll be 1 pawn up. But it's not sufficient. There's just not enough pawns left, and black's king perfectly placed, as you mentioned, to stop the white pawns. Yeah, this is textbook stuff. Yeah, I mean, Liam, his position 5-6 moves ago, I was scared for his chances, but okay, there we go. One of the pawns drops, and white defending his remaining extra pawn.
So what's the technique here for black? I mean, just if you could sum it up in a nutshell.
Difficult to sum it up. I guess stay as active as possible with the black rook. So first you could defend along the 5th rank, but eventually you might want to put the rook behind white's extra pawn.
Okay.
You want to go as active with the black king as possible, maybe even push the black pawn forward. I just think that the problem for white is, in order to get rid of the blockader, the black rook, that you'll have to bring your king over to one side, and then black can go after the other white pawn. Black's rook can kind of alternate between attacking white's pawn on the H line, then attacking the white pawn on the E line, and reminding white that it's impossible to defend them both at the same time, kind of sufficiently. Yeah.
So for instance...
Activity is key.
So activity is key. So, I mean, so like in this type of position, like my instinctive plan is to march the king forward. And I like this move, though, just activating the rook. The rook is getting ready to potentially move to the left and just get behind the pawn.
OK, so white's king is now defending that pawn on the H-line. It's freed up the white rook, but black now, if he can organise an attack against white's remaining pawn in the centre, white's E-pawn, then it will force white to kind of shift focus back again.
Yeah.
And actually, rook's pawns, these corner pawns, they're the hardest ones to convert if they're the only extra pawn.
Right, because that white pawn in the corner isn't actually going to move forward without the assistance of a piece. So I was thinking, I didn't want to go back. I actually wanted to step forward with the king, push my pawn forward, cover some squares, and just remind white that they have a weak pawn on E3.
Yeah, fully agreed. I think that would have been an even more convincing way to make the draw. This is fine too, but the general principle of retreating your pieces in an endgame like this, it's something to avoid. So it's going to work in this exact situation most likely, but in general, viewers at home, definitely don't retreat your king and go passive with your rook in these endgames.
If I were playing with the white pieces, I would just move my rook to the edge of the board.
Okay. He keeps it on a square, just eyeing up the black pawn, maybe trying to keep the black king honest, keep it tied down to the defence of that pawn.
Yeah, but somehow feel that you need like maximum checking distance with your rook to be of nuisance value. Yeah. Okay,
this is the technique I mentioned, just kind of the black rook yo-yoing back and forth, keeping an eye on both those white pawns. Maybe now the black king can step closer to that white H pawn. There we go. The white king stepping forward, and now, yeah, there we go, black's rook.
Nice.
Just keeping an eye on this 5th rank. And now the white rook is tied down, defending the pawn next to it. OK, Anish Giri, he's given up on his winning chances. We're going to see everything hoovered off, and king versus king, it's a draw.
All right, that is not the result Anish Giri wanted the most in this game. A draw will put him on, well, will it put him on? 8 points? Have to double check. 7.5, of course. And that is 9th place for Anish Giri, because Dominguez Perez now is in 8th place. So the drama will continue in round 15. And David, this game, there were some chances for Anish.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not in shape to grab them. What happened?
Yeah, some chances, even quite deep into the endgame. And I think actually his final chance to try and push the advantage was here. And here, Anish Giri, he just pushed his pawn timidly 1 square forward. I think actually he should have pushed it 2 squares forward. And this would have really posed some questions to Liam. The whole idea is that if the black rook ever goes across, then now you can achieve pretty much what you did in the game, but 1 square further forward. And this would have allowed white's rook to go behind the passed pawn. And now black would never, ever have time to activate this rook, as he did in the game, actually. In the game, he swung across later on to attack some weak white pawns. Firstly, the white king supports those pawns, but secondarily, if the black rook ever moves, the white pawn is 1 square closer than it was in the game. And because it is a race, white is going to quite likely win. White's going to make a new queen. And I think this position, there's still some life left, but it would have been very, very favourable to white. Instead, Giri found a slightly less good version of this, and Liam defended perfectly to make the draw.
OK, and this puts, as mentioned, Anish Giri in 9th place with 7.5 points. Dominguez Perez on 7.5 in 8th place with better tiebreak. So Anish has played 13 draws so far in the preliminaries, only 1 win. And that is horrible tiebreak scores for him. So he needs, I think he needs a win in the last game. I mean, okay, so Dominguez Perez is facing Vachier-Lagrave in the final round. Anish Giri, as we mentioned, plays Furuzia. Is it a must-win situation? Help me here.
I think it is, because Dominguez, Perez and Vachier-Lagrave, they play each other. So at the very minimum, one of them is guaranteed to be on 8 points. And they have better tie breaks than Anish Giri. And Anish Giri, if he draws, he'll be on 8-2 and he'll be knocked out. So it is a must-win situation for Giri. And against Furuzia, it's not going to be easy, especially because Furuzia, he'll be happy with the draw. He'll be happy to just sweep off all the pieces and stay solid. So Giri needs to win. And he still needs to hope, because if Dominguez wins now, Giri's got no chance.
Exactly. OK. Round 14 is still going on. So all the games will start on the same time in round 15, 10 minutes after the final game in round 14 finishes. So we're going to head into the game that is still going on. It's Wonder Liang against Vidit. Vidit, he was fighting for a qualification spot, but he's not had the best days. He only played, he's played 3 draws so far. And so he's out. OK, what's
We've
happening?
joined it at a position. It was a king and pawn endgame, but white's just made a queen and black's about to make a queen as well.
Yeah, black is going to do it with check.
Yeah, black makes a queen with check, and then he's going to make another queen as well. So 3 queens appeared on the board, but not all at the same time, unfortunately. So it's a queen and pawn endgame, but black is a pawn up. It's not going to be easy to win. It's going to be hard to shelter the black king from endless checks later on in the game, but it's only Vidit who can win, though. And he's going to try and press this one for a long time. So actually, the nerves are going to be jangling for the other players, because I don't think they'll be starting for quite a significant while yet.
OK, so this is going to last for a little bit.
Yes, I absolutely think so. Oh, hang on a second. King moves.
OK. The king moves towards its pawns.
Yeah.
But this does allow a diagonal check.
It does, doesn't it?
The black queen can just plant itself in the centre, as it has done. There's check and attacking the white pawn. Feels like a bit of an odd square, an odd choice.
OK.
OK, so now how can Vidit try to kick away that white king and try to win white's remaining pawn?
Exactly. I mean, one thing that I'm seeing is that if the queens can get exchanged off, if the black queen manages to check on the G4 square. So, OK, obviously you can't do it now because too many pieces cover that square, but it's an idea to use.
And actually, OK, after this check, the white king moving, one thing that Vidit might do is he might retreat the black king probably to the G7 square, and then there's no checks for white. And if there's no checks for the white queen, then it's going to be incredibly difficult to defend. Then the black queen will have freedom later to deliver the checks itself.
And now you can do your idea.
OK, so the king does go back. There's one check from white if he wants, the queen coming back and checking the black king diagonally, but the black king will just shift across and no more checks.
Can even step up as well, no more checks.
True,
wow.
True. And what do you think, Ivanka? Great winning chances for black?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fantastic winning chances.
Queen endgames, they're the most difficult endgame. The only thing that I know about queen endgames is that nobody knows anything about queen endgames. It's all about specific calculations, specific checks and move by move.
OK, and we've seen the moves that we highlighted. Now the king has stepped up, and now Vidit has a big check in the position. He's actually threatening to move his queen 2 squares forward, deliver check, which will win a pawn. And that is why a Wonder actually drops his queen back to cover the square. But OK, now we can give a check.
So Vidit, I mean, both sides playing on seconds. Vidit's just flicking in a few checks here and there to gain 10 seconds on the clock, gain another 10 seconds on the clock, pose some questions to Wonder Liang. That's why queen endgames are so pleasant to play when you're low on time. Just gain a few seconds every turn. And OK, we're looking for more checks from Vidit. OK, he repeats the position twice, but he won't repeat a third time. Definitely no draw here. He wants to go for the win if he can. OK, Vidit, I would just drop my king back now. Keep that king nice and safe. White still has the question of where to put the king, where to put the queen.
OK, so he drops his queen back to the C4 square, and that's quite a nice move because it covers an important check. The queen can't check on the light squares anymore. He's
covering his only pawn, might as well. And the reason we should mention as well that black is hesitating to push his extra pawn. Black's pawn on the F line it's a spare pawn. The reason you don't push it forward yet is because once you push forward, you have no more shelter for the black king. So Vidit, it's going to be a last resort to push that pawn. He wants to save it in store for later. As Ivanka mentioned, the one goal he wants here is to get the queens off the board, to trade them off if he can, or to win white's pawn. And those would be risk-free ways of winning the game.
But I have to say, I feel that Vidit has made his life a little bit more difficult because he's allowed that white queen onto that critical fourth row.
Yeah, I would agree. And OK, the king steps forward into some checks potentially, but it's not easy to create more than 1 or 2 checks in a row for white.
No, and you can also still use your pawn as a shield. So the king is relatively safe.
Yep, nice move there from Vidit.
And let's check the clock times.
OK, so, yeah, 15 seconds for Wonder Liang, 36 for Vidit. The white queen just waiting, continuing to wait. OK, how is black going to make progress here? He's gone round and round in circles for a while.
We can drop the queen back.
Drop the black queen back.
Yeah, sorry, drop the black queen to the e6 square and offer a trade.
He does
Okay,
that.
look.
Yep. And secondary threat is to give check with the black queen on g4, attack the white king and attack the pawn in the corner at the same time. So Wonder has to be super careful to prevent that one. OK, a nice move there from Vidit. I would just... OK, white has to give check. A queen trade will not help. White can never dream of trading queens. He's just down a pawn in an endgame, and black will make a queen, another queen eventually, if it's just purely kings and pawns. So he does give a check diagonally. Sensible. Vidit blocks with his queen. Another check now from white, probably.
Yes.
OK, but now the king will drop back. And how do you stop the black queen from entering that key g4 square anchored by that black pawn? Still not easy for a Wonder Liang.
Actually...
If we had to put percentages on this, Ivanka, I would probably say 60% win for black, 40% draw.
No, I'd say 90%.
I think 90% win for black.
90%.
Okay.
Because we have... Well, black has this amazing move, which is to play queen to g4 check. And that's not easy to cover. So now queen checks on that square, and now he has to be super careful where he's going to put his king.
You can't allow white's pawn to drop with check. That's why he's put it actually on the only square with which black cannot take white's pawn and give a check at the same time. So black now doesn't have the time to go and take white's pawn because black's pawn on f7 is hanging. OK, another check.
Yep.
Yeah, sensible from Vidit. Just give check, 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 check. Gain another 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, he chooses to check and then advance his king, which is also good technique.
OK, another technique I learned from Queen Endgames in my career is that if you put your queen on light squares and your king on light squares, most likely you will be able to find a way to hide later on. You normally want them on the same colour complex. Just makes it easier to block. And OK, white, I wonder, he's tenacious. He's seeing the positives in his position. He's defending his pawn now with the white queen. He's threatening some checks from behind.
But you know, I'd be tempted to actually give a check to the white king diagonally, and then actually snake in with my king.
Yeah, tempting. And probably that was quite a strong idea. OK, Vidit, he hasn't made that much progress over the last... how many moves is it now? 56 was when the last... OK, let's go back. 56 was the last pawn push.
OK.
So if we get to move 106 and black doesn't push a pawn or make a capture, it's actually a draw. So he's only got 29 moves, actually, with which to actually do something.
He also hasn't built up too much time on his clock, which is a little bit concerning, because what you want to do is just play some random queen moves, get the time, then have a think, and then...
And Vidit slightly shaking his head there. He realises that, he's he's in the driver's seat. He can take a draw anytime he wants, but he hasn't made any progress at all over the last 25 moves. And
But he has a threat in the position. He's actually threatening to give a check on g4, but we've been there.
Been almost that identical position before. OK, black's queen giving a check. I wonder, defending perfectly so far. He's a really impressive player. I mean, we haven't seen him too much throughout the tour, and OK, it's been a struggle. It's difficult facing these top guys for the first time, but every time I watch his games, it's always so much energy. He's really tenacious. He comes up with some really attacking ideas quite often. OK.
And Vidit's king step forward. Will we see the king make a move?
Go on a journey.
Exactly. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
It has to do it at some stage. I mean, it's just about coordinating the queen so that it covers any annoying checks.
Yep.
OK.
OK, I wonder doing a good job of keeping that black king tied down. OK, but black can win a pawn now. Black can give check diagonally. Black can bring his queen back to the e4 square, and wherever white's king goes, you're going to take that remaining pawn.
Yeah, but you've got to be careful, David. So queen, check. Okay, the king steps
Maybe
backwards.
give another check now.
Yeah, and so I wonder's point is that if black does play queen takes pawn, then
we'll have to show that.
Yeah, we'll definitely.
It's a very complicated idea here, but the reason, in this position as well, the reason you can't just take this pawn with black is because white's queen gives a check, attacking the black king, and actually the black king, if it moves away, you just take a pawn. But if you step into the wrong square, then I said there was no risk for black, but this is the risk. You get skewered along this diagonal, and this is why black's just giving loads of checks right now. Once the black king moves, the black queen would drop off. So this is the only trap in the position, but Awanda has set it, and how is Vidit escaping? He's just giving endless checks and no progress yet. The white king is just going to move, and still, you can't take this pawn. This pawn is poisoned.
Yeah. Well, I'm expecting Vidit to actually deliver a check at some point, which protects, like here. So you can step the queen back to the middle. And
defending this pawn.
Defend the pawn, and now the king can start advancing.
Okay, so if the king moves, the white king moves, then maybe the black king has to snake its way in and has to get active. But Vidit, he hasn't found this plan yet. I love your idea, Jovanka. I think that's probably the winning idea, but he hasn't gone for it. Actually, in the current position, he's just dropped back with his queen. So now the white queen's dropped back. Note how she's cutting off the black king from stepping forward again. And black's given a check, discover check against the white king, but no progress. I think the only way black's going to win this game is if he goes round and round again and finds your idea. I think the black king has to try and get active to win this one.
But he's running short on moves, David. It's now move 89.
He's now move 89, so he's only got 17 moves.
Before he has to make a pawn move.
Before he has to push a pawn or
make a capture.
Yeah, or make a capture.
I'm calculating here. That's why I'm so quiet.
Do you want my glittery calculator, Kaya?
I was just thinking, so we were saying that Vidit is out of it, and probably he is, but if he wins this game, he will be on 7 points, same as Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. So if both Vidit, if he wins this game in the last round against Aronian, and Maxim wins this game against Dominguez Perez, they will both be on 8 points, same as Wesley So. Well,
They drew against each other, Vidit and
and if Geary loses, and then, of course, as we mentioned, Dominguez Perez loses, could it be behind Vidit and Vachier-Lagrave for that 8th place?
And MVL maybe has more decisive games. I don't know.
Maybe. Okay, but anyways, so the win here. He needs to win this game, though. So
theoretically, he's still alive in this tournament. But now it's move 93. Remember, move 106 is the golden moment, and that was the last time a pawn was pushed or a capture was made. Okay, black blocking this last check. We've been pretty much here before.
It's a case of deja vu here.
Okay, so maybe Vidit will leave it until just before move 106, and then he'll push a pawn and try and make some progress.
Yeah.
It'll be heartbreaking if you get so close to that 50 moves and then you find a winning idea and you run out of moves with which to execute that idea. Okay, white's queen attacking a black pawn and defending her own pawn.
I like that tweet, from Nebby, the immortal game between Joey and Phoebe.
That's over the board chess, right? Speed chess. Bang, 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 bang. Bang the clock. Chess.
Yeah.
Okay. And I like the previous tweet as well. The Austin Powers.
Yes, that was a good one. And actually, on that subject, Brian Townsend actually says that he likes the chess scene in X-Men between Magneto and Professor X. And the chess game represents characters.
Yeah.
Clash of ideologies. My old friend. Who is your old friend and old rival?
My old friend. My old rival, probably Gawain Jones. Known each other since we were kids and play each other countless of times.
Yeah. Okay, I have calculated. So I think actually there is no hope for Vidit because his only hope is winning the 2 final games, this one and the final one, to get to 8 points with Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, possibly Wesley So. But in both of those scenarios, Vidit will have the worst tiebreaks.
How about if Geary's added to the mix as well? Sorry,
if Geary plays a draw, oh man.
I mean, we're seeing Awanda Liang suffer on the board, but now it's your turn to work out the...
Okay.
Sorry. But Vidit, he knows he needs to win, and probably that's on his mind.
Yeah.
That's why he's pressing this one. But, OK, it's moved 98 now.
I know.
It's just endless checks, no progress, no actual kind of physical gains here.
And, well, he has one saving grace, which is he can push a pawn and the counter gets reset, and we're in for another 50 moves of,
we're
it's
in.
here.
Jovanka, a pawn has been pushed, so no more 50-move rule draw until move 149. This is move 99. And, OK, back to square one. So this time, the black pawn having been pushed, maybe a Wonder Liang will be able to give more checks to the black king. The black king has lost a little bit of shelter due to that pawn push. On the plus side for Vidit fans, the black king wants to get active anyway, right?
Yeah,
so if white starts checking in the wrong fashion, the black king's going to happily move towards the centre. And, OK, I think that was the right moment for Vidit. He didn't want to leave it too close. He didn't want to wait too long before pushing a pawn because the game might have been declared a draw. So, OK, still huge problems for Liang in practical terms. The computer, obviously, with the evaluation bar, would hold the draw with best play, but we're humans. It's so easy to blunder. If you put your queen on the wrong square, if you check on the wrong square, if you put the white king on the wrong square, game over.
Yeah, this is the big difference with humans and computers. We suffer from moments of weakness. OK, and maybe this has been a turning point, actually, because now the black king has been mobilised, and it's not very easy for a wonder to give any useful checks. OK, so there's one. First of all, you can block the check, or I would be tempted to run. Yeah. And now, if you try to... You have to be very accurate with where white gives the check. So if you give the check on the horizontal, where the black queen can intercept, and this will be a check. So you'd have to give it on the diagonal. This is a general rule. You should always check diagonally. And the queen can still intercept.
Yeah, or the black king can even go towards the white pawn. Yeah, I think Liang... I mean, he's defended so well, so tenaciously, but he did let the black king get active. He should have tried to stop that plan. That was black's only winning plan, and I don't think he realised. And, OK, you saw it there on Awanda's face. He knows he's messed up.
OK.
Now the black queen can intercept this check.
She will do that.
There we go.
There you go. And
queen trade, black wins. But if you don't trade the queens, black takes your remaining pawn. You
just can't defend the pawn. And also... The queen and the king actually are forming quite a deadly duo. Queen, OK, now king takes pawn, and now the queen will give a check, but the king just steps back.
Yeah,
no problems there.
No more checks. Now black is 2 pawns up. He's made huge progress in the last few moves. Yeah, it's all turning in Vidit's favour suddenly. And that's the thing. That's why we go round in circles. Always put the pressure on the opponent. Don't take a draw, because eventually you might wear them down. It's like sport. You tire out your opponent, and eventually they might make a mistake.
I would be tempted just to push the pawn, and there is a big threat in the position of actually stepping forward with the queen to make a trade, because then this king and pawn ending might be won.
Not yet, but the idea is in the air. So black would happily give back a pawn to trade queens, but he has to do it in the right fashion. And, OK, the computer says plus 49. That means it is winning. He just needs to be super accurate with it. There are no real scary checks in the position. Just make sure that that situation continues. Maybe give a few checks to yourself as black.
And I have calculated. So even if the scenario is that we have 4 players on 8 points fighting for 2 spots, so Giri, Vachier-Lagrave and Vidit will be out due to tie breaks. And also if the situation is Giri, Vachier-Lagrave and Vidit on 8 points fighting for the final 8th spot, Vidit will as well be out. So there is... And
I've worked out
the win. But this is only my calculation, so we're not trusting those 100%.
And just when I was going to announce how I worked out the win, Vidit goes and plays it, and now no one is going to believe me. It was too...
We saw your excitement before he played the move, Jovanka. And explain it to us, because it looks like black's just giving up a pawn, but he's done it for a reason.
Exactly. And so the whole point is that if you play king takes pawn, then the queen will step backwards and give a check. And now this is the whole point. And I didn't see...
Sneaky from Awanda Liang.
I didn't see this.
Taking the queens off in the wrong fashion. OK, Awanda, he's so sneaky. He's gone for a stalemate, and Vidit, he's blown it. He's missed this last move. That is a genius move by Awanda Liang. He's given up his queen for free, but if black took that queen, it would have been stalemate. He's just fallen into a trap. He set the trap, Vidit, and then he fell into a different one. And now okay, he's just given up his pawn. One of his 2 extra pawns, and one pawn alone now is not enough to win the game.
Yeah. Well, I fell for it too, David.
Yeah.
My blunder game is on point as well.
All right, so now it's going to be a draw then? Only hope, or?
Another 50 moves, Claire. I think the players are in for a nervous wait. So are we, because this game, Vidit can still try. He has an extra pawn, and if he tricks Liang, he might well still win the game. But with best play, there's just nowhere for the black king to hide, and white's king will easily blockade the black extra pawn. This should be a draw, but Jovanka, what do you think? Maybe while the players go round, because they will go round in circles for a while now, maybe we can show why that was such a shocking moment, why it was such a big blunder. And it was actually here. And Vidit, he found the winning move. He found the winning idea. He pushed his pawn forward with a check. And as you mentioned, if the king takes the pawn, the black queen steps back with a double attack and forces the queens off the board with a winning endgame. But after the queen took the pawn in this way, we saw a queen check. The white queen stepped across, and here the winning move for black was actually really difficult. It was to step his king this direction. And the whole reason is because if white steps back with his king now, you don't take the queen because this would be stalemate. White's king not checked, but it's trapped. Instead, you give a check on this square. And no matter what happens, for example, if the queens do come off, then black will win because he has the opposition. Eventually, white's king will be forced out of the way, and this pawn would win. This pawn would push forward and win the game. So actually, it was just this one genius moment from Wonder Liang. After black's king went in the wrong direction, he put his king in the corner, giving up his queen. This was what most likely will save the game, because now black doesn't have any kind of scary checks, and if he takes the queen, again, stalemate, the white king trapped, but not attacked. So Liang just... I didn't see it coming. We didn't see it coming, right, Jovanka?
No. Very nice, but very instructive, actually, because you have the themes of opposition, stalemate, and the fact that you should never, ever give up. Mm-hmm. And, we're in for a treat now.
A very long, tiring treat. Treats and tweets,
yeah.
Yeah, OK. Lots and lots of checks. How is black going to escape? That's the issue. You can see it on his face.
Yeah, he is just so annoyed with him because any chances he had of qualifying...
They'll definitely be gone if this game's a draw.
Down the drain, yeah.
And...
yeah, look at him.
Yeah, he had pretty much this exact position, but with an extra pawn, and he just dropped it off for free.
I do feel that stalemating trick, we should have that on replay, like they do in football, because that was just brilliant.
Yeah. VAR. Yeah. Actually, I've seen Magnus Carlsen hold a really impressive game at the World Blitz Championship with that exact trick. He put his king as far away in the corner as possible. It looks like, oh, what's the king doing there? But if the king's in the corner, it can get stalemated. And, OK, meanwhile, it feels like there should be a stalemate now. Black's king's gone on a little walk. White can just give some checks, kick that black king away. Black will not have time to checkmate the white king.
Queen gives check, king moves.
The queen can give check again.
Yep.
Just slide one square to the left.
I was looking for... Can she actually be fancy? You know, he's had one stalemate trick. Maybe he could try it again, like move the queen to the h3 square, give herself away.
Step next to the black king.
There you go.
Yeah, that would be the most sneaky move in the position. And you can tell Wonder, he wants to play that move. He wants to be artistic and go for the stalemate.
Might not be the best move, though.
Maybe it is. OK, he does just give a check.
I like that move.
And now the black queen blocks.
OK, is it possible to play queen takes pawn? Is there some checkmating ideas?
I think that would lead to
that would be checkmating ideas because the black king is too close.
Yeah, so actually you shouldn't get greedy here and take a pawn that would fall into a trap. You definitely don't want to allow black to start checking you. You have to continue the checks yourself. But the kings are too close together, as Jovanka mentioned, so there's always going to be checkmating or stalemating ideas. So, yeah, when in doubt, give some checks. That tends to be the mantra in queen endgames. And now, if black's queen blocks again, the position repeats itself, so the black king has to move. This is actually a discovered check against the white king, but at least the black king's been forced away, so no more checkmating ideas against white's king.
So what move are we looking for here for this game to end?
I don't think it will end in a specific move. I think they're just going to go round and round until Vidit's had enough.
OK.
The problem is there's no way to make progress.
So it's up to Vidit to offer a draw.
Yeah. I think just chess etiquette is like manners. If you're on the defending side, here you're a pawn down, you don't offer the draw to your opponent. You wait till they admit that it's a drawn position. But yeah, as long as Liang doesn't blunder and, for example, trade the queens in the wrong way, then it's pretty much a guaranteed draw. So, yeah, let me check when the last capture happened. It happened on move 107. So if we get to move 157, it's declared a draw. Maybe they want to break the record for the world's longest game.
Ooh.
269, I think.
269, yes.
But we're nearly halfway there.
David knows exactly how many moves.
Nearly halfway there.
Because you almost broke that record.
Yeah, I could have done, but I didn't know what the record was, so I just ended the game too early. And also, it was a team competition. My team captain was sitting there looking at me, being like, hungry, I'm hungry. Come on, I want food. So I had to shorten the game, but it was only 236 moves.
And did you play quite quickly, or did you take your time with everything?
Taking my time. So I was sitting there and enjoying it. Against someone who played on the tour, of course, Hare Krishna.
Ah.
And, OK, more checks. Not too much to say here. Actually, there is one trick in the position. Black can actually block this check with his own check. Black can trade queens. And if this happens, however, we get to a king and pawn endgame where white is the one to kind of shoulder off the black king, and that would end in a draw. So, yep, no time to explain that here. But Wonder Liang, he had it all under control. He knows his king and pawn endgames. Actually, in terms of endgames, those are the first ones to study, to lock down, to nail down in the memory banks, because then you know when you can exchange pieces. And that was one of the situations that black couldn't trade queens.
And of course, all the other players are waiting for this game to finish, and then it will be 10 minutes before round 15 starts. So all the other players either sitting preparing for round 14 or, probably following this game as well to be sure when their next round starts. Yeah. How will they be feeling about this?
Frustrated.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's nice to
They get a long break, yeah?
To relax and just to...
Maybe the players who know they're already qualified, maybe they just think, OK, I want to prepare for tomorrow's game, so I don't really want to stretch out today too far. Especially the players in Europe, for them, it's very late at night now.
Yeah. And then for Giri, MVL, Dominguez Perez, who know it's a big fight in the final round, they just want to get started.
I wonder if Giri's preparing or whether he's tweeting right now.
I'll have a look.
We should check. Because, yeah, of course, he's the one it affects the most, quite likely, or one of the few it affects the most this game. And, OK, a check. The black king can try and hide, but still no progress. The white queen can now go back and deliver check diagonally, as she does. Yes, and OK. I like the fact that Vidit's playing. That's what I recommend to everyone. You learn about endgames by playing them out to the bitter end, but yeah, zero progress has been made, and we're inching closer to that magical mark of 157.
No social media distractions for Anish. He's focused on his goal. And, OK, there's still lots of checks on the board. So maybe it's time to share with you some quiz answers for our quiz of the day. And I did quite like Bastian Mulvik's answer. He says, maybe not the best chess scene, but it must be the most original chess set with the skeleton and Spider-Man as rooks. And this is a scene from a UK TV series called Bottom. So,
Bottom.
Rick Mail.
Rick Mail, and who was the other one?
Oh, Tim.
Adrian Edmondson.
Adrian Edmondson, yeah.
Yeah. And they're there playing with a big skeleton and a big Spider-Man figurine.
It's like surrealist comedy. It's quite good.
OK, that sounds fun.
Well, we'll wait for them to show it. Maybe it would be cool if they play a queen ending with figurines.
With the skull and crossbones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, OK, whilst I wait for that one, Ibrahim Shazad says, while analysing the Queen's Gambit final game between Borgov and Beth, when Magnus says Borgov shouldn't smile before resigning. Instead, he should be ashamed. This makes me laugh every time. I thought it was a nice touch that he smiled.
Yeah, because it was kind of his personality, right? He was a humble, or if not humble, a very nice person.
Yes, exactly.
Like, yeah.
And the Queens just keep checking.
Yeah. No progress made still, and no pawn pushes, no captures since move 107.
So 16 more moves.
16 more moves. Probably Vidit is going to tease us. I think just before the move 157, he might push a pawn, and then the counter resets.
Oh, hang on a second. Anish Giri just actually tweeted.
Oh!
Did he hear my call to arms?
He did. He did.
Hey,
And he
Anish.
says, at David Howell, GM.
I love it.
I'm honoured.
Hi, Anish.
We are
Good luck
honoured.
in round 15.
Yes.
Also, why aren't you preparing, Anish? Why aren't you preparing?
All right, cool. Oh, I wonder what you're preparing, Anish, for that round 15.
Yeah, big game. Probably a must-win situation, as we mentioned. Just in case you hadn't worked that out, Anish. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't give away anything here. But okay, the Black King just trying to worm its way into the position. No real progress still, though. White Queen can give check in a couple of ways. There we go. And yeah, it's hard to find original things to say about this position.
I can imagine.
White should not trade queens here, however, because Black would gain a passed pawn and Black would win. So, again, don't trade queens unless you're 100% sure. And, OK, another check and another check. Black King, I'm still trying to work out where it's going to hide. I don't see a safe haven for it. And Vidit, OK, he's down to 10 moves. He has to move a pawn within 10 moves, otherwise the game is declared a draw.
Well, come on, Vidit.
OK, so...
What is our record of the longest game?
we should get the stats, right?
Do you mean in time?
Yeah, in time.
OK.
Well, not in time in terms of moves.
Oh,
that's
you mean in the tour?
the tour, yeah.
Well, I think actually it might have been a game by Vidit. He's played just a few of these very...
Maybe it was a rook and bishop versus rook game between Vidit and Nakamura.
I wasn't sure whether it was Aronian against Magnus. That went on for a long time as well.
A few candidates there, yeah. Tweet us if you know the answer.
Yeah.
If you've been watching all of the thousands and thousands of games that have been played on the tour. I think moves, I remember one that was around 152.
Okay.
But I'm not sure, maybe that was...
Well, this one's 150, David.
150, so maybe we'll break the record. Maybe there was a longer game, though.
And when is it he needs to push a pawn?
Before 157, before White's
so he's
157th move.
He's got 7 moves to push a pawn.
OK, so Liang, probably he can't see the moves. He probably isn't keeping count in his head, but if he gives 6 more checks, which is quite likely, then the game is declared a draw. I don't see any way that Black's going to hide the king and have the time to push a pawn before move 157. OK, Awanda showing off there. He's offering a queen trade. The queens, if they'd come off there, then White would have made the draw because the kings would have been in opposition and it would have been Black who's forced to play.
153.
OK, 153, 154 now in a moment.
Yeah.
OK, just give a check, Awanda.
Yes.
Let's get that last round started.
Okay.
Check. That, again, is so unnecessary, allowing an offer of a trade of queens. Black's queen can actually block now with a kind of mutual pin. But, again, White would just defend the queen with his king. And
is there... hang on. OK, now if Vidit wants to continue the game, then he actually has to block it with his queen and then push a pawn.
And then push a pawn, yeah. But Vidit, most likely, either he's given up on his winning chances or he didn't know that we're so close to that move 50.
155, queen... Now the king moves back, and now we just need
OK.
2 moves.
So this move, and then the next one.
OK.
And Awanda shows off again. He shows off his knowledge of king and pawn endgames by offering that trade of queens.
OK.
If they come off now, it's a draw.
Yes.
It's going to be a draw anyway, next move.
Yeah.
OK. Vidit, is he going to try one last attempt? Is he going to swap the queens and then take the game all the way to stalemate?
For sure.
Show the fans why it's a draw.
Yes.
Take the queens off and show us why it's a draw in that king and pawn game.
Yeah, we're cheering for that.
Shaking his head here. He knows this is knocking him out of the tournament.
And Awanda, he's probably... he was looking off to the side there. He was looking at Vidit's camera. And, OK, will we see Awanda make a move? OK, no draw yet, but it's coming. On move 157, on the 50th move, he made a trade, and there we go. It's king versus king in a draw.
159 moves, and 1 hour and 21 minutes later, it's a draw between Awanda Liang and Vidit in round 14. So round 15 coming up in 10 minutes. Anish Giri probably has to win the final game against Ali Reza Forouzia to qualify for the knockout stage. We're going to follow that game, but we're also going to follow the drama with the players Anish is battling with.
That was a long round, round 14 and round 15. The decisive final round is coming up in 9 minutes or so. We're joined by Ginger GM Simon Williams. What did you think about that last game? Vidit, keeping us entertained here.
Yeah, entertained is a good word. Riveting stuff. I mean, the great thing about it was let's be honest, it was a bit dull, except for one moment, which was amazingly interesting. And that's one of the things you get in chess. Not much happens. And then you had that amazing trick that Vidit played, and also the trick that his opponent played. The Wonder came up with a wondrous trick at the end. So it did have moments there.
Definitely did have moments. But unfortunately, Vidit, he is out of contention for knockout. So now it's all about Giri, MVL, and Dominguez Perez. We did have Ty, chess numbers, joining us in the last break, Simon, calculating everything with his Excel. How good are you with your numbers?
Not as good as chess by numbers. I mean, that guy literally had more spreadsheets than like Anish has jokes, didn't he? He had spreadsheets here. I loved it though. I thought it was brilliant, and I think what his points that he was giving and the way he worked things out is fascinating. So really interesting, and I hope you get him on again.
I agree. Yeah, it was fantastic. And if you were one of these players now, Giri, MVL, Dominguez Perez, what would you be doing now to get ready for that final round?
I don't think too much. I think, I've probably given up doing much after watching that last ending. And I'd probably I know I have to win. So I've got to do everything I can. That's the way I'll be thinking. Just see how it goes. Don't worry too much about things. Just get in there and just give it everything you got. And who knows? It's obviously going to be very exciting to see you go through now.
And so the correct standings after round 14 just came in. And Magnus Carlsen is in second. And Wesley So is in 7th. So that means if that stands, then Magnus will actually face Wesley So in the quarterfinals. That has happened before, and Magnus was just super angry in the interview afterwards. He just did not want to face Wesley in the quarterfinals. So what do you expect from Magnus then in the final round?
Like you said, he really doesn't want to play Wesley, because those two over the course of the tour have been the best two players. And I think they've got 2-2 against each other in the knockout stages, so anything can happen there. So I don't know. Is it a good idea for him to lose on purpose to try and get in a bad position? You'll never see Magnus do that, obviously, and he's going to try to win and hopefully miss, I guess, Wesley by doing that.
Yeah. Is that actually the best scenario for Wesley? Because if Wesley has any chance of getting that top spot, he has to make sure that Magnus doesn't get too many points.
Yeah, that's true.
If he can knock him out, if he can knock out Magnus in the quarterfinals, then that's a good thing.
That's true. All right. Wow. Okay. So much drama heading into round 15. What would you be doing now, David, if you were these players?
I'd be shaking with fear. And I'd be trying probably. I mean, I should go out for a walk or do something to freshen up, but I'd probably just be looking at the computer, trying to work out my lines last minute, just trying to think, okay, this gives me the best chance in this must-win situation. But Simon, if I had to, if you had to make a prediction, what would you say? Who's going to qualify? Who's going to make it to the top 8?
It's really hard to say. I mean, all the places are just so close. I mean, I haven't even looked at the scores after that last game, but I mean, it's Anish and Dominguez. I mean, one of those guys. I would go for. Let's say I'm going to go for Anish. To go through. And I quite like to see MVL go through, but that's going to be really hard to happen now. So I don't know. I mean, let me just say Anish. I'll just leave it at that, shall I? I'm just going to go Anish. That's my last punt.
I put you in a tough spot there. Sorry, Simon.
You did. Yeah, cheers, David.
But it's more than possible. Anish there with 7.5 points in 9th place. Same score as Lenia Dominguez Perez, who faces Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the final round. Anish plays Alireza Firouzja. We will keep a close eye on both of those games because one of those players will be in 8th place, probably. So much calculation. Okay, well, that Vidit game lasted for so long, so maybe some of the players had time to watch a TV series or a film, and we've been talking about that today, Simon. favorite chess moment from the entertainment business? Do you have a favorite moment?
Yeah, well, there's a couple that sort of spring to mind. I mean, I love the Queen's Gambit in general. I thought that was excellent. Someone mentioned Bottom, which is actually a brilliant TV series. I was going to mention that myself, but two other ones, just very quickly, I can think of. There's a lesser-known film called Ivory Tower, which is like a bit of a parody. And it has this guy called Chili Gonzalez in it, who's a very famous piano player. And I thought that was really funny. There's some scenes where he takes the opponent's queen and he sort of puts it in his little bag and and gives the guy a little, evil look, which I quite like. And he does his chess exercises. He gets his knights out and does knights. So that's pretty good, when he's getting ready. And then I think the last thing, I don't know if it's been mentioned, was Seventh Seal, this old classic black and white film where you had a knight playing against death. And I quite like the sort of weird symbolism of playing against death in a game of chess. I thought, that's a really iconic scene from any movie, I think. So, yeah, some interesting scenes there.
Definitely. All right. It's getting close to the 15th and final round in the preliminaries. And actually, Simon, we're not going to be joined by you throughout the knockouts because you have another stream. If people want to watch you during the knockouts, where do they go?
I'm going to be streaming on the Chess24 GM channel. So that's, you can catch me there with, I think, Danny King for most of the time.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We're going to miss you, though, Simon. And we'll see you back in the final, right?
Definitely. I'll be missing you all as well. So have a good time.
You too. You too. It's been a pleasure, Simon. And we'll see you in the final, definitely. Thanks for joining us. All right. Ginger GM, Simon Williams. Check him out on the Chess24 stream starting from the knockout stage tomorrow. All right. Results from round 14 already. Here they are. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a long time ago, won his game against Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. Crucial win there. Lenia Dominguez, also a crucial win for him against Eric Hansen. Shakhriyar Mamdiyarov eventually won his game against Daniel Naroditsky. Fantastic tournament, entertained us so much. Unfortunately, now it's over for Naroditsky as well. And 8 games coming up in the final round in the preliminaries. Here they are. Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the World Cup about a month ago, so I bet he wants revenge, Magnus Carlsen. Wesley So is going to face Jordan van Forest. Vidit, after that long game, now faces Levon Aronian. And Liemlia against Awandeliag. We also have Naroditsky finishing off the tournament against Vladislav Artemiev, still on top of the table. Eric Hansen against Shakhriyar Mamdiyarov. And then we know the two very important games. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Lenia Dominguez. Alireza Firouzja against Anish Giri. It's definitely these two games that we have to follow. And I think we have a new tweet by our friend Ty, Chess Numbers, on Twitter, who can tell us what the situation is. Okay, what are we seeing here? Percentages. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, 29% chance of qualifying. Lenia Dominguez, 53%. Anish Giri, only, what does it say? 18% chance. Okay, so it's in Lenia Dominguez's hands at the moment.
Yeah, his fate's in his own hands. If he wins this next game, he's through. It's guaranteed. Whereas Vachier-Lagrave has to win and hope, and Giri also has to win and hope that results go in his favour.
It is the final day of the final round of preliminaries in the Aimchess US Rapid. It's actually the final round of preliminaries in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour season 2021. It is a different format in the tour final. So we're looking forward to this one. Yeah.
I have a feeling, just judging by other preliminary stages, this one's going to go out with a bang.
Yeah.
It's going to go down to the last few moves, the last few seconds of the game. And wow, I can't wait to get started. It's going to be breathless action.
Yeah.
And here we go.
Here we go, Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. Alireza is safe. Anish Giri probably needs to win this game to go through. And here we go.
Yeah, it's not easy with black to win any game against an elite player, and that's the task facing Anish Giri. It's a Queen's Pawn opening. Will we see the Queen's Gambit? Will we see a London system? Okay, White's Knight developing. So right now, okay, it is a Queen's Gambit. White temporarily trying to give up a pawn, but nope, that offer is declined. Giri playing the Slav defense.
I reckon that Firouzja will capture that. Oh, he did.
Okay, that is not good news for Anish Giri fans already at this early stage. An exchange variation of the Slav defense. This has a reputation as the most drawish line in chess, pretty much. And now, if White wants to draw, if Firouzja wants to draw, he'll just bring his bishop out. How is Giri going to imbalance this game? He knows he needs to win.
Well, I think he just needs to focus on equalising. As long as there's no forced draw, he's OK.
OK, so he just pushes a pawn.
Yeah.
I'm not so optimistic for Giri's chances.
I've managed to win in this position with the black pieces in a must-win situation. It's like the French exchange variation, which is almost the same, except it occurs from a king's pawn opening.
Maybe, but the French exchange, there's so much room for manoeuvre, and here there's already an open line that both rooks will occupy. Lots of pieces will get traded. I've managed to win myself from the black side against actually Vidit in a must-win situation, but I don't know, it's rapid chess. Firouzja, he's not going to give you too many chances.
That's true. Well, here, White has a choice. White can play... If White is feeling ambitious, then I would actually recommend that they pick up the rook and move it to the open line. If he's not feeling so ambitious, then actually he can just push his king's pawn one square forward. Yep,
some solid options here for White for sure. And in symmetrical positions like this one, having the first move being White tends to give you a tiny advantage. OK, so as you mentioned, Ivanka, Giri, his first task is to neutralise White's extra move. He tries to do that by bringing his bishop out. Note how this bishop has been developed before Black's pushed his king's pawn, before Black locks his own bishop in. That bishop now really well placed, creating an annoying pin for Firouzja to deal with. At some point, that bishop might even be happy to trade itself for a knight, that bishop that has just moved, because the centre is going to be blocked, and knights tend to be better than bishops in blocked positions. Knights tend to thrive, they can jump around. And, yeah, I was also just wondering, Firouzja, he's now a Frenchman, he's playing for the French flag. Is he going to try and help out his fellow Frenchman, MVL? He's the only one who isn't in this kind of tense race for the knockout places. Now Firouzja already qualified pretty much, so if he wins, he'll be doing, or draws even, he'll be doing his countrymen a huge favour. OK, first he attacks that black bishop.
And now I think the best move here is actually just to capture the knight.
Get rid of that knight, don't be fancy.
Exactly, and in my experience in this type of position is actually, with the pawn structure is so symmetrical that knights are better than bishops.
Yep.
Because knights are the ones that can jump in and control squares.
Yeah, agreed. So Giri, he can take that knight if he wants to be provocative, if he wants to really force Firouzja to take some action. Maybe he'll step back with the bishop because he knows a draw is the same as a loss. And eliminating that white knight, objectively, it's best. But I don't know, the more pieces that leave, the closer we do get to that draw potentially. So, OK, just a stylistic thing here. I think if Giri was just in a normal tournament situation, if this was round one of the prelims, he would just take that knight and say, OK, let's move on. He does actually take that knight eventually anyway. Ivanka mentioned it's the best move, it's the safest move. But how to create something now with black? How do you imbalance things? You've traded a bishop for knight, so there's a tiny imbalance there in terms of the pieces and potentially the quality of the pieces later on, but you need something else if you want to win this game. Another thought that went through my mind. So this round started an hour and 20 minutes after Vachier-Lagrave finished his last game. Wow. So he was waiting for an hour and 20 minutes between the two games.
That's tough.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to keep that rhythm going, to keep the energy levels going.
Because when you lost, you just kind of want to get back in the ring and you want to just fight it out. But it's not so easy if you've been forced to wait 1 hour and 20 minutes for a queen and pawn ending that just kept on going.
I've just taken a peek over at that game as well, and OK, it's very solid for black, but Vachier-Lagrave has maybe a slight advantage. So I don't know. It does feel like it's Vachier-Lagrave's type of position as well. So, OK, anything could still happen. And meanwhile, White's just developing a piece. Very sensible stuff. I expect to see black's bishop now develop as well.
Yeah, and black actually has a choice. He can actually step forward 2 squares and challenge the dark squared bishop.
As he does.
As he does. Or he could actually just develop the bishop. OK.
Yeah. He could have moved it 1 square as well, right?
Yeah.
So right now, if White wants an advantage, you normally try to keep the 2 bishops on the board.
Yeah.
So you don't allow this trade of bishops. You want to keep the bishops as a pair just in case things open up later on. That's why Alarosa dodges that trade, also creating a pin against the black knight. Anish frowning slightly, maybe slightly surprised by that move. I think, if I'm correct, the black bishop normally retreats now to break this pin.
You can do that, or if you want to just challenge white a little bit, you can actually attack the bishop with a pawn.
Yeah.
But okay, he steps backwards, and do you think Alireza is going to...
If he wants to be super cynical, at some point he could just take that black knight with his bishop and we'll be left with opposite colour bishops and odds on for a draw there. It's going to be so... Okay,
he does it. Okay.
We saw Giri raise his eyebrows there. He knows it's not the best move from Firouzja, but Firouzja's just playing for the draw. It's clear now.
Okay, and castles on the board. And now, okay, I mean, both sides do have their plus points, and it's all going to be about this open line on the board. And one thing that the knights want to do is they want to occupy the... For white, it will be the c5 square. For black, it will be the c4 square. And if both... So, David, you can highlight this. And often you will use a knight on, say, for white, knight on c5 as a kind of a springboard for complete domination over the c line. And you want to undermine the c6 knight.
Yeah, so for example here, even if black defends this pawn, you could contemplate taking this pawn just to undermine this black knight, as you mentioned, Jovanka. And neither side is rushing yet to get their knights to these dominant squares, but at some point it will be on their radar. White knight trying to jump here, the black knight quite likely as well. Later on in the game, maybe a few moves down the line, will try and occupy a square of its own. So right now, just a bit of a waiting game. White just centralising his rooks first before going active with his knight. Meanwhile, I think Giri will do the same. The black rook, okay, he's just ignoring this for now, but the black rook will try and compete for the open line, try and contest against white's rooks. Maybe we'll see some trades there later on. But Giri, I'm trying to work out what he's doing. Is he going to try and go for an attack? Is he going to try and shift his rook across and then bring his pawn down and explode open the position? Probably just a pipe dream, right?
Yeah, it does look like a fantasy, doesn't it?
Okay. I think most likely black's just keeping everything on dark squares, nice and solid, protected. And sooner or later, all the attention will switch to this left side of the board. And, okay, Giri playing really quickly, confidently, yet to create any real imbalances, but he will try.
Yeah.
And
okay, well, finally we have the knight moving to the edge of the board, where it's going to springboard into the c5 square. I like this position for white. I don't think that Anish has actually fully equalised. It's only white that can control the c line, and especially when you bear in mind the kind of tournament situation that Anish should be winning.
Yeah, it's
not going to be an easy ride at all.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word disaster in terms of an opening because black's completely fine here, but in terms of the tournament situation, yeah, this is the last opening that Anish Giri wanted to find himself in. The most drawish position in chess, pretty much. The exchange Slav, ever since I was young, it was known as a drawing weapon if white just wants to be super solid, especially lower-rated players against higher-rated players. If I'm playing someone lower rated than me, I'll never, ever play the Slav because they can just trade off pawns. They can head for a position like this, and it's so hard to beat them. It's so hard to create anything as black. So, yeah, Anish, maybe just forgetting that Firouzja's already qualified, just happy to just take all the risk out of the position. Maybe he was banking on Firouzja being in a fighting mood, but not in this game.
And so you were looking at Dominguez Perez and Vachier-Lagrave, and were you saying that it was kind of a Vachier-Lagrave kind of game, just a little bit of a feeling there?
I was saying that. It's changed slightly.
Okay.
And, okay, actually Vachier-Lagrave temporarily is a pawn up in that game, but Dominguez is about to trade everything off, and it looks like we might end up in a drawish rook and pawn endgame.
Okay.
Still some chances. I think white is the only one who can be better, so Vachier-Lagrave is the only one who can win that game, but Dominguez doing a great job of defending, and Vachier-Lagrave, he's doing the same thing again. We're in the endgame. It's only move 21. We're in the endgame. Queens are off. All the knights are off. And he's still got pretty much all the time he started with. He's just playing instantly, Vachier-Lagrave.
And I just calculated. So if Anish plays a draw here and MVL wins that game, MVL will be through if those are the only players on 8 points, because Giri has played too many draws. And if So loses his game and is as well on 8 points, then I think actually MVL will be in 7th, Wesley in 8th, and Anish in 9th.
Wow.
So
maybe that's what Wesley wants, to dodge Magnus in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, right.
He wants to take on Magnus.
true. Objectively.
Yeah.
But I think they're so familiar with each other by now that they wouldn't mind just a breather this
That's
tournament.
true.
Maybe he'll think, OK, I can take down Magnus. Or maybe Magnus will run up against someone strong anyway.
Yeah.
OK, meanwhile, Giri just thinking nothing too much has changed on the board. So I would expect to see Black's rook just come towards this C line, as we mentioned. Maybe Black can move the queen. Maybe the Black bishop can step back. Lots of choice for Anish Giri, but no choice stands out. That's the big issue. Nothing really imbalances the position. Nothing really creates any tension, any dynamism.
Okay.
Not that I can spot yet.
No. No, it's difficult to kind of... The moves that I would play is I would actually retreat my bishop and just cover the dark squares.
So you would step back with this bishop.
Step back with a bishop.
And if the knight does land on this square, as we mentioned, this is the dream destination for White's knight, kind of hitting some pawns potentially. Would you trade it off? Would you get rid of this white knight?
Yeah, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I would.
In practice.
Yeah, if I'm in a must-win situation, I would do this for sure. I think just get rid of the knight because, okay, maybe White has a slight advantage, but at least you have a knight versus bishop situation, and later on you can hope to kind of turn that into something else. You can hope that the knight becomes better than the bishop, but okay, it's a small imbalance. It may be not sufficient, and Anish Giri decided instead to improve his queen. And now if the knight jumps forward, then at least Black can just simply defend this pawn. He'll probably do it with a rook, and the knight looks nice and pretty, but it's not causing too much damage.
Mm-hmm. And are there any potential sacrifices in this position? I'm just looking at the bishop and the knight that are kind of aligned on the d4 square. So, I mean, obviously I need to fast forward a few moves and kind of find a good construction.
Yeah, maybe, but with this last move, I think overprotecting this white white
killed
knight.
it, didn't he?
Yeah, he's killed your ideas, unfortunately. Now, there's no way to sacrifice and destabilize this piece. It's just this knight is too well fortified.
So another scenario then, if this again is a draw, Anish on 8 points, and Dominguez Perez and Vachier-Lagrave plays a draw. David was saying it looks like that. Then Dominguez Perez as well will be on 8 points. Then Anish is dependent on Wesley So losing his game, because if Giri, Dominguez Perez, and Wesley So is on 8 points, then Giri will be in 8th place because So won the game against Dominguez Perez.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So many permutations here, so many possible scenarios.
But then it looks like Wesley So is maybe winning his game against Jordan van Forest. The bar is over to his side.
It certainly looks promising.
It looks very good for Wesley. Actually, I'm just playing over that game. It looks like Wesley tried to force a draw from the opening in order to maybe clinch his spot. Yeah. But Jordan said no, and now Jordan's in trouble.
Ooh.
So Jordan tried to fight, but it might rebound. And also the Vachier-Lagrave against Dominguez game looks dead drawn now.
Okay, so it definitely looks like Anish has to win this game.
Yep. But again, I must say I'm surprised by Vachier-Lagrave. He's still got 14.5 minutes left in a endgame with just rooks and pawns on the board, where he's got nearly no winning chances.
So if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave doesn't qualify for the knockout stages, that means he's entirely dependent that Artemiev
gets knocked out
in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. So Artemiev now, he's the one with his fate in his hands.
Yeah. But actually, yeah, because it is 12 points separating Artemiev and MVL, and you can maximally score 10 points in the preliminary. So either way, I mean, whatever happens, Artemiev has to go to the quarterfinals to score some more points, to the semifinals. Sorry. Yeah.
But actually, for Artemiev, whether he comes first or second in the prelims, if MVL doesn't get through, it's not important anymore. It's just getting through to the semis, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, it's... OK, Vachier-Lagrave. Let's check whether he has any chances. Meanwhile, just a couple of manoeuvres here in this game. Yeah, no chances for him, I think. No. He's actually a pawn down right now. Vachier-Lagrave. It's still a drawn rook end game, but he's fighting for the draw, I think.
And it also means that Hikaru can breathe a sigh of relief, because the only chance that Hikaru had of being knocked out was if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vladislav Artemiev came first and second. So, OK.
So Hikaru likely safe. And, yeah, Artemiev, it's going to be fun to watch him, see whether he can clinch that place in the tour finals. It's only his 3rd tournament as well. He's only played 3 tournaments Imagine qualifying for the finals on the back of 3 strong performances. Impressive stuff.
Very impressive.
So for Anish, I mean, it could also be good news if Vachier-Lagrave doing his pairs ends in a draw, because, I mean, then a win and he's through. But in this position, is it impossible?
No, it's just
Definitely
going to
not
be an
impossible.
uphill struggle, that's all. I mean, he just has to... I mean, actually, Anish Giri summed it up exactly what he needed to do. He said he's been in this situation before where he's been in a must-win situation, and he said the focus was never on winning. The focus is always on preventing your opponent from immediately forcing a draw. If you can do that, you keep the game alive and you can just keep the game going and you can just increase your chances. So that's what I envisage Anish doing. And, well, he's making his move right now because he's challenged the white stronghold on b4.
Yeah, so white will be forced to clarify the pawn structure. Does white trade set of pawns? Does white push forward, trying to dislodge the black knight? Either way, though, white's knight is going to feel slightly less secure once that b4 pawn, as Jovanka mentioned, has been eliminated and has been forced to make a commitment. So I like this last decision by Anish Giri. It had to be played sooner or later. You can't just sit and allow white to improve the pieces. You have to ask white questions as well and give Firouzja the chance to go wrong. What would you do here, Jovanka? This last pawn push, would you take it off the board? Would you trade a set of pawns? Would you push forward with your pawn, kind of bypass this possible trade?
I would push my pawn, David.
Okay. Fair enough.
Did that come as a surprise?
Nope.
No.
But then again, pushing the pawn comes with more risk, maybe.
I know.
And if Firouzja continues this solid mindset with which he started the game, probably pawn takes pawn, get rid of as many bits and pieces as possible. Just take those pawns off, put them back in the box and say, OK, still opposite colour bishops. If the rooks and queens come off, it's dead draw.
Yeah. So what I was thinking about was I was push my pawn and then I would just slide my queen across and say, hey, let's trade queens.
OK, slide it across. Really? OK, interesting. So right now, as we mentioned, there is a bit of tension here with the pawns, and I'm advocating just playing pawn takes pawn, and once the black knight recaptures, I don't know, maybe just move your rook, maybe bring the bishop out, and it's roughly level. But if Firouzja is feeling ambitious, you want to push forward, and once I step back, you want to trade queens?
Yeah, that would be nice.
But how?
Can I not move it to the g3?
OK, but your pawn structure,
yeah.
like queen takes queen, and suddenly at least black has something to hold on, some hope, some weak pawns to go for. Maybe the black knight can jump out as well and
that's true.
Hit some pawns. You're right, white wants the queens off, but maybe no rush.
Exactly, not sacrifice my pawn structure like that. It's just somehow I feel that this was one of the things I didn't like about the white. Well, one of the things that I enjoyed when I was playing on the black side of these things. OK, so we do have a move. He's actually supported his pawn, but that kind of concedes the open C line.
Yeah, maybe Giri now, he might get a bit ambitious. So, for example, if we see a trade of pawns, don't see why not, then black can push a pawn forward, kick away this really strong knight. And once white starts retreating, he's going to continue retreating quite likely.
And
the knight doesn't want to go off.
I see that right now.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I have to say about Firouzja's position is I feel that the queen is offside.
Yeah,
the queen really wants to be in the action.
It wants to kind of come round.
Exactly.
Yeah, and now Giri, he's forced this knight back. Maybe he can start trying to challenge for an open line, try and take control. Okay, he does that. Now, at least he has some ideas of activity, bringing his rook in, trying to kind of just nibble away, put some pressure on the white knight. The white knight's a bit stuck, the white rook's a bit stuck, defending this lone pawn over here. And if this pawn ever steps forward now, then I think white will regret that. The black knight will finally find this outpost that you highlighted, what was it, 10 moves ago?
Yep.
So instead, Firouzja just brings his rook across. Still roughly balanced, but yeah, definitely something for Giri to get a bit excited about.
Yeah.
OK, he brings his knight back. I'm not so sure about that one, because I didn't really want to see the trade of rooks yet. Now the white can even just take rooks off the board.
Okay,
but no, he tries to take queens off the board. Yeah, Firouzja, he's really being cynical in this game. He's just trying to hoover all the pieces off, and I don't really like it for white. I think, why trade queens? Why not just retreat the white queen, keep the queens on the board? And black's queen's not especially great. White's going to have to lose a lot of time, kind of firstly offering the queen trade, but also recapturing next turn and then relocating the pieces later on.
That's true. And the knight now has moved to support the queen. So I don't think that Firouzja should actually capture the queen, because that kind of fits in well with the philosophy of a black knight being excellently placed behind the d5 pawn.
Yeah. So if you don't capture the queen, the question is what else?
Capture the rook.
Okay, we'll see a trade of rooks most likely now or in the next couple of turns.
In fact, maybe you could
take
it all.
Take it all.
Yeah, I was thinking...
Take the rooks and the queens off.
Take the rook first, and then take the queen, and then challenge.
So that would be
hang on.
ultra cynical.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, how to do... Yes.
Yeah, either way, I mean, you're looking for trades here. I think Firouzja's looking for trades as well. That's the problem, though. I've been there so many times myself. When you only need a draw with white, it's so hard to find the right philosophy, the right strategy. If you go too directly for the draw, you'll make bad, negative decisions.
OK, and what do you think about this decision? Because I don't like it, because the reason I'm not that keen is because if I take a look at the pawn, it's on a light square and it's kind of interfering with the range of my light squared bishop.
Agreed.
That's the only reason I don't like it.
Yeah.
But objectively, I don't think it's such a bad move.
No.
It's not going to lose the game.
It's not going to lose the game, but the evaluation bar has gone significantly up in black's favour. I'm trying to work out why. I don't see anything yet, but probably it's just because that pawn does block in white's bishop. And
could there be some ideas, like a queen takes queen?
OK.
And then after knight takes queen, then you can...
So let's initiate these trades.
Yeah.
Queen takes queen. Let's get the queens off the board.
Yeah, and now I'm thinking something along the lines of...
You want to get the rooks off, maybe?
Yes, and then I was kind of hoping for some tactics,
some
like
tricks.
this.
Maybe the bishop can hit the knight, and actually, this is a bit difficult for black. OK, we might be headed there. The queens have left the board. This might be difficult for Firouzja to handle, because if the knight retreats, this is where we see tactics. We see this exact position, actually, on the board. So, as I mentioned, the knight is attacked. You don't want to let it get captured, because white's pawn structure would be ruined in that process. So if the white knight steps back, suddenly we might say knight takes pawn, and black's won a pawn, because if you take, then suddenly check and a double attack. And at the end of this variation, note how, OK, you might argue, oh, I've got two pieces for a rook. But, whoops, there's a skewer at the very end, and white's two pieces, they're just badly placed. They can't defend each other. They're poorly coordinated. And actually, Giri, in this current position, this is a huge threat. Let's check out the players' cameras, because suddenly, how is Firouzja going to deal with this? Giri maybe has tricked his young rival.
Oh, good news for Anish Giri.
Yeah.
Look at him. Game face is on.
Suddenly, this is the first time in the game, right, that you've seen that energy from him.
Yeah.
He's realising it's not over. He's going to...
nodding.
Yeah.
What about a move like G3, consolidating the knight?
Jovanka, your timing's perfect. Stockfish, the computer there, with its suggestions, says G3, pushing a pawn forward, solidifying that knight. It's the best bet for white. To me, it's like the only hope. I think everything else, and white is in for eternal suffering. So white has to support that pawn with the knight. Maybe we should show this as well on the board. Let's keep an eye on the players, though. So black, as I mentioned, is attacking this knight, and we saw the knight cannot move. So you have to defend it. You have to try and defend it with your pawn. Now, bishop takes knight is not so attractive, because, yes, white has doubled pawns, but these pawns, they all do defend each other. So black, most likely, instead of taking the knight here, will try and undermine the white pawn that has just pushed. And actually, same problem for white. If you try and keep this pawn intact, I don't see how you can, actually, then black is simply going to capture. And if you push your pawn forward, now black has this really nice trick, this really important trick. Knight takes pawn, and suddenly this pawn is overworked. It cannot take this knight and defend its own knight at the same time. And if we see a set of trades here, then black has just won a pawn in this little tactical melee. And, OK, it's opposite colour bishops, but black's bishop is far better than white's. And I think Giri would convert this to a victory very, very smoothly. So current position... This looks like the best move, pushing a pawn forward, but still huge, huge problems for Firouzja if you do this and if black tries to undermine you here.
That's a key move.
Key move. And, yeah, this could save Giri's tournament. This one idea, this last... I mean, I just love this bishop move at the very end. Sorry, just instead of... just before white pushes his pawn forward. I love this bishop move because it comes with strategic threats, threatening to take the knight, but it also comes with tactical ideas against the rook, kind of long range. And that's the best type of move, when it has loads of different ideas behind it. It's so hard for the opponent to deal with. Definitely feels like okay, Firouzja, he's a genius, but a bit of lack of experience here, just trying to force the draw with white so directly, and it's rebounded. He's just put his pieces on odd squares. He's contorted himself. In order to make all these trades, he's had to just spend so much time and make his pieces clumsy.
Are there any other alternatives? So I'm just thinking, I can't see it.
I can't see it either.
I can't see it either. I mean, I can only see just that G3 pawn move, and you've highlighted why that's not quite sufficient.
And Firouzja just momentarily leaving the board, maybe distracted as well, unhappy with his position. Yeah. I used to do this as well when I played these top guys. I used to think, OK, let's play the exchange laugh. Let's take all the pieces off the board. Bang, 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 draw, please. But occasionally it worked. Most of the time it didn't. And I was praising him earlier. I mean, I still praise him because he's had a great tournament so far, Firouzja. But this one game, especially the last 5-6 moves, they just haven't been great. I think he's just missed this one concept from Giri. Now down on the clock as well. If the knight can't move, if you don't really want to defend it, what are you going to do?
Well, the only thing I'm desperately trying to think of is how to generate some activity. Because if you can do that, then you always have hopes of saving the game. You really do not want to go passive. Like, you do not want to make moves that defend pawns with a rook. So, for instance, a passive move would be like moving the rook to D1, one square to the right. And then, you don't lose a pawn immediately, but goodness me, is that as a bad rook?
Yeah, I think you would even lose a pawn in that situation, unfortunately. Black, once he trades off the bishop for the white knight, forcing the white e-pawn away from the centre.
The rook will come down, and then
Black rook enters the game.
Exactly, that's not great either. And I'm also thinking, hey, what happens if the rook just goes active? So maybe not necessarily a move that the computer would consider to be good, but if the rook just dives down to the 6th row and attacks the pawn.
Yep, that looks like a decent try. I guess Black will trade off the bishop for the knight. That's definitely Black's next move if he gets the chance. Take off the white knight, and then Black will just defend a pawn. And the problem is White's going to be saddled with this really bad bishop. Look at the white bishop next to his king. It's got no prospects, got no future. Whereas the black knight is going to threaten loads of pawns. It's going to hop around.
Right. And there's a lot of danger as well to the white king and bishop lined up on that row.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Bad situation. And Firouzja's having some time out to do some repair work. Not easy.
Yeah. This was a nice spot by Giri, I must say. He's done everything correct, and you called it actually right at the beginning. I was so pessimistic about his chances. I thought, dead draw, it's just going to be the end of Giri's tournament, but no, he's a fighter.
I tell you, I've had lots of experience on this side of the, on the black side of this kind of pawn structure, and one thing I did notice is that the queen is offside if you keep it on the right. Yeah, I mean, whenever I struggled, it was always when they tried to initiate some trades with the queen, or they made the queen a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, I think it's an attitude thing as well. It's like when White is too desperate for a draw. That's why I guess they say the best way to play for a draw is actually to play for the win. Later on in the game, you'll get a chance to simplify, or later on in the game, you'll get a chance to force like a repetition of moves. There we do see White trying to support his knight with a pawn. And as we showed earlier, White's pawns are now being undermined. Black's pushing Harry to the h-pawn just to undermine the white king structure and the pawns around it at least. And yeah, it's just hard to keep that white knight fully supported. And okay, Firouzja goes on the counterattack. It's actually a big threat in the position. White is threatening to capture a pawn on the e6 square with his knight, and that would be check. The white rook is doing a great job of pinning along the 7th rank. So is that a one-move threat? Can Giri just move his king out of the way?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, nice move by Firouzja. He's trying to hope that Giri panics and takes off that white knight, because if White can take the white knight with his pawn on the g-line, captured towards the centre, then White is completely fine. But he won't be given that opportunity, surely.
But where would you put your king, David?
Good question.
Step it back, step it forward.
I would step it back to the 8th rank just to keep it nice and safe. I'm not sure where, though. Usually I want to step forward, you know me, Ivanka, I want to step forward with the king, but here I don't see any reason to do that. I think both squares, if you step, I want to step on the dark square if possible, but how about you? What would you choose here?
I'll also step back.
So we're both thinking move the black king. Why
Move
not?
the black king, and you kind of mentioned put it on a dark square. I like that philosophy because then the king is less vulnerable to attack.
Yeah, and okay, Giri, he's just going to do some calculation work here. He's going to look for the direct moves first, maybe some captures, some trades. But if he sees nothing better, then he'll think, okay, just stop the opponent's threats. That's the top priority.
And Levon Aronian, he has lost his final game against Vidit, who played that very long game in round 14. Vidit was out before this game, so that win doesn't take him inside the qualification for knockout. But for Aronian, I'm just thinking, what could this do for Magnus Carlsen's chances of facing Wesley So in the quarterfinals? It could have something to do with it. Magnus Carlsen, the bar is all the way over to his side in the game against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. So Magnus could actually take the top spot here if Artemiev, and I actually calculate this, so Artemiev and Magnus, they're equal on all the tiebreak. So that's going to go back to that tiebreak that I don't even know the name of.
Sonnenborn-Berger.
Yeah.
That's purely a maths equation. That's how complicated it is.
Yes, exactly.
We'll ring that bell and we will...
But there are a few chances Wesley So will be in 8th place. There are actually still chances, but a few chances. I think it's not... I think it's less likely now that Magnus will face Wesley So in the quarterfinals.
That would be dramatic, but maybe we'll save it for the finals. If they get that far. And, okay, in the meantime, Giri, he knows he's got an advantage. He does drop back his king. So it was a bit of a choice where to put the king. He's dropped it back to a light square. That makes a lot of sense as well. And, okay, Firouzja, instant reply. He's hoping that these set of trades that are imminent, that he can get rid of Black's knight. Black's knight potentially the one doing all the damage. And, okay, that is sneaky. That's resourceful.
Okay. But, okay, my immediate question there is, pawn takes pawn, David.
Yep. I think we're going to see it.
And then once bishop takes knight, I'm simply going to go pawn takes pawn again.
So let's show this variation. Actually, it's going to happen on the board.
Okay.
Series of captures, a trade. White could not take the pawn back because now the knight gets greedy, and it actually has a choice of 2 different pawns to capture. So White had to take off this knight before it does the damage. And now Black flicks in a check first, an intermediate move, before capturing this bishop. And, okay, I'm assuming he's going to capture this bishop.
But there's also bishop takes knight.
Yeah, bishop takes knight is possible, but also slightly more risky because now maybe the white rook is going to go after this black pawn. So I'm expecting in the current position, just pawn takes bishop. Black's a pawn up. Yes, Black has really nice defended pawns, actually, all of these guys defending each other, but the black bishop is quite likely going to get tied down. If the white rook steps back or steps to the side, attacking this guy, in order to defend it, you're going to have to make one of your pieces passive, probably with your bishop to defend this pawn. And suddenly it's going to be a lot of hard work to win this game for Black. And
okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Dominguez Perez, they have now played a draw. That means Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is out. It could quite possibly mean that Lenya Dominguez Perez is ready for the knockout stage if Anish Giri does not win this game. Ooh.
Wow, big result there. And okay, Vachier-Lagrave, a tournament of missed opportunities for him, but great news for Anish Giri. Probably he won't be aware of that game. Probably he doesn't even want to look at the other results. He knows he needs to win. That's all he should be focusing on. And he's quite professional in these situations. You can see how focused Anish Giri is.
And I just realized, actually, Magnus Carlsen, he now has 7 victories, of course, if he wins this game against Duda. So if Artemiev plays a draw, and both of those are on 10.5 points, Magnus will take first place with 1 more win in the preliminaries.
Yeah, I think there's only one tournament that Magnus has competed in that he didn't top the preliminary stage.
That's when he came 8th.
That's when he came 8th. And then faced Wesley, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Was it the FTX? No.
And look, Wesley So has just won his game, and that means quite a bit for Anish Giri. That means Anish Giri has to win, doesn't it?
So nothing too much has changed for Anish Giri. He knows he needed to win, probably anyway.
Yeah.
That would have been his mindset going into the game.
He would have been saved, though, if Wesley was on the same score.
Yeah. But just thinking his mindset beforehand, he knows most likely Wesley wasn't going to lose with White anyway. So, okay, Giri What's he thinking about here? He's probably tempted to take that white knight off the board, but I don't think a pure rook endgame is necessarily going to favour him. It's still tempting, but a lot of calculation work to be done there. I would just take that bishop. Probably you'll get an opportunity to take the white knight next move anyway. So
yeah, I would take that bishop as well, and only because
the white knight's running away, right?
No, and the thing is, there is a sneaky trap in the board.
Okay.
But okay, it does require a lot of help, and the whole point. Okay, after pawn takes bishop, say white goes after the pawn, and I think just by moving the rook one square to the left. Now, kind of just wanted to highlight one thing, and again, it requires a lot of help. You just give a check to the white king. And now it's very, very important that the white king does not step up one square forward, because, well, lo and behold, the king doesn't have too many escape squares, and so you can actually play your bishop. But I just noticed that the knight can actually come.
Yeah, it's still pretty scary, though, for white, and you definitely don't want to get trapped by this black rook. So, yeah, this would be a checkmating idea. For example, if white takes this pawn, the king is trapped, supported by the bishop. The rook delivers checkmate. But OK, we might well see something like this, Jovanka, because the white rook has actually gone to try and attack this pawn. Right. Will Giri just defend this pawn? Will he bring his bishop back, for example, to defend it? Or is he going to go for your sneaky trap, your sneaky idea? Will he maybe give a check? You could also you could make an argument for starting with your bishop.
Yes. Let's do that one first.
Yep. And now the king, it really does want to step forward to a safe square, but then, as you mentioned, whoops, some checkmating ideas, and the white knight is going to be forced to make itself worse. Yeah. Just to stop this idea. OK, so big decision again for Anish Giri. Under a minute now, actually. I just noticed how much time he's been spending. And he does give the check.
He does give the check. OK, now...
Sneaky stuff.
I like this move order, David. OK, very natural to step the king up. But, of course, Firouzja is incredibly sharp, and there's no way that he's not going to see this threat.
So he can step up, but then he has to defend with his knight on the next turn. Some risk is involved, so he might just sidestep with his king, keep the king on the second row. OK, Firouzja. He's actually... I wrote him off earlier. I thought, OK, Giri's tricked him. Giri's going to take this coast to the win. But no, Firouzja. This is why Magnus regards him as one of his potential heirs as a world champion someday, because he's so tenacious, he's so resourceful, and always looking at the positives in his position. Yeah, when I'm suffering in a position, sometimes I try and get inspired by thinking about players who are over-optimistic. Not over-optimistic, but super optimistic. And I think of Firouzja, I think of MVL, I think of Nepomniachtchi. They always seem to hold these difficult positions because they are always setting traps for their opponent.
Oh, well, David.
OK.
Now, this is the
moves on the board. You've spied the future from afar, and white's knight steps back, stopping the black rook from swinging across and trapping the white king.
I must admit, I didn't think it would. This position would result. I just really thought that Anish would actually go backwards with his bishop and just hold the pawn, and then maybe introduce the king and slowly try to massage something from the position.
Top players, they rarely go passive, though, if they have a second option. And that's what black's trying to do now. So white, again, has to avoid a trap. White's rook cannot get greedy and take the pawn next to it, because then the black rook will swing across with a deadly check. The white king only has one safe square, and then there would be another check. And yeah, you definitely don't want to allow any nuisance from the black rook. So I think the white knight pretty much has to move. I don't see any other option. The white knight has to run away just to create a safer square for the white king to go back towards the centre potentially.
And if the white knight just retreats to the same square it came from?
Yeah. I don't see a follow-up for black, but I think that's the best move. I think that's what white should do. Put the knight on a square, you're protected. What's Firouzja trying to calculate? OK, both sides around the minute mark. A minute and 15 for Giri, a minute and a half for Firouzja. OK, this definitely feels like the type of endgame where it's not about necessarily memory work, it's more about calculation, and that's when blunders happen in these really double-edged endgames. Yeah.
Maybe he's kind of considering moving his knight next to his king and just saying, hey, why don't we make a trade of minor pieces, and let's see how you fare in a rook and pawn endgame.
Maybe. It feels a bit loose somehow. I would love to put that white knight on a square. It's protected by a pawn, just
I totally agree.
Okay, Firouzja shaking his head.
Under a minute on the clock. He has to make a decision.
Yeah, just move. Okay, he has to move the white knight. He could give a check with his rook, but that only helps black activate the black king. So, process of elimination, there are threats. The black rook trying to come behind, trying to check the white king. So, yeah, you have to move that knight. You have to run away with the white king after that check. That check is going to happen, but okay, yeah. Firouzja, I mean, you can tell on his body language he's nervous, and he's making me nervous now because under 30 seconds.
25 seconds, David. Okay, so what is he calculating? I mean,
I don't see it. Just he has to move the knight, bring it back to where it came from.
Okay, he's taken a decision.
Okay, but this was, I thought, the only possible move, or the most logical move, and it cost him nearly all his time.
Okay, so if Anish wants to repeat the position just to gain some time on the clock, I think it would be a good idea, actually.
Okay, so you think Giri maybe...
Yeah, to step backwards with the rook, repeat the position twice, and then take a new decision.
It's a judgment call there, because Firouzja, we know he's a great bullet player. Probably it doesn't matter for him being under 30 seconds, but for Giri, less experienced at speed chess when he's under 1 minute, it's going to be nervier for him. So I agree with your decision, Jovanka. Just repeat the position, gain 10 seconds on the clock with every move.
He's done this. Took a little bit too long for my liking, but okay, now the knight retreats, and now the rook will step forward to the bottom row.
Okay, back where it came from.
Yep.
Okay, we've seen this position before, but Giri, for sure, he definitely won't want to repeat. What else can he try here with black? Again, I don't see it. Black's pawn on the B line is about to get eaten by the white rook. You can't stop that, so you have to create your own threats. Don't go passive. Just ignore that pawn and try and get your ideas going quicker. But 20 seconds now for Giri.
Yep. Okay, so he
pushes a pawn.
Okay, so he does have a dangerous idea, actually. You know, pushing the pawn forward, you know, with the e-pawn, and then we'll have a row of 3 pawns.
Problem is, Jovanka, what if the white rook just swings across behind black's e-pawn? How are you going to defend it? He's done it. He's stopped those black pawns from advancing. That was black's only idea, and white's prevented it.
Okay, is now the time to bail out?
Suddenly, I think black has to be careful to save this game.
Oh.
Black now, okay, again trying to get behind and check the white king. Giri's slightly shaking his head there.
Okay.
And white's knight's going to jump forward.
And
black's threatening checkmate.
Knight is definitely going to retreat back to where it came from, and I think the game was going to end in a draw. There's just no alternative.
Giri, if he tries to play for the win, all of his pawns are going to get snapped off by that white rook. That white rook about to take all the pawns, and okay, you're right, Jovanka. This is going to be the second time we've seen this position, and if black steps his rook up one more square, yet again, then we're going to see a draw. The white knight stepping back, stopping the rook from checking, and it's a draw. It looks like Giri might be out of the tournament.
He is out of the tournament. I can't see any hope for him now. He is on the same score as Lenia Dominguez-Perez, and with fewer wins. Giri is out of the tournament. Ooh, what happened here, David? In this game, you know, it was looking hopeful for him.
Yeah, it was looking good, and actually he still had chances right near the end. It was just one slip, one ambitious move which backfired and forced him to take the draw. And this was the moment we saw that here black pushed a pawn forward. His idea is logical. He wants to push his other pawn forward. He wants to support this pawn push to deliver a nasty check to the white king, but he forgot that the white rook could swing across to the defence, and now a pawn push is futile. The black pawns would simply get eaten up by this white rook, and actually everything's falling here for black. Instead of this pawn push, he could have just brought his rook back, again threatening to get behind with a nasty check. And Firouzja had showed, he'd repeated this position once. He wanted to bring his knight forward, but now, for example, Giri had a few options. He could have given a check to the white king, forced the white king to declare its intentions, and if it goes back towards the centre, give another check. And once the white king finds a safe haven, maybe now he can start attacking the white knight with his bishop. And still super complicated, but at least he maintains winning chances.
All right, and according to all calculations I can find, this means Anish Giri is out of the tournament because on the same score as Dominguez-Perez has better tiebreaks, more wins, Anish Giri. So his downfall was basically playing too many
draws in this tournament, and we're joined by Anish. How are you feeling now after it got close, but not quite enough in the end?
Just thought at some point that I'm winning, and I missed that he goes back with the knight where he came from. And I spent all my time calculating the other knight move, and I just figured out the win. And I was so focused, and then when he went with the knight back, I think I still have chances there. But I just, what I did was not good enough. But it was not easy. I mean, I thought it was winning completely before, and he found some defense. It could even be that he's holding objectively, but it was close for sure. And I mean, it was definitely, it would have been nice if I had punished him, because I don't know why he played this way, but he played really very, very passive for a draw the whole game. And I don't know why, because he's already qualified. I mean, there's no need to, you could just play normal also. But yeah, he wanted to ruin my day, and okay, in the end he managed.
Yeah, obviously no drama in qualification for the tour final. You're a winner of a major, so no problem at all. But no one likes losing, of course, Anish. So are you disappointed now that you're not going to play in the knockouts?
Yeah, a little bit. At the same time, I'm usually focusing on the games, and well, I was I'm judging my life, or not life, but my chess by the quality of my games. And today I think was decent. I think it was really the one game that was way out of the, way out of, I don't know what is the English word for this, but like it was a game against a wonder. That was an insane game yesterday, and I played it like so horrific. But other than that, the qualification, especially in these events, it's a matter of luck also a little bit. So I think that, today I played okay. I was close also with Le Quang. I realized, of course, that I have to push against Le Quang already. I mean, before that, to be frank, I thought if I managed to overcome Magnus, then maybe I'm okay, even with all the draws, to qualify. But I thought, okay, I'll keep some white games. So I was hoping to win against Le Quang when I realized that things are looking bad. But he was defending tight, and I don't know. I felt I was doing very well, but I didn't see quite how. And in the final game, of course, was a tough position to play for a win against Alireza. But I got some chances, but okay, it was not easy.
All right, Anish, we're very sad to lose in the tournament, but luckily we'll see you back in the tour final. So thanks for joining us and for giving us a fight here. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, some games still going on in round 15. We're going to jump into Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Krzysztof. Duda. Magnus looking for revenge after being knocked out of the World Cup by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Seconds. Whoa, Magnus has much time on the clock.
Yeah, 10 minutes on the clock for Magnus.
I thought this must be 9 seconds. Oh, no, that was 9 minutes.
Less than a minute for Duda.
Yeah.
Also, Magnus, not just extra 9 minutes on the clock, but extra 2 pawns on the board. So looking very, very good for Magnus Carlsen. This is actually quite similar to the endgame between Vidit and Liang, with 2 extra pawns and the queen. But here, nicely, the 2 pawns, they're connected. They protect each other. So anytime the queens come off, it's just going to be winning for white. The only thing he has to avoid is stalemate, any stalemate tricks. We've learnt that before today.
And, of course, Artemiev has finished his game with a draw against Naroditsky, so that's going to put Magnus with a win here on top of the table again in the preliminaries. Wow.
Yeah, and it's a crucial 10 points for Magnus, because if he wants to guarantee himself the tour #1 spot, then definitely 10 points will help him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, meanwhile, white was under check there, just retreating with the king. In order to win this game, white just needs to keep his king safe, give checks in the right way, and start advancing those white pawns. For Duda, it's just a matter of time. He just has to create some traps here and there, and long term, he knows he's losing. He has to hope that Magnus maybe puts the king on the wrong square, or maybe walks into those stalemating ideas.
Yeah, and I have to say one thing, there's another way to win the game, and that's simply if you can trade off queens.
Yeah.
If you get that happening, then easy win.
Feels like Duda probably won't allow that one. He'd rather, I don't know, just fall on his sword and trying to set a trap somehow. Yeah, but
it's easily done, though. You can just, put your queen on the wrong square, and then suddenly through a series of checks, suddenly you find yourself that it's just unavoidable to trade queens, and that's it, it's game over. But okay, Duda playing very accurately, I think. He's trying his best.
Yeah, he's trying his best. He's defended well so far. We're nearly at move 100 already, and Magnus has 10 minutes on the clock. That's impressive speed. Maybe Magnus saw the record, or, well, at least a number of moves that Vidit and Liang played, and he thought, OK, you guys can do 160, I can do better. And, OK, another check. I expect Magnus to maybe give a few checks and then start trying to advance the White King forward. It's definitely not easy, though. I mean, Duda, he's a tenacious guy. He showed that at the World Cup where he was victorious. He only needed to play one tiebreak there, actually, at the World Cup. He was that good. He was that strong. But, OK, a committal decision by Magnus in the meantime, pushing a pawn forward. Those two white pawns look pretty good, pretty scary. Magnus, he's been calculating. He says that black can give a couple of checks, but nothing more than that. The White King's actually just going to hide behind its pawns and support the push of them further.
OK, 13 seconds for Duda to come up with a constructive move, and he just has to wait with the queen. It's a good square. OK.
OK, a centralised square, sensible for Duda. Can White give a check now? Can White advance the king? A few questions for Magnus to consider.
Can he advance the pawn?
The fact that it said plus 100... Yeah, probably there was a direct way to checkmate. Maybe there were some queen checks, some fancy checks, and you can trap the black king, but no need to bother calculating that. Magnus instead just improves the king.
Yeah, and he's trying to hide his king behind the pawns, so...
Probably would have saved himself a lot of calculation if he had gone for some checks. Saved us some difficult calculations, some difficult judgment.
3 seconds. OK.
OK, so this is actually a nice technique from Duda. He's put his queen on the square where, if it gets captured later on, there might be a stalemate. Notice how the black king is in the corner, so that's the one pitfall Magnus has to continue avoiding.
Yeah, like I can kind of construct a position, whereas there's a potential stalemate.
Yep.
But Magnus is being very efficient here, not allowing anything. He doesn't allow any checks whatsoever. So...
Yeah, this is a nice setup with the white queen and the white king. Notice they're both, again, on the same colour complex. So all checks on dark squares, all diagonal checks, all vertical, kind of horizontal checks, they will be prevented by white's queen.
Another interesting fact, though, I'm just looking at, who's going to face each other in the quarterfinals. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with the loss here, will end up in 7th. And he's going to face then Artemiev in the quarterfinals. Those two are born in the same year. I remember Artemiev mentioning they're kind of childhood rivals. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, generational clash.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a couple of checks from Magnus. He's making slow progress, pushing those pawns forward. The black king hiding out on some of the only safe squares, but now white's most recent check forces the black king back to the back rank. OK, into the corner again. White is on the brink of winning, but where's the knockout blow? Another check. Black king will hide on light squares. I still don't see it yet, but it feels close. Maybe the white queen will just sidestep one square now with a check and try to support another pawn advance.
I mean, can the queen actually check again?
Yep.
Just to improve her standing?
She does.
OK, and the king goes back. And
now the question is whether white wants to advance the pawn. Probably not, because black can just capture. So no matter which pawn actually steps forward now, black will take it. There are some stalemating ideas in the air.
Oh, yes. I was thinking that. Oh, my God, I haven't learnt my lesson from...
from the Vidit game.
From the Vidit game, of course.
OK, so Magnus stepping back with the king. OK, where's that king going? That's a big question. Maybe he's just saying to Jan-Krzysztof, you have a check or two, but I'm just going to run away and tease you. And you're going to have to keep being accurate where you put the black queen in order to save this, well, in order to prolong this game, at least. He's not going to save it, barring a miracle. OK, I would just give a check here with the black queen. Swing it across, give a check diagonally.
Yeah.
And cross my fingers.
OK, and he does that.
OK.
And the queen will maybe intercept.
Yep, the queen blocks. Again, queen and king on the same colour complex. And if black gives another check, black brings the queen down and checks the white king from the side, then the white king will step forward.
Do you know, I somehow feel that we've commented on a position like this before.
Probably.
With Aronian,
Queen endgames there, they all blur into one.
Yes.
All the checks, all the checks. OK,
king steps to the side, and as David mentioned, the only thing you need to worry about is stalemating traps, and we've already seen one in play.
Yeah, we've seen one in play. And actually, does Magnus have an unstoppable threat here? White is threatening to bring his queen up 2 squares and check the black king. Okay, it's almost checkmate, surely. Where is this killer blow from Magnus Carlsen right now? Black's queen is still trying to hint at some threats. Black's queen wants to come on the long diagonal and check the white king from behind now, actually using the corner square, using h1. So Magnus has to be slightly careful. Okay, there's so many tempting checks for white. I see at least 4 ways to check right now, but none of them bring any instant dividends.
What about pushing?
It's so frustrating, this position. You're clearly winning, but you can't finish it off.
Can you push your pawn forward? Is the king safe?
Possibly. You can push your pawn forward with white, so that's the G pawn. Push that one forward. I'm slightly scared of stalemates.
I am, yes.
If you close the box around the black king without checking it, you might regret it someday.
Yeah.
But I don't see any refutation of your move, Jovanka. It looks pretty close to winning to me, that pawn push.
So is it like, so stalemate is in the air kind of thing? That's what Magnus is just trying to avoid, of course.
Yeah, he can smell it from afar. He knows it's the only way Black's going to save this game, but it's actually hard to run away from those ideas. That's why my advice to everyone at home, if you're losing in a queen endgame or if you're on the defensive side, put your king in the corner and there will always be tricks. You can always give up your queen and try to kind of trap your own king. It's like a helpmate, but trying to stalemate. Okay, a check. Another check. And what progress has he made, Magnus Carlsen?
Well, he can step forward with his king.
Okay, then I'll bring my queen across and give a check. I'll try and trick you, Jovanka. The black queen, it can actually plant itself on the f7 square because white can never take. Remember, the black king will be stalemated. So you've got to be slightly careful.
I do have to be careful. How irritating is this? Okay.
Super irritating. Maybe Magnus should have paused earlier. We mentioned that he did have a one-move win earlier on. He could have forced a checkmate pretty much, but he didn't stop to calculate, and now he's realising, how am I going to break through? Duda's stumbled across a defensive formation that's actually quite hard to break. He just needs a bit of finesse, it feels like, but how? I don't see it. I definitely wouldn't step the white pawn forward yet. That feels too risky. Okay, he does go forward with the king, so black's queen.
Okay.
Bring it across to f7.
Are we going to see it, David? That was a very fancy move. Yes, it's on the board.
Stalemate idea is on the board. If white took the black queen, that would have been stalemate and a draw. But Magnus, he spotted it. So he just stepped away from the check, defending his own queen, not trapping that black king. So another check. But how do you escape now? There's so many stalemating ideas in the air. Okay, the white king running all the way back. It doesn't feel too productive, though.
No.
The white king was better placed just 2 turns ago.
And if this is a draw, then Magnus will be in second. Artemia will be in first. And
who will be in 7th?
Who will then be in 7th? Because we will then have 3 players on 9 points. Wesley So, Mamadjarov and Duda. And then again, it could be that Magnus Wesley So quarterfinal. All right, I'll calculate.
Would that be the 6th time they faced each other out of 8 tournaments in which they've both competed?
Wow.
I think so. Yeah. Okay, that's a check from Duda. The white king has to step forward, or the white queen can block. Feels like we're going a bit round in circles, but Magnus, he will be able to establish a position where he gets another chance to start checking himself as white. The checks will never be eternal for black, because the white king will hide around its pawns. So Magnus just needs to hide long enough in order to give the white queen some time to give checks. Okay, what would I do here? I would probably block with the queen.
I would do the same. Block with the queen and try to...
Okay, he moves his king.
Moves the king.
In that case, Duda would be in 7th. And there will be Magnus Duda in the quarterfinals.
Big game here. Will we see more of these matchups? Duda's become a bit of a bogey player, a bit of a kryptonite for Magnus Carlsen in recent times, ending his 125-game unbeaten streak, beating him in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Magnus will be so frustrated if he doesn't finish this game off as well. This is probably the best position he's had against Duda in yonks, in ages.
Yeah. So a win here. Magnus will face Lenya Dominguez in the quarterfinals. A draw here. He's going to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
And as far as I remember, historically, he's got quite a good score against Dominguez, Magnus Carlsen. So I think he'd far rather face Dominguez in the quarters rather than Duda. Okay.
And I'm not sure if he's aware of the situation, because it's going to be hard for him to check any of the other scores if the arbiters have not. If he could probably maybe ask the arbiters.
Yeah, I think you are allowed during these games to type in the game chat just to ask a question about the rules or about the standings. But probably, I mean, just judging by Magnus's speed in this game, he probably hasn't done that. We're up to move 114, by the way.
Wow.
We are, racking up the moves. The players, they probably wish they got paid by the move at this point. Okay.
And
so, yeah, let's ignore the evaluation bar for now, because White, we know White is winning, but we've had pretty much this exact position before.
Exactly.
Just the breakthrough, the killer blow is difficult.
Exactly. And the move that White really wants to play is actually pushing the G-pawn forward. But of course, that's not possible because of queen takes pawn and those stalemating tricks in the air.
Yeah. So White definitely doesn't want to end up with his own queen on the F7 or G6 squares later if Black's king's in the corner. That's one I definitely recommend viewers play out at home. Always check out these stalemates when a king is in the corner and when queens are involved. Yeah, we've had this exact position before, actually. Magnus has to be careful he doesn't accidentally repeat the position 3 times, because that's how the rule works. You could have a position on move 60, you could have a position on move 90, and then again on move 120, and if it's the same position 3 times, it might be a draw.
Yeah, I thought about maybe...
We do have a few moves. Still, that stalemate in there, right?
Yeah.
Because we're joined
has changed.
by Lenya Dominguez Perez. First of all, Lenya, congratulations on making it through.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy I finally managed to qualify.
Yeah. You had a very good day today. How will you sum it up?
Yeah, I mean, I had a terrible day yesterday, but I knew that I had some chances in the final day. So I just, I mean, from the start, my approach was not so much to try to qualify, but just to play some games and try to do well. And that's the same approach I took today. So it worked quite well.
Fantastic. 3 wins today and ready for quarterfinals. And of course, this game has everything to say for you, who you will face. If Magnus wins, you're going to face Magnus. If it's a draw, you're going to face Vladislav Artemiev. So what are you hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, anyway, my approach will be kind of similar. I'll try to just keep playing, try playing interesting games, and of course playing Magnus is always tough, but so are the rest of the players. So it doesn't make much difference to me. I'll try to play interesting game. That's it.
And if you're seeing the game that we're following now, then the Magnus game, what do you think? Your expert opinion? Can he find his way out of this stalemates?
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult endgame. I think it's supposed to be a draw. If I mean, surprisingly, it's a draw. I mean, if even with the 2 pawns, if Black's pieces are correctly placed somehow, it's a draw. But I guess in practice, I don't know. In practice, actually, for Black, it's not that difficult because it's more or less clear what you have to do. But I see the computer just screaming sometimes that White is completely winning. So I guess it's a very tough position to play. I don't know what will happen, to be honest.
All right. Of course, that's all to say for who you will face in the quarterfinals. So finally, Lenya, in a top tournament like this, what does it mean to you to be ready for the knockout stage, the quarterfinals?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's very nice to be there, at least for one time. And I was close before, but I was never able to qualify. So I'll just enjoy it and try to play well also in the next stage.
All right. We wish you the best of luck. And thank you so much for joining us, Lenya, and good luck in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining. Huge reactions there by Magnus. What's happening?
Yep, he's actually accidentally walked into a draw. This position has repeated itself 3 times. Not 3 times in a row, but 3 times over the course of the game, and that means a draw. Magnus Carlsen losing his winning attempts there, just giving them all up because he repeated the position too many times.
Well, we just said bye to Lenya Dominguez. That means Lenya Dominguez is going to face Vladislav Artemiev now in the quarterfinals. It's going to be these two in the quarterfinals.
Oh. They can't get enough of each other.
Ooh, okay. Magnus was not happy at all about this. We are hoping to get reactions. Maybe you should go through it. What happened here?
Yeah, and actually I learned something from Lenya there in that interview. With best play, this endgame should be a draw, but it's so difficult over the board for both sides, how black should set up and how white should break through. Actually, I just took a peek at the computer because it's so difficult for humans to comprehend here and find the winning plan. And actually, the computer says it's winning for white, the final position. If white was able to move, if the game wasn't declared a draw, white should bring the queen to this square and threatening to actually come across and trade queens. If black now starts giving some checks, then the white king simply marches forward. And finally, you do find a way into the position. You have to kind of zigzag your way across. You have to bring your king up, then back, then up again. And slowly but surely, you should win. It's incredibly difficult for humans, though, so we can't fault Magnus Carlsen. And we have to give props, we have to give kudos to Jan-Krzysztof Duda defending what looked like a hopeless position.
Wow. And after playing for how many hours have we played now? 5 hours? It must be exhausting.
5.5 hours since we started the games. Long day for them, especially after 3 days of intense prelims.
So, Duda, though, how do you think he's feeling now?
Relieved.
Yeah.
I mean, you get a thrill, actually, from surviving such a position like that.
Yeah.
And I must admit, when I saw that queen and pawn ending, I thought, easy win. I didn't really appreciate that those stalemate tricks are still in the air. And, well, hats off to Duda for finding absolutely every chance he had.
But thinking about it, though, playing a draw here means he has to face Magnus in the quarterfinals. If he had lost, he would have stayed clear of Magnus Carlsen and faced Vladislav Artemiev.
True, but at this point, Duda's probably thinking against Magnus, he's almost unbeatable. He beat him in Norway chess last year. He beat him in the World Cup. And if he can survive positions like that, desperate positions, several pawns down in a horrible endgame, then he'll think he can survive anything. He'll think that he's inside Magnus's head now. And he will fancy his chances. Duda's that kind of guy. No matter who's in front of him, he'll be positive.
Yeah. So we always talk about the Magnus effect. Is it a little bit of a Duda effect for him now, having being knocked out of the World Cup, as David mentioned? Also, he lost in Norway chess, ending his long streak.
Well, it just goes to show that Duda is an incredible player. And I have to say that his story throughout the prelims has been pretty amazing. You know, you have to remember, day one was just horrendous. He only got 1.5 out of 5. Day 2, he got 4 points out of 5. And suddenly he finds himself in this situation and he's comfortably gotten through to the knockouts. So well played to him. And I think it just goes to show that he's stepping up a notch.
All right, and we are hoping for reactions, especially from Magnus here. Do you think he's angry now? We could see it.
Frustration, I think that's the main thing. Magnus, he's quite a fair guy. He's quite objective about these things. He'll know that Duda defended really well, like a lion, just saving that position. But, of course, when you get a missed opportunity like that, when you have not quite an open goal, but quite close, then when you're world champion, when you have these high standards for yourself, it's incredibly frustrating. And yeah, if he gets a chance like that, if he blows a couple more chances like that in the quarterfinals, he is really going to be frustrated, Magnus.
Quarterfinals coming up tomorrow. It's been a dramatic few days of preliminaries, Jovanka, and we know the players are thinking about the tour points for Artemiev. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave is out. If he makes it to the semi-finals, he's going to make it to the tour finals. What will this be at all in the back of their heads when they start tomorrow?
Yeah, it's kind of hard not to imagine that I wouldn't, especially for Artemiev, who is so close now to qualifying for the tour finals. He just has to defeat and get through to the semis, and that's not an easy task. I can't remember who he's playing.
Dominguez.
Yeah, you know, who is a fantastic player. Coach of Fabiano Caruana, so you know, very well prepared, and also someone who's now in the ascendant, having qualified for the knockout stages for the first time. So it's difficult not to kind of think about everything, and especially when you're riding high and things go well, you kind of get to think, I'm nearly there. Yeah. And that's when things go wrong.
All right. Quarterfinals start tomorrow. We're still hoping to get reactions from Magnus and maybe even Jan-Krzysztof Duda after that dramatic final game. These are the results from the round 15 final round in the preliminaries. Eventually a draw between Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Wesley So won his game against Jordan van Forest. Vidit ending the tournament in good fashion, winning his game against Levon Aronian. Liam Le won his game against Awon Liang. And all the other games ended up with draws, and especially for Lenny Dominguez, that was enough for him to go through to the knockout stage because Anish Giri was only able to play a draw against Alireza Firouzja. Standings, finally then. In the Aimchess US Rapid preliminaries, Vladislav Artemyev in his third tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He is fantastic in this format, ending up on top with 10.5 points in a very strong field. Magnus Carlsen, 10 points in second. Levon Aronian, 9.5 in third. Alireza Firouzja, 9.5 for him as well in fourth place. Wesley So, we were used to seeing him on the top of the table, but here, 9 points in fifth place. Same score as Mamdjarov and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And that final eighth spot went to Lenya Dominguez, Anish Giri, and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave. They were knocked out. That is quite surprising.
Yeah, very surprising. Two of the best players in the world. They've been there, they've done it, but not this time. A tough preliminary stage for them, especially for Giri, getting so close at the end.
All right, but it is those 8 players on top of the table that are ready for the knockout stage for quarterfinals, and these are the players that will face each other. Vladislav Artemyev against Lenya Dominguez. Who's going to be the favorite, Ivanka?
Has to be Vladislav Artemyev. He's really playing fantastically well.
And then Magnus Carlsen going to face Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And now we're joined by Magnus. What is your reaction now, Magnus, after that final game? We could see that it was a little bit frustrating for you.
Yeah, I knew that I was watching this at the end. I mean, obviously, I know that to start with, that particular queen ending is a draw, but usually in practice it's won. Yeah, I knew at the end that I could jump into threefold at any time. Like at the end, I actually thought that I found a winning idea. So it was very frustrating because I was going to go King G4 next, and I don't think he has a way to escape there. Well, apparently, Queen C6 is the only way to win. So what do I win now? Yeah, I mean. The last game I was somehow really tired, so I was just trying to make a draw, and then yeah, he blundered, and I should obviously win until, I mean, I just missed this Queen C5 move that he had, which, you know, ensured that the game. Well, I had the Queen B2 to A1, but I didn't see that, so that ensured that I had to win the game all over again, and. I couldn't, but I mean, I was more than ready to accept second seed before the last round. So in that sense, it's fine. But it's, yeah, you know, still when a really poor performance is what is the last thing that happened on the day, it's still frustrating.
Yeah. Such a long day playing for 5.5 hours. So is that a part of it being very frustrating with that stalemate in the air, sitting there and trying to find that win?
Yeah, I mean, part of it is that I should have been winning a lot earlier because I just missed one move that allowed him to stay in the game. But also part of it is as I said, I know that this endgame is a draw to begin with, so it's not like I expected to win it all the time. But yeah, the way it ended is of course annoying.
And of course, before the final round, there were a bunch of scenarios, and some of them involved you facing Wesley. So in the quarterfinals, was that at all in the back of your mind? Because we have seen you before disappointed when you had to face Wesley in the quarterfinals.
I decided before the last round that I was just going to try to make a draw. So I knew that was a risk, but I thought he was more likely to be 5th or 6th, so I probably wouldn't face him, and I knew that I had a better tiebreak than Levon did, so I figured a draw would probably be enough for 2nd.
All right, and now it's Jan-Krzysztof Duda then in the quarterfinals. So what's your reaction to that?
He's a strong player. I mean, he beat me in the World Cup, so obviously it's not going to be easy.
And Magnus, earlier you mentioned that you were a bit tired in that last game. What's your preparation going to be like now for that quarterfinal?
I guess try to have a fresh head and some ideas, not much more.
All right. Best of luck in the quarterfinals, Magnus. We hope you get a good night's sleep and feel fresh tomorrow. And thanks for joining us. Thank you. All right. A little bit of frustration, but happy to be in the quarterfinals, of course.
Yes. And that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not about how you get there, it's about being there, and Magnus knows his fate's in his own hands, and if he can go through, if he can win the final eventually, he's going to be entering the grand final next month on a high.
Yeah. All right, you guys, we are done with the preliminaries. 8 players are ready for the knockout stage. It's been an entertaining day, no doubt about that, and you guys have entertained us as well in the question of today.
Yes, you certainly have, and we were asking what's the best film? It's been a long day, so you have to forgive me. What is your favourite chess scene in a film or TV series? And of course, everyone responded with some great TV and film moments featuring chess. Loved them. And before we announce today's lucky winner, well, we'd just like to run through 3 answers that we particularly enjoyed. And the first one is Mikael, who says the scene in Decalogue 1 from 1988 from Krzysztof Kieslowski, father and son playing together against a great player. The son found the winning move. Nice film moment there. And another answer from Nordea Asman, who says, the best line ever. And I love this moment from Queen of Katwe. In chess, the small one can become the big one. And
goosebumps.
I know. A beautiful moment. And also liked EW's funny answer. It's great to see that the chess queen is talented in other board games as well.
Oh.
You resign now. There she is. Monopoly. I think that's Operation. And I can't quite make out another game. And then Connect 4.
Yeah.
So...
yeah. Fun.
But today's winner is Vanessa, who says that her favourite film moment has to be Ron Weasley riding an actual knight in Harry Potter. And that was a great film moment.
Yeah.
And Vanessa, you're going to win 3 months of Aimchess Premium and 1 year's Chess24 Premium membership. Congratulations.
All right, the chess entertainment in the Aimchess US Rapid continues tomorrow. These 8 players are ready for the knockout stage and the quarterfinals. Let's just be reminded about who faces who in these quarterfinals. We mentioned Artemiev and Lenya Dominguez, and we mentioned also Magnus Carlsen against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. But Alireza Firouzja, he is going to face Wesley So, and an interesting one, Levon Aronian against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. Who do you hold as favourites in Wesley So and Alireza Firouzja, David?
I'll have to say Wesley, just for his track record throughout the tour. But Firouzja showed today, he's tenacious, he's in good form, and anything can happen in that one.
Yeah, and then Mamedyarov, Aronian, Nemenka.
Oh, these 2 play crazy chess. I remember Aronian won, and then Mamedyarov won, and then Aronian won. So maybe it's the turn of Mamedyarov to win.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be so much fun, you guys. Quarterfinals coming up tomorrow in the Aimchess US Rapid. Looking forward to it. What an intense day. So let's hope for more of that in the quarterfinals. Wish you a good night or day wherever you are in the world. See you tomorrow.